Well, hello there, everybody. It's Nightwave Radio. I am your host, Mersh. Monday night. Hope you guys had a fantastic weekend. I know I did. I went boating. Went to a really classy black tie affair, and I had dinner with the Rumble CEO, Surf and Turf Lobster Tail. Just kidding. Just kidding. They don't know who we are. Welcome to the show, guys. It's Nightwave Radio. If you are part of the muckety mucks there at Rumble, you probably don't know my name. It's Mersh. Hi, everybody. Good to see everybody. As you know, it's Sober Mondays. So, well, not Sober Mondays. No booze Mondays. So I'm drinking some more of this delicious Blue Lotus that I've grown to be very fond of. Not as good as Kratom, but it's pretty good. So we gonna get down, homie. We got some shit to talk about. I played poker this weekend, and I really should have not stayed at that table because this guy was just murdering everybody. And I'm like, I could get up and leave. I just never got up and left. I didn't lose a lot though. It's not a large stakes place. I lost a couple $100, but it happens. You know, it is what it is. The reason I'm bringing that up is because I found a little potential project over there that I might be undertaking. As you guys know, I've been discussing with you guys me trying to build up a separate channel, something unrelated to talk, comedy, lolcows, politics, any of that shit. Wholesome, easily monetizable content. As you guys know, made my Bad Luck Boys channel, which by the way is doing very well, doing very good. We're getting those watch hours up, and we're going to be pretty much around that corner soon where it will be monetized. And once it's monetized, I can start undertaking some more projects that will more or less be costing me out of pocket. One of those was this fucking place is crawling with strays, and they're not all feral. I'm in touch with 2 local rescues. I've donated some money to them here and there. One of them was the one I was going to get the Max, the one that had the head injury. And I was going to adopt Max, but then Clarence just strolled into my fucking old poverty apartment and, hung on to him instead. Seemed like fucking destiny on that one. But I'm like, well, I'm going to need content for the cat channel. We can't just be Louie and Clarence all the time. We could do some other shit. So I'm thinking of doing like an adoption thing, you know what I mean? Where I can go with somebody who runs a rescue, right? We trap these cats. We get them medical treatment. We make little videos about them. Get them adopted. Boom. So we might be doing that a little bit too. Got to give props to Clarence for being the first video on the Bad Luck Boys channel to naturally break into the cat algorithm. I mean, it's not doing huge numbers, but you know, your average Bad Luck Boys video, it's been doing 400, 500 views. I mean, we're not setting the world on fire with our bullshit. Yeah, we've been pretty pleased with that video. I figured I'll play this video anyway. I mean, I know most of you guys probably saw this, but it's fun. This is a fun one. Well, I gotta clean your ears out. Come here. What are you doing? What are you doing, Mr. Man? You ain't Mr. Mans. Come here. What are you doing? Oh, that's the cutest thing ever. Why are you being so cute? Mr. Cute Mans. I didn't want you to sit on me permanently. I was just trying to say hi and test the camera. I'm getting big. Becoming a big man. What are you doing? Oh, big stretches. Oh, he's a good boy. Look at this guy. What is this guy doing? What are you doing, Mr. Mans? He's the best. You put your fucking little paws up when I yell. It's the best. Let's see. Oh, and by the way, to the people that keep doxing my address, because I guess Pod Awful has it again, and this is his only trick he has in his book. Couple treat things you should probably know. One, this house is too big for me to hear you knocking out front. So you're just bothering other people. You're not actually bothering me. You're never going to hear them knock. I'm never going to hear them knock all the way in the studio. I can tell you this. I looked at the cameras, and the fact that you guys think it's a funny prank to waste 15 minutes of an Uber driver's time, keeping them on the fucking line and going, no, keep knocking. You're not really fucking me over. You're fucking over a bunch of struggling Uber drivers, which you soon will be, Jesse, in a few years. So I guess, do your thing. I don't really care, but it is what it is. It was going to happen eventually anyway, and we all knew who was going to do it. But I'm just letting you know that the doorbell doesn't work, and knocking is not going to fucking, I'm never going to hear it. So even when you were sending people in preset to go, what's all that knocking? Nobody heard it because I'm so far away from the fucking front door. So good bit that nobody fucking is going to sell and care about. It's been 5 years and posting my address in the chat room is still the only thing this fucking loser has. It's kind of sad. Oh, shit. All right. That's fine. You know what? That's a good time to, since they're all watching anyway. You know, there's a couple videos that have been floating around, and they're fun. They're fun. I haven't really felt like using them because, who gives a shit? But as a guy who sure has a lot to say about my old comedy, I thought now that this would be just a fucking grand old time. Here's a good one. Let's check out Comedy Genius Pod Awful.
I'm Jesse P.S., and this is the week of April 5th to the 11th, 2009. And I got a haircut. And then I got the rest of them cut.
And I thought my jokes were
Sunday. Pillow fighters in Detroit felt it was ridiculous when police stopped their fun and games and claimed that they needed a permit. You know, some people think it's ridiculous when I say that these lethal weapons need a permit too. It's the buzzword. This week's buzzword is pirate.
By the way, this is the guy that wants you to think he is the coolest, most badass little gay opera on the internet. This is the guy that wants you to think that he is the puppet master of the internet. This is the guy.
You can't turn on the TV without hearing about pirates today. Yarg! Or yo-ho-ho and a what?
Yeah, this is the guy that got owned by Randbot.
Oh, they've kidnapped someone. We don't know if they're going to live. Ransom. Do they at least wear eye patches? I wish someone would tell me these things before we start. Tuesday! After last week's historic decision in Iowa to pass gay marriage, Vermont has now followed suit. Not to be outdone, Iowa now requires you to get gay married. I don't know about you.
I like that, Jesse. I like how you took the thing, but you flipped it, you know? You took the like, hey, you know what, man? We're going to fucking, we're outlaw gay marriage. They flipped it. They're only letting gay people. I like that. That was good. See, that's what you did. You subverted expectations. I bet you learned that in UCB.
But I'm moving to Iowa. I'm not gay. I just want my house clean.
And by the way, I know the Pod Awful fans are here right now going, okay, Killjoy. Okay, Killjoy. Killjoy was a shitty album, the comedy album I made. Killjoy is Carlin's Back in Town compared to anything like this, anything you've ever done. Dave says, can you play your comedy album for us? No, why would I do that? I like, as I said, it sucks. It's very old and dated. So you're missing my point entirely. I'm not saying my old album was good. I'm saying compared to this fucking horse shit, I'd fucking plaster it on fucking Times Square billboard.
And now I get all my medical information from Twitter because I'm getting into the new age now. So now I don't even go to the doctor. Now I just sign on Twitter once a day and I'm like, hey guys, I've been coughing a lot. Do I have AIDS? Answer me in 140 characters or less.
I've had 4 AIDS tests in my day. The AIDS test is very scary to get. It doesn't matter what you've been doing. Waiting for the results is frightening. So I don't get the regular AIDS tests anymore. I get the roundabout AIDS test. I call my friend Brian. I say, Brian, do you know anybody who has AIDS? No? Cool.
Thursday. A vegetarian woman who really enjoys tofu attempted to get vanity license plates for her car. Take a look. You want to see what my vanity plate looks like?
Taint.
Right.
That's the guys. That's the spot between your balls and your asshole. That's pretty fucking funny, dude.
It's the rundown. This week's rundown is all
Jesse, don't be mad. This is the biggest audience you've had in a long time.
crime related. Yeah. A teenage boy who robbed a Dunkin' Donuts returned the next day with the money and asked the cashier he held up for a hug. Police promptly arrested him, and now he's hugging a little lady named Butch.
Anyway, that's where it cuts off. Never again. Never again. Well, I want to hear your opinion on what's funny. Oh, here's something I produced that I absolutely put up against anything that fucking loser's ever made.
5, 4.
You can do it.
3, 2, 1.
Judgment Day. The end of the world. When all of God's...
There's too much light coming in behind you through the window. Could you close the blinds? Because right now you're just like bathed in light.
Oh yeah, it's kind of washing them out. Yeah, close the.
So
the line. Yeah. Just pull the cord.
Should we turn the whole room around, or
No,
It's gonna be easy. It would take an engineering team. It's just easier if you close it. Pull down on the cord.
Just close the blinds.
Yeah. Other side. No, that's
which
On your left.
that same
two
window.
sides?
That side's fine. Go to the left.
Which
Yep,
who's
the left? Your left.
Your left.
Your left is our left right now.
Yeah.
We're facing the
Right
same
there.
direction.
You're gonna pull the cord. Pull the cord down.
Yep.
You got it. All right.
Ah, okay.
Take 2. All right, we got this.
Ah. Perfect.
You got no. You can stop.
Yeah, that's
You're
it.
good.
That's dark. Yeah,
It's
that's
fine.
it. No
Sorry,
more
guys.
lights.
Yeah, no more distractions.
No more.
All right. All right, ready?
Go,
Give me
Money
up.
Champ.
Give me up.
2016.
It's 2023, and you still fucking literally the only trick you have is I Googled you every day till your change of address came up, and now I'm going to put it out there. Okay.
This Cardinal's bold. You don't give a fuck. He's looking right at Clarence. He still doesn't care.
I mean, that's fine. I've done this before. Again, they're never going to hear. I'm never going to hear the knocks in here. You know, shit's just going to pile up out there, and you're going to waste fucking broke-ass, hardworking Uber drivers' times. Not mine. So,
Later.
okay. 143. Yeah, quite enough. Hang on, I'll be right back.
Crack attack. Mersh, come back.
Oh, sorry about that. It looked like somebody was fucking with my car, and I was gonna fucking.
How'd you hear that?
It was gonna get spicy in a second.
What?
Stephen David says people who are straight edge can't be funny. It's like church comedy, but worse. Yeah, I know, because you have to like go and experience life and actual pain, you know, and live off your parents. You know what I mean? Do you have a more recent comedy album? No, I don't do stand-up anymore. This is my show. This is where I do funny shit now. And I'll definitely put this fucking thing up against that piece of shit he calls a show. I can actually get people to watch. I don't have to lie. I don't have to do gay ops. I don't have to do all these little publicity stunts. I don't need attention that badly. And I beat him in every single metric. Income, numbers, fucking interactivity, followers, content, the amount of content I put out. There's nothing. What do I have to compare it to? Literally, people send me this shit all the time, and I'm like, I don't really care. But you know, when they start fucking with me, and like his own fans are in here, it's the only time I do it because I want them to explain to me how that's good. That's all I want. A lot of hurt feelings in the chat tonight. You play one old video and now they want to dig out, hey, what about this one? What about this one? What about this one? Listen, you guys have already spent 9 fucking 10, 12-hour streams watching me obsessively. Every moment of me. Sometimes more than once. So you got your mileage out of it. I've got plenty of awful Jesse vids I've never even used. You guys already shot your wad. You're already back to fucking pickles and coleslaw because you got nothing. You're back to the same fucking thing. I got like fucking 5 more videos where we can make fun of this asshole. You guys already poured through my entire fucking life. Turned over every rock. You already shot your wad, as they say, so to speak. I just got a new TV, 5-inch, nice fucking 4K Amazon TV.
Welcome everybody to Pod Awful. I'm your host, Jesse. Happy to be here. Thank you so much for joining us. I am being slawsuited. Mersh has initiated a slawsuit against me all over coleslaw. I never thought this was possible. Thank you for joining me. We are live on a random day because I don't know when Pod Awful happens anymore. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to announce this is the real episode 1 of season Lunatic Fringe.
I got excited, very excited to see all of this.
I got pretty excited for it too. This is a long time coming. This episode was supposed to happen so long ago now, and so much stuff has happened since then. I don't even remember. Here's the thing. Mersh said he's going to sue me. In fact, I should be in jail right now, according to Mersh. I'm guessing it didn't happen. I don't. Spoiler alert, here I am on the moon. I don't know if they just couldn't reach me here, if the slaw knock. You know, I could never hear that. Unfortunately, the door to the moon base is actually, well, I guess it's right there. But listen, here's the thing. Season Lunatic Fringe, we're still working on stuff. The moon base is still being worked on. The henchmen are hard at work, and they're making lots of stuff happen. We got a lot of new cool surprises for you. I mean, you saw what happened there back in 2009. 2009, Jesse, had better production value than current day Mersh. Not Jobber Mersh, which, by the way, Jobber came out the same year that Revenge of the Sis started. Revenge of the Sis, Jobber. That's the same guy that invented those. All right? The same guy doing Pod Awful right now is not the guy from the 2009 Jesse video. I hope that's fairly clear. But the point of all of this is, obviously, I've got a lot ahead of me. We've got a lot of things to show you, a lot of cool new surprises when it comes to Season Lunatic Fringe, and the henchmen are still working on it. So you're not going to see everything. We got a few little new features to show you here and there, but we're just going to keep building, keep making it better throughout the run of the season. And I'll be revealing new surprises to you as we need them revealed. Very cool stuff. Even the theme song's not fully done, all right? Don't worry, if you're sitting there going, where's the lyrics? We're working on that. Okay, we're working on it. We're working on it. The henchmen are hard at work. We're working on it. Unlike Mersh, we're always hard at work. You know, now, that actually reminds me of something. We got here through coleslaw. Coleslaw is what brought us to the moment that Mersh had to threaten me with criminal action, not just a lawsuit. He's threatening me criminally. He's saying he's going to take me to the cleaners.
Tink, 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 tink. Tink, 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 tink.
Who's he going to call? G. Gordon Liddy on me? So there's a lot of stuff to work on here, obviously, but the coleslaw bit, I thought it had run its course, and now it's bringing us probably the greatest intro to the new season we could ask for. And like I said, we're always improving shit, including me. I'm improving me. Now, over a year ago, in fact, we're nearly at 2 years ago, I announced on the show when Mersh had his big, listen, this was more than 2 Augusts ago, Mersh announced on Nightwave that he is going to be ripped by August. We all heard him say it, and that's how the coleslaw prank started. The whole reason we sent him pizza and coleslaw to begin with was because we wanted to keep Mersh fat. And it was that day that I started telling people on the show, in the cult, and all over the internet, I promise you, I can gain the weight and lose it faster than Mersh. Now, am I going to cheat to make that happen? Obviously, yes. I'm going to keep feeding him and feeding him. I'm a Mersh feeder. We had a whole episode about this. It's been over a year. It's been 2 Augusts. And finally, here on the first official episode of the new season, I can say I'm the fattest I have ever been. Woo!
I can't help it. I got excited, very excited to see all of this.
Get rid of your big board there. All right, so obviously there's a lot going on, okay?
Pot awful one. Pot awful one.
Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Now, we're going to come to the Slawsuit here in a second. But I have to tell you guys, I'm the fattest I've ever been in my life. For the past year, I've been gaining, okay? 100. You can ask my wife. You can ask anybody. You can ask Ryan Katsu Rivera. We've been talking about this forever. Purposefully, I've been gaining. If you want to know why I wouldn't come on camera between the last season and this season, the reason I wanted to hide it, I wanted to wait for you to see the results. The results are in. Now, obviously, I'm a foot taller than Mersh. He's got a huge advantage on me in that he is a midget. He's 5'6". So I can't go by weight. And he never even announced the weight that he started at. He's never once said what his starting weight was. We believe through hard work, determination, and just looking at his belly that he started at exactly 300 pounds. We believe that's true. But there's no way to know for sure. Now, as a guy who famously, I'm 6'7", I'm 258 pounds and completely unstoppable. You've heard me say that a million times. Well, listen, I'm not 258 pounds anymore. I mean, listen, I started out at Mersh's current weight, what he's claiming he's lost. Now, Mersh also said he was going to build up muscle. And then I realized at a certain point, like, shit, do I have to get ripped by August or do I just have to lose the weight by August? I've been talking to Ryan about this forever. Ryan got extremely ripped over the past few years. And he keeps telling me, dude, you got to start working out. And I've been saying to him, like, wouldn't it be so funny if one day I just came back on the show and I was absolutely ripped, like out of my mind. I'm vascular all of a sudden. Out of nowhere, I'm a vascular monstrosity. And he was like, yeah, dude. And then we talked about, this is a real thing, Ryan and I talked about, what if I just worked out one side of my body, just the side that you see on camera? What if only that side was strong and then the other side was just a little weak, flimsy boy? We talked about all of these things, but at a certain point I realized, no, the funniest thing is come back fat, get ripped. Now, listen, I can't get ripped. I don't have that kind of discipline. I have the discipline to get thin again, but I don't have the discipline to get ripped. I've talked to Ryan about this summer. He's so disappointed. He's like, dude, you got to do it. And I said, no chance. I can't. Listen, me like eating Dr. Pepper too much. I just don't think it can be done. So here's what we've settled on, okay? Mersh can't get ripped by August. It's been 2 August. The 3rd August is coming up. All right? Wake me up when September begins. So I'm realizing I don't really have to get ripped. I just have to look better than Mersh, which shouldn't be too hard. Now, listen, again, like I said, I'm the fattest I've ever been. The second fattest I ever was in that video that Mersh played from 2009. That was the heaviest I'd ever been up until this point, and now I've beaten that. This is it. This is the best I could do. I'm still not as fat as Mersh. I mean, I'm not as fat as Mersh. I'm not as fat as Royce. I'm not as fat as Santa Cruz Joker. I'm not as fat as Ethan Ralph, obviously. Which, by the way, Ethan Ralph and Mersh claim to be the same weight. I'm not as fat as Ian Ellis. I'm not as fat as Ian Ellis's wife. I'm not as fat as Ian Ellis's mom, but I'm fat. I'm fat. I did it. I'm just not quite Mersh level fat. I'm not goon level fat. Ooh, I've got a new thing to show you, actually. Hang on a second. That reminds me. I got a new feature to show you. You're going to love this. New part of the moon base. This is great stuff, all right? Remind me about the goon alarm. I'm not goon levels of fat. I'm just the fattest I've ever been. And I realized that over that 6-7 months of trying to get the moon base together and make a show happen, and what really kept the show from coming back, what really set things back, is I kept getting ill. And the reason I kept getting ill, I mean, I was sick in so many different ways, unlike I've ever been before in my entire life. And I know it's because I'm fat. Mersh is living with this every day of his life. No wonder he is so disgruntled. I'm actually starting to, despite the fact that I'm being sued by Mersh, a vexatious lawsuit where he's trying to somehow get my dad's money out of it. Despite that, I actually now legitimately feel bad for Mersh because I realize he's so much fatter than me. He's got to be dealing with diabetes, depression. He must feel so awful. These got Mersh, Ian Ellis, Ethan Ralph, these giant gunt fatsos. Every day of their life must be pure misery until they're shoving the steak and pasta in. I actually don't like eating. It was difficult to get this fat. It took effort. I was fat before, by the way, just in case were confused on anything, before the last time you saw me, I was a big fatso. Okay? I was fat then. I'm fatter. I mean, have you ever seen the Blessed Jesse meme? My head is... Hey, everybody. So I hope I didn't make anyone faint. I hope that nobody was too frightened when they saw me again for the first time. But I was fat before. This shouldn't have been a huge surprise to you. And again, I've been announcing it this entire time. So here's the deal. You know, Mersh feels bad every day. He's dealing with diabetes. He's dealing with IBS. He's dealing with water retention. He's dealing with a severe case of autism, and he just can't help it. What did I get out of the deal, by the way? A fucking lump on my testicles, just lurking. I still have it, but I'm no longer in pain, but it's there, lurking. Let me tell you something. You don't want something new showing up on your body that's lurking. You don't know what it's up to. You don't know what his intentions are. There's just a third guy down there now biding his time. What is it called? I don't even remember what this thing I've got now is. I think it's called a hydrocell, which is kind of crazy. That sounds like a Goku villain. Perfect hydrocell. So I still have this thing. I mean, I got so ill, my testicles did a revolt on me. Mersh must be literally dying. And he's 40 years old. A lot of these guys are 40 years old, failed comedians, and extremely fat and dying. So here's my promise to you, the viewer, on the first episode of season Lunatic Fringe of Pod Awful, okay? You have to hold me to this. I can't escape this. I'm on camera. Unlike all these other guys except for Mersh, I show up on camera every episode. At least now I do. So here's the deal. By August, I will be thin again. Not ripped. Not ripped. I'm not a crazy person. I'm not delusional. I know I'm not going to be, I would have to start taking, listen, I identify as double masculine. A lot of people know I'm trans. Don't worry, kids. I'm not coming. I never went to Christian school. You got nothing to worry about. I identify as trans. I identify as double masculine. Okay? I'm twice as masculine as I actually am. That's the way I perceive myself. My pronouns are he. So I could easily go to the doctor and get on tren or gear, get some test going. I could easily do that. Easily. I think legally they have to do it. If you go to a doctor and go, hey, I want testosterone, and they'll go, nope, sorry, that's sterile. You can't do it sterile. Are you asking me for sterile? Are you crazy? I'm trans. I'm fucking trans. They have to do it. They can't even ask. They can't even look at your genitals. It's illegal for a doctor to even look at your genitals to check to see what's going on. Otherwise, bang, 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 bang. I'm not saying I would do that, but implication is there all the time. You have to be worried about what they might be up to, what they might be thinking. Listen. People like me, the T community, my community, we have decided, let's take this whole vitamin S thing to a new level. Okay? Why just take ourselves out when we could go out with a real bang? We've hung up the rope for the final time, so to speak. Listen, all I'm saying, there's no threats happening here. All I'm saying is I could easily get absolutely disgusting, monstrous. It's very easy to get your hands on this stuff nowadays. I could do that, but I'm a reasonable person. I'm not Mersh. I'm not going to tell you I'm going to be ripped by August, but here's what I will tell you. I've actually already begun my exercise program. I am training. I'm weightlifting. All right, I'm doing curls. I'm doing all that stuff. I've actually, and this is huge, by the way. Actually, let me share this with you. I think it was, it was almost 6 months ago now. 6 months ago now. I went, 6 months ago, I was thinking, whoa, I might be getting a little too fat. Even for the Mersh competition, this might be a level of fat that is no good. I was already feeling bad and sluggish. This was like right before I started getting really, really ill all the time too. And I said to my wife, you know what? For at least the next like month, I'm going to cut some carbs and stuff. I mean, listen, I can't fully cut carbs because I stay getting bread. Because I'm a big fatso. But I realized at a certain point, like, I should just make sure. Let me just make 100% certain that I can do this. There might come a day where I go, you know what? I'm just a big fatso. I'm Nikocado avocadoing myself. I just lean into the bit. And I kept telling my wife, I was like, Kelsey, actually, I might just be a big fat guy. We might just permanently, I might need a whole new wardrobe. I might need to buy the Bad Luck Boys t-shirt off of Mersh's website because it only comes in extra, extra, extra large sizes. Mersh's online store, this has never been tried before in the history of podcasting. His online store is actually a big and tall e-shop. But I told her, like, maybe I'll lean into this, but just in case, I wanted to make sure I could do this. So, like, I think it was like 6 months ago, I said, for 1 month, let's see if I'm able to stop doing this and cut weight. In 1 week, I actually lost 12 pounds. It was really easy. It was super easy to do. So I don't think I've got anything to worry about. In the past week, I just started, again, a week ago, I started the whole thing. Because, again, we were supposed to do this episode. Is that a week, 2 weeks ago now? I don't even remember anymore. This was supposed to have already started happening. I looked at the calendar and went, August is coming quick. Uh-oh. August is around the corner. I don't want to be in Mersh's shoes. So I started the regimen, and I've already lost 5 pounds. It was super easy. I don't know what Mersh had a problem with, to be honest. Oh, wait, yes, I do. It was all that fucking coleslaw we kept sending him. He couldn't stop eating it. He was eating off the floor at that point. Anyway, that's my spiel. August, I will be at least, let's just call it this. Since I'm not giving Mersh didn't give a starting weight, I'm not going to give a starting weight. Let's just say I have to look either. Let me do some math here. See, how much do I think I've gained? I believe I've gained, like, this has to be my biggest gain ever. Like, what in one stretch, my biggest gain. It's got to be over 50 pounds. I bet you I've gained over 50. So let's say I got to look at least 50 pounds lighter, or like I could easily beat up Mersh. Now, don't say that looks the case right now, okay? Mersh might have flappy, weird little hands where his fingers are gnarled like a witch made a wish on them and now something bad's going to happen to her. I know what he looks like. But he's stocky, you know. Again, I met him. He's like Puck. You know the Canadian X-Man Puck? He's stocky. He's like he's compact. He's like a white dwarf. And I don't mean, I'm talking about the scientific term. What I mean is he's extremely dense. The density on him. So I don't know. It could be, obviously I could beat the shit out of him right now. You get the point. August, that's the date. Let's check in with the chat and see what they're saying in there. Welcome, everybody, and thank you for being here. Happy to be here. The summer of no loaves, they're saying. The summer of no loaves. Pod oinkful. Yeah, exactly. Actually, this is something I came up with. I've been calling myself Poodooful. No cheating with Spanx, Jesse. Great point, Chris. Great point. No cheating with Spanx. I will have to prove on. Now, listen, this has been a rule for you. I say you shouldn't even see an internet man from the waist down, period. However, there's a million videos out. This is why I'm confused why people think me being fat is new. There's a lot of videos out there of me, man on the street style. Remember when I went to Soup Porter's house? You can see how fat I am in that video. I'm giant. I'm a huge man. All right, I'm really big. It's crazy. And please, in the chat room, tell me I'm big. Please tell me I'm big. I'm getting sued by Mersh. Tell me I'm big. I can't go on unless you tell me I'm big. The point is, in all of this is, I'm not going to lift up my shirt ever. I could be ripped to the gills, and I'm never going to be showing my body to you. You know why? Because that never leaves. Mersh one time did a video where he took off his shirt and jumped in a pool, and we've played that on loop about 4 million times here. I'm just not going to fall for that. But yet, no spanks, no cheating. Trust me on that. My wife is in chat. She says, please send meth to help Jesse's weight loss. She just wants that for herself because she's an addict. Do not listen to her. I don't need it. I lose weight real easy. Actually, I've lost in one go, like very, very rapidly. I've lost 50 pounds before. It shouldn't be that difficult. The biggest man, you are not fat, says Jordan. Well, Jordan is saying that because he's a giant fatso. Huge, big, large, huge. Jesse is huge. It's crazy. See, that's so funny because there's a lot of people out there shocked by this fatness thing. I like being told I'm big. Look at what it did for Brendan Fraser. That guy won a fucking Oscar for pretending to be slightly fatter than he is. They put a fat guy in a fat suit and said, close enough. By the way, that technically speaking, if you win an Oscar for wearing a fat suit, we are now in a world where being fat is being retarded. Now listen, I want to be I don't mean to hurt anybody's feelings here, but we used to live in a world where the way you won an Oscar was, of course, by playing a retarded person. What is the classic line? Never go full. Now being fat is being retarded. Mersh, just for appearing in the Peacock documentary, could have been nominated. 3-minute Mersh. They said, listen, it would have been for a short film or something. I think he could have gotten in there at the very least, but I don't know. Now let's check in with Mersh. Again, Mersh is now threatening to sue. He's threatening to send the police after me. Mersh is a snitch. Spinster Mersh. Caller Mersh is pure snitch. And he will tell you, he's told his audience, I got no problem with that. You make fun of me online, I will tink, tink, tink my way to the police. Tink, 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 tink. Tink, 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 tink. I need an updated version. Can somebody do an updated version? That's not a very clear, I'm going to be honest, that's kind of a shitty drop. The audio is not very good in that one. I need that one replaced. The Tink 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 is maybe the most important of the Mersh drops. Hang on, except for maybe this one.
Once you get to D-List, you can have all the kitty pussy you want.
Right.
Trust me, I know.
Okay, or maybe this one.
Oh my God, I have bonitis.
All right, but let's check in with Mersh and see what he's up to. Listen, I'm sure Mersh is doing just fine. You know, he's probably doing great. Oh, we got a guy spamming. Can we kick the guy spam? Oh, I see. There's a guy spamming because I made fun of somebody's wife. He's like, here to white knight. That's crazy. Bronx Beats. This dude. Now, I've said that Mersh's entire audience is basically a giant AA meeting. Where does he find them? You go to an NAAA meeting, anywhere where there's people meeting in a dimly lit gymnasium. So for some reason, a tiny circle with folding chairs, and there's a single light bulb hanging above them. Listen, I've seen it in the movies. I'm not a drunk, so I don't know what it really looks like. I have to assume that's what it looks like. This guy Bronx B. A lot of Mersh's fans are on disability. They're actually, and now that we know that being fat is retarded, they might be on disability for being plus size men. I don't know. Can I get in on that? Is that possible? I'm not sure. Bronx Beats. I'm not kidding. My job is to be the internet. It kind of makes sense when I show up in a chat room. Every chat I'm ever in, every chat I ever see, this dude is in the chat room. He has no job. He is absolutely on disability. And he is, of course, here to protect his queen, whoever that may be. It might not be Mersh, but let's check in.
I'm going to get you convicted of criminal harassment.
Okay. There we go. By the way, let me just say this. Thank you so much to our clip channel, Pod Awful's Savage Clips. AKA Angie for our intro video. And these clips that I'll be playing right here were clipped by Alan Powell, another victim of Mersh's Tink Tink Tinking. The tinkening, they call it. He put this together. This is an Alan Powell joint.
Oh, by the way, no deliveries. It's weird. I want to do a summary of the stream from the other night. And I got some pictures. I got some freeze frame pictures of people's faces. But the last show we did a bunch of food deliveries. The usual pot awful. I haven't reinvented pranks since 1995, sending pizzas to people's house approach.
Actually, I think we did reinvent the wheel on this one, by the way. I've been told many times that our version of it doesn't even make sense because we pay for the food. As a matter of fact, actually, sorry again, let's hold tight on this one real quick. Hang on. Let's just, we'll come right back to that. I promise. Listen, I know. You know how I am with these things. But not only did we reinvent the wheel, this is newsworthy, what we're doing. Have you seen the news about the pod-awful original prank called Uber Eats? Uber Eats is a prank I invented a few years ago, okay? Check this out.
A food mystery.
I have been saying this to myself over and over again since I saw this. Hi, I'm the news. I cannot believe the actual news says shit this stupid. This is how this news segment actually begins.
A food mystery.
A food mystery. That's not a phrase. You can't start a news segment by saying a food mystery. No one's ever said those words before. Listen, nobody, that should arrest you. That should stop you in your tracks when you hear it. It should be like 9/11. You're calling in your wife to go, honey, come here real quick. It's a food mystery. A food mystery. That's something Scooby-Doo solves. A food mystery.
A food mystery.
A food mystery.
A food mystery.
A food mystery. Sorry, I am shocked by the news. Hi, I'm the news. I'm the news. Hi.
Residents in this...
I want to hear it one more time.
A food mystery.
A food mystery. I might have to get that as a drop.
A food mystery.
A food mystery, you say? Wait, what is this?
A food mystery.
Oh, a food mystery. Oh, God, no mystery. In fact, there's zero mystery here. I can tell you exactly what's going on. Pod Awful's watching you. Happy to be here, by the way.
A food mystery.
A food mystery.
Residents in this neighborhood have been getting as many as 40 Uber Eats deliveries a day, but they didn't place the orders. They didn't have to pay. So what is going on?
What is going on? To the henchmen out there, we salute you. Ooh, the Pod Awful henchmen taking over a food mystery.
Not one food delivery, not two, but can you believe 13 Starbucks and McDonald's orders in one day? And the guy who lives there says he didn't order any of it.
Now that's a food mystery. That is concerning. An entire town is getting slawed.
His neighbors are also being inundated by dozens of Uber Eats deliveries that they say they never placed.
Thank you to the Uber Eats henchmen. Thank you to the DoorDash henchmen. Listen, if you ever signed up for one of these delivery app things, you signed up to be part of the Pod Awful cult, and we salute you.
Imagine opening your front door and finding a delivery like this on your porch. Not
a food mystery. I can't get over a food. I'm never going to get over that. Sorry. Apologies. We might be saying a food mystery, and that's the entire rest of the show. I might never get back to the merch thing. I take back what I said before. The merch thing is back burner. We're now into a food mystery. In fact, I'm so into a food mystery. Let's hear it one more time.
A food mystery.
Okay. Sure. Yeah. A food mystery.
A food mystery.
Right. All right. No, listen, I know you're here for the merch thing.
Of it. His neighbors are also being inundated by dozens of Uber Eats deliveries that they say they never placed. Imagine opening your front door and finding a delivery like this on your porch, not just once or twice, but 10 or 20 or 30 times over 2 weeks. What would you do? It happened to these women who live on the same block in Los Angeles.
They saved the bags. The news is so retarded. The news is so, I'm sorry, excuse me. That word has no place in today's society. And I take back what I just said and I apologize. That should have actually been beeped out. The news is so fat that they're actually making the women keep the bags and hold on. You want to be on the news? Hold these bitches up.
I just started getting bags of Starbucks and McDonald's deliveries on my front porch.
I have a feeling this talking frog doesn't mind the deliveries.
And I did not order them.
There would be times when it'd be like 5 or 6 in a day, and then 2 in a day, and then 5 the next day.
Neighbor Morgan Courier received 30 deliveries.
All sorts of things. Chicken McNuggets.
Whoa! Hang on a second. Did Ethan Ralph just gallop in here? What's going on? Mantsu.
Shamrock shakes, Gordito crunches, you name it.
Your Gordito crunches. Gordito.
Vegetarian. So you got chicken McNuggets.
Listen, we used to call him Retardo. Now we call him Gordito.
And you're thinking these are going to waste. So what's going on? Is someone playing a prank, or is something more sinister happening?
Okay, tell me that's not a good bit. It's such a prank that the news is worried that something sinister is afoot. They call me Mr. Sinister. I sort of am. Listen, I mean, look at me. I sort of am an internet supervillain at this point. That's kind of what my whole deal is. That might be the vibe that's happening here. I'm just having fun. Just happy to be here. But don't go on the internet tomorrow. Trust me on that one. Sinister things are afoot.
William Neal says he received 40 deliveries. Did you eat any of the food that was delivered?
At first, yes, but you can only eat so many McCrispy chicken sandwiches.
Wow, so that guy's going to talk shit about Mersh on the news.
This neighbor's ring cam captured some of his 13 deliveries in one day.
It was definitely creepy. I wasn't at home at the time, and my partner was here, and she started texting.
She? Your partner? She? Hang on a second. Did I hear that right?
Hey.
It was definitely creepy. I wasn't at home at the time, and my partner was here, and she started texting me frantically.
You're a dude. What? Your partner? You guys cowboys or something? Are you a cop? Is she your ride along? What do you mean your partner? Are you? You can just fake your way into the community now.
Did any part of you wonder if somebody was trying to case the joint to see if someone was home?
And did any part of you wonder if we're done with frosting our tips?
Yeah, I think that was her first concern.
He grew so annoyed.
Oh my God, a Mersh style note left on the door for the henchmen. Look at this. This is crazy. Every time Mersh does this, we lose our minds about it. Holy shit, he had to write a note. He put it up in the window. It didn't even work. They still knocked.
He posted this sign: Uber Eats, do not leave that delivery order.
Good luck to you, buddy. But listen, we all learned something today. This has truly been
a food mystery.
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 That's right, a food mystery. Okay, so let's go back to Mersh then. Mersh doesn't get the prank. Mersh doesn't understand. He thinks this was invented in 1995. That's weird. I don't recall them reporting on 1995 news in 2023.
1995, sending pizzas to people's house approach.
Again, the prank is, Mersh, that you're a big fatso and we know you're going to eat it and you're never going to get fit by August. I'm cheating at our diet race. You should be doing it to me too, by the way, because it'd probably work. You send me a free pizza, I'm probably going to eat it.
But I've noticed, like, it's very...
Obesity is our strength in the chat room. Very good. God damn. I apologize for how loud, like the difference in volume levels between Mersh and the clap box there. That's a Mersh issue. He's just quiet. Alan Powell, next time you clip, raise that volume a bit for me.
Very quiet now.
Just said it's quiet now.
And
a food mystery.
And I'm gonna probably, I should state this now. At this point, there has been already a
food mystery.
When people for a while have said, like, you know, Mersh, like, Jesus Christ, like, you've really taken it on the chin, like.
Yeah, but they were talking about with a guy.
Really allowed these people to do this and that, blah, 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 blah. You know?
This is what people have been telling you? You just sit there and listen to a guy mumble? Man, let me tell you something. Number one, a food mystery. Number two, a beep. You've really been.
That's fine. It's all by design.
By the way, again, we're late doing this episode. I haven't rewatched when this video came out, when Alan posted this stuff. You know, I'm living in a different time zone. I'm off Earth. I'm not in this realm. I had no idea this had happened. All of a sudden, I wake up and I'm getting tagged in everything. Jesse, you're being sued. Mersh is coming for you. The Slawsuit of a century. I'm losing my mind. I'm watching this. I'm dying laughing. This is one of the funniest things. This is the Santa Cruz Joker getting breaded in the face. This is, I'm running around screaming at this video. I haven't watched it since, so I can't, but these are real. I've forgotten a lot of this. These are real natural reactions to what's happening. I just want to be clear. I have saved this. I did not rewatch it. All of this is fresh to me again.
You know, it's fine. It's all by design.
Mersh claiming to be the puppet master is so good. He's pulling 1D chess, and I say 1D because he's cross-eyed, obviously. But he is absolutely pulling all the strings. It's all been according to plan. A food mystery.
Now that I'm at my third place of residence, that's
I thought he was going to say trimester.
Now been doxxed publicly by the same person that's been doing it. See, I needed the first time I did it. I'm not going to spurg out. Second time you did it, I'm not going to spurg out. Unlike most people,
you're not, dude. By the way, I never doxed Mersh. Mersh doxed himself. Check the logs. You didn't spurg out. You had an entire episode of Nightwave where you said your own address more than I'm going to say a food mystery tonight. I seem to recall a whole episode where you begged us to send you pizza.
Without emotional intelligence and an ability to restrain my greatest fucking impulses.
What, you mean squirshing your pants?
We're now in my third place that's been doxxed.
You did spurg out, though. They say that you 100% spurged out. It might be one of the biggest spurg outs of the century. Listen, this, though, is what makes Mersh such a good goon. He doesn't know it. And the one thing that shocks me is, you know, every goon has this one thing in common, except for Mersh. Somehow, the top goon of them all. And I truly believe that Chris Chan may be out of jail. That still doesn't put Mersh any lower in the rankings, okay? Mersh is still top dog when it comes to goons. And somehow, I've never heard the goon alarm. Now, I've been developing theories about the goon alarm. And by the way, everybody is doing the goon alarm now. Everybody's talking about it, but they only talk about it with black people. I was the person to bring you the knowledge that black people, the reason they use too much spice in everything is because they're washing their meat. I introduced this idea to you 4 or 5 years ago now. And now everybody's in on this. Now everybody's realizing the deal with the goon alarm. Okay, everybody's talking about this. People are adding it to their soundboards. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to be very clear about something. The goon alarm is not just for black people. The goon alarm is for everybody. It's not an intelligence thing necessarily. I've got so many theories about it. It's not a skin color thing necessarily. Obviously, a lot of black folks do have their goon alarms going off, the low battery smoke detector. And one of my theories has always been, like, especially when it comes to black people, is it because they are purposefully disabling the smoke detector so they can smoke inside their Section 8 apartments? But then how do you explain Mersh somehow living with Royce? Actually, one time the smoke detector fully went off when he lived with Royce, but it wasn't the low battery. It was literally there was a fire happening in Royce's house. That's the closest we've come in his Section 8 apartment. Never a low battery thing. We know he was smoking in there. Were there just no smoke detectors in there? The point is, now that everybody's paying attention to this, we got to do something to stand out, you know? And I've been sitting here and I've showed you there's a little secret new feature to the moon base. Okay, you can see a little something's happening there. Well, allow me to introduce you to, this is brand new, okay? We had to build it because guys like Mersh sometimes pass under the radar. I don't want the people out there thinking this is a black-only thing. It includes wiggers, too. Ladies and gentlemen, the brand new Goon Alarm 6 million. There you go. It's real. We've built it. Whenever there's a new goon, whenever anyone's gooning real bad out there, when Mersh is out there tink, tink, tinking away, we've got it built into the set here. There you go. I mean, that's pretty impressive stuff. Nobody else has a giant smoke detector goon alarm. This is purely a Pod Awful original. There you go. That's a little sneak peek to another wing of the moon base, but we'll come back to that at a later date. Let's go back to Mersh.
Stuff's not showing up now. I don't understand that. But I realized that I should point out to you guys that I had 7. Well, it was 6, but when I tweeted it, but it turned out to be 7.
This is a funny thing is Mersh lied about how many orders he got on Twitter. So now he's having to correct for the record. Actually, it was 7. It was actually more than 7. He's still lying. But he has to lie because of the point he's about to try to make here.
I had 7 deliveries to my home. I have to assume that at least 3 of those were paid by Jesse. And by Jesse, I mean Jesse's parents.
How cool would my parents be if they did shit like that? I wish. We would have had a lot more orders showing up if my parents were involved too. I paid for exactly 1 of these orders, not 3. The henchmen were at it too.
You don't really have the army you used to have.
So are you saying you used to get more than that? It was probably less people and just more stuff back then. Is he complaining we're not sending him enough, by the way? Hang on a second. Is Mersh asking for more? Nah, that doesn't make any sense.
You do your little cute shit and fuck with my mailbox or whatever you got to do.
What? Now, if you didn't see the episode where this went down, this is the episode where Mersh got up and showed his butt crack again, and he wasn't explaining what was going down at the time. The henchmen were sitting in Discord. We're all sitting there in the cult, and we're watching this go down. And for once, Mersh actually pulled it off. He actually didn't do a goon move. He actually kept it quiet until the very end of the episode. Something happened, and you heard it there in the top of the show. He said he thought he saw somebody doing something to his car. Now he's claiming I did something to his mailbox. We'll have to talk about this later. Let's just hear him out here. I don't really fully know what he's talking about.
But it's impotent. It's another example of impotent rage.
That's an ironic thing for a guy being triangulated with a triangle to say.
I'm telling you right now, Jesse. You've already literally broken the law several times and come at me and
listen, I got to be honest. I didn't know that on the books in Florida, there was a law against giving a basically homeless guy free food. But now that I know, I'm sorry, and it will, well, I can't say it'll never happen again.
You're spiraling.
But here's what I will do. I looked online, I looked at Google Maps, and I saw there's several of these places, they call them shelters and food banks, and I will be reporting them to the police for their crimes.
All these years later, over
check the logs.
I don't remember why, because we had Dick on for a 15-minute segment, and Jesse decided to dedicate 4 years of his life to fucking with me, and he thinks that's an own.
Listen, we got other guys, by the way. Rufio, ask Rufio or the Santa Cruz Joker if they think I'm obsessed with you, Mersh. Go ahead and ask Mr. Burgers if he thinks that you are our main guy.
Nobody respects you.
Mr. Burgers has received, you guessed it, several burgers to his place.
Farms don't respect you.
Hang on, I got to take this, a food mystery, obviously. Let me just take this back a little bit.
He decided to dedicate 4 years of his life to fucking with me, and he thinks that's an own. Nobody respects you. The farms don't respect you.
The farm, you're friends with them. That's the online, that's the e-celeb equivalent of calling Robert De Niro Bobby. The farms, they don't respect me. Mersh, you've got a thread. You know who doxed you, by the way? You know who the reason I have Royce's address? It's your buddy, The Farms. You know, the guys that you reported to the police for being part of the Christchurch massacre. The Farms. Oh no, the autistic retard. Please forgive me. I'm trying my best here. The autistic fatzos at The Farms don't respect me. Whatever will I do? Somebody get my smelling salts. I've got the vapors.
I mean, shit. When I didn't know who was coming after me and I got implicated in a crime, I told the cops everyone I thought it might be.
You can't start that sentence with, I mean shit, like you're about to say something cool that you did. We all made fun of you for that. That was bad. What you did was bad, and everyone agreed it was bad. You're a snitch and also a fairy. What you did was it was a little bit fey. It was elegant. What you did was elegant. And it was, by the way, a crime. You want to talk about crimes? Number one, I own the Nightwave trademark. Do you really want to do this? Do you want to go into lawsuit mode with the guy who owns the trademark name of your show? Do you really want to do that, Mersh? We should really explore that further as this food mystery continues. But I don't know that it's a great idea to act like calling the cops and because you got implicated, because someone said you did a crime, blaming everyone else you don't like falsely, and you know you're doing it falsely. I don't know if that's the methodology you want to take on all of this. But I could be wrong.
I even throw the farms in there, and they don't.
Yeah, that was bad. So he's admitting it. He's telling on himself.
I literally mentioned Kiwi Farms to a cop.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't hate me as much as they hate you.
They don't care about you. The difference is you're nobody to them. It's not that they hate me more. It's that if someone said, oh, Mersh, am I right? They would go, who? But you still have a thread. They doxed you. What are you talking about?
They despise you. Everyone
good.
Despises you. Your family.
Everyone. So here are the people who despise me. Kiwi Farms. Also, list over. That's everyone to Mersh. Does he name anybody else?
Hate you. They despise you. Everyone despises you. Your family despises you.
Oh, my family. Okay. Well, it was really nice of them to send you coleslaw despite the fact that they hate me.
Your life despises you.
My life despises me? That might be true.
You tweet on Twitter about how you have a wife and kids. You have none of these things.
Okay.
You got my address now, Jeff.
This is a man like at his wit's end. This is bad. We're watching a spin out. This is a man devolving in front of your eyes. When you start just saying stuff like, you're bad and actually your life is a lot. You better really, you better be praying to Jewish God, Satan. You better be praying that what you're saying is true. Otherwise, what do you got at this point?
Jesse, it's fine. That's great. It's fun. I got enough proof already that you leaked it again.
Can I just... Listen, all right, hang on a second. He's got enough proof I leaked it again. Ladies and gentlemen, I got to throw this one to the big board. Let's go. Okay. It's only recently occurred to me, by the way, that Mersh literally has a gigantic triangle behind him. Here's what Mersh has. I don't have a wife. I don't have kids, he says. Here's what we know Mersh has. A porch full of coleslaw and a bunch of stray cats he's stealing. Now, I don't know what the symbolism in Mersh's mind is about this triangle, but when I see it, I, of course, think about the triangulation of Mersh. I think about the kitties incident. I think about his most embarrassing foibles, his absolute worst endeavors, the biggest times we've ever made fun of him. I'm staring at this empty, this negative space. All I have is negative space. I stare at this negative space and I realize Mersh had to remove his chat because we cucked him so bad. Mersh was married. Mersh actually had a wife at one point, and she left him. She cheated on him with a black guy. 1 month into their marriage, left him. Remember his satanic wedding? He's been married before, so he seethes. He has a struggle session. He's wrestling with his own inner demons every time he thinks about me, Jesse, greatest guy, having a wife. That would kill him. Why would it kill him? Because he's been cucked before. And then Pod Awful comes along and just keeps cucking him. I keep doing the wrong thing. I just got rid of the big board. Sorry. Everything's new. What I was trying to do was this.
Pod Awful 1. Pod Awful 1.
We got a lot of new setups here. Let's bring the big board back, everybody. We love the big board, don't we? Everybody, the big board. Are we not fans of the big board? Who doesn't love the big board? I mean, look at this. Mersh bought a 55-inch TV and gloated about it on his stream. He said, I got a TV off of Amazon. It's 55. I'm a big boy now. I'm living a big boy's life. And then Pod Awful comes along and TV cucks him. I bought a 65-inch television as a joke to cuck Mersh. I sponsor cucked Mersh with CBDX. Mersh has been sitting in the cuck chair. He's one of these right-wing guys where the word cuck actually means something to him. He actually cares about that type of term. We remote control cucked Mersh on the show. We've cucked Mersh in so many ways, it's completely uncountable at this point. We can't keep up with it. So when I sit here and I realize, oh yeah, we chat cucked him. We made him permanently remove his chat by talking about his dead tooth, and what's been left in its place ever since? Why, it is, of course, a gigantic triangle, a monument to Mersh's cuckening. Mersh has never been more cucked than since Pod Awful came along. He wants to know, why do I obsess? So I'm so obsessed over Mersh. You're funny. I find you very funny, just not for the ways you intended, Mersh. You make me laugh. I can't stop myself. I see the triangle and I go, what am I supposed to do? Not think about you constantly? Not wonder about what silly thing you're going to do next? Oh, a Slawsuit is coming up? That's perfect. Here, I'll just take a look at your show. Oh, there's your penis. There's your little tiny triangle penis. There's Show Me Kitties laughing at your little tiny triangle penis. There it is right there. This is all I see. I can't take Mersh seriously. I can't take any threat from Mersh seriously ever, because every time you tune into Nightwave, there it is. There it is, laid bare and naked in front of you for all to see. The little tiny triangle. Mersh wants to talk about, oh, you're lying about having. If I was lying about having a wife, I would still be leagues ahead of you, Mersh, because at least I didn't get cucked. At least my wife didn't leave me after our satanic wedding. I wish that my life was as stupid and as simple as yours, Mersh. It would be so incredible to stumble my way through life, constantly making the wrong triangulated shaped decisions you make.
That you were...
Look at this. Look at this fucking negative space on here. It's unreal. It's unreal. I'm shaking my whole desk. I'm getting so mad at this. I got the big board just to make fun of Mersh. I bought a 65-inch TV. Boom, look, the big board. We love the big board. But listen, I get the big board. I put Mersh's big, stupid face up on it. And then there's all this shit over here. There's nothing. You know what? I got to hang on a second. We got to bring the telestrator back for a second. I realize my work here is not done. I can't look at all this empty space. It's killing me. What was the point of the henchman installing this thing if all I needed was this section right over here for your dumb, rotting pumpkin head, your graveyard mouth? I can't do it. I can't allow this to happen. All right, listen, I know. I tell you what, let's do it this way. We'll have fun with this. In the chat room, I'll keep playing this. Let me know what should go over top of Mersh's triangle. He hid the chat so that you can't make fun of him. He had to hide it. There's my chat right there. A permanent fixed screen on set for my chat room. I'm going to check the chat right here. Whatever you tell me to draw in Mersh's triangle, we'll draw it, okay? But let's keep listening.
Doing your little gay ops with you boys. And we also have proof of all the times you've done it before. There's a thing, Jesse, called a pattern of harassment.
A pattern of harassment, yeah.
While everybody else kept saying to me, Mersh, why do you keep putting, why are you just sitting back and putting up with this? Mersh, hey Mersh, what, I could do this,
Star
I could do
David,
that, and this and that. He's planning that, and then people are just saying like this. Just keep gathering.
Mersh would make you send in a super chat to do this, by the way. A dead tooth. Well, there's already one on screen.
Well, my
here.
third address that you've doxed.
Smoker's breath.
By the way, before you delete the tweets and start trying to like scrub shit, we archived it. Like we've been.
Oh no. No. You didn't archive it, did you? Because I've been busy deleting the tweet. It's been weeks. The tweets have been up for weeks. I'm not hiding anything. Now, here's the new move, by the way. What he's going to say now is, oh, actually, this is part of the 4D chess. Again, Mersh, we're over here playing checkers. Mersh is over here playing cross-eyed chess. Listen, we'll do one of these. Mersh is over here doing 4D chess. He was waiting for me to talk about this, you know? He needed me to bring up that I don't care and it's all a joke and stuff because this is all going into his lawsuit. This is 2D chess. He can't see it. I've drawn 2D chess because Mersh, obviously, if he was staring at a chessboard, I'm not sure he could see both colors of the squares. I'm not sure he could focus his eyes both ways. Okay, got it. Thank you. All right.
Jesse from Bot Awful has now bordered into, and it doesn't matter, pick a state, Florida state, Virginia state, it don't matter.
Virginia state.
You've now ventured into the realm of what has now been confirmed by several people I know, criminal harassment.
I love that. It's been, guys, it's confirmed. There you go. He asked some people. You know what he did? He actually did the Mersh Hedsberg way. He did the roundabout AIDS test. Oh, is this illegal? Well, I don't go to a lawyer and ask. I just ask a guy. I say, do you think this is illegal? No? Damn. Hey, do you think this is illegal? Yeah? Cool. He's doing roundabout law. He asked some guys.
The realm of what has now been confirmed by several people I know.
By several people you know? Don't you have lawyers? Wouldn't you just say a lawyer if it was a lawyer?
Criminal harassment.
Oh, okay. Well, that's confirmed. Guys, it's confirmed. Lock me up. It's confirmed. It's over.
Sorry.
He knows a guy who knows a guy. Yeah, exactly. He went to see a man about a horse. It's over.
You know, you like the LARP is, I have a wife and a kid. You
Who taught this man the word LARP? He should not know the word LARP.
You have a Discord fan that, honestly, I don't even think that bitch is real. I think you ran like 16 like, by the way, let's see that fucking hoe without filters. Because that's either a made-up woman.
Wait, is she made up? Are there photos of her that you've seen with filters, or is she made up? Which is it? It can't be both.
That's either.
It's just me. I'm just face-apping myself as a chick. I'm Snapchatting myself with the lady filter on. Hey, guys, it's me, Jesse's wife. Dinner.
You're a woman whose photo you stole and ran through so many filters that...
She's been on the show. My children have been on the show.
You know, the Google image reverse search won't figure it out.
This is... Boy. Mersh is going to have a heart attack when this case goes into discovery.
Or you really have right wife and kids. Like,
okay, yeah, let's see. Did I go through all that effort and lie and lie and lie? Or is it real? You're saying those are the options? Okay, I'm going to go with the real. I choose real. I actually asked some guys. Listen, I confirmed this with a few people, and they're real. I confirmed it with Kelsey's mom. I confirmed it with her sisters and her brother. I confirmed it with her dad. I confirmed it with the reverend who married us. I confirmed it with the doctors who helped her give birth to our twins, Gregory and Nathaniel.
One of two things is real. One is you're either faking and still doing your gay ass Peter Pan shit on the internet, or you do have a wife and kids, which is something you said to somebody in my thing recently.
What is it? No, okay, so Mersh is real drunk. Obviously, Mersh is stumbling a little bit. He's having a tough time with this one. I don't know what he's talking about. This is something I said in his thing real quick recently. Okay.
You're committing crimes now.
Lying about having a wife is now a crime.
Part of the reason I always sat back, it's always just let him.
One day, Mersh is going to pass away alone in his cuck apartment. The police are going to break in. The old woman who owns the duplex she's going to outlive him, by the way. She's 90. She's going to have to call the police and say, there's a foul odor coming from next door. And the police are going to say, oh, is that this address? And she's going to go, yeah. And they're going to say, yeah, no, that place always stinks. That's Mersh's place. And she's going to go, no, this is different. It's even worse smelling. They're going to kick the door down, and Mersh's bloated, rotting corpse is going to be sitting there. And he's going to be discovered with one of those, not a real doll, but one of those really shitty off-brand Michael Wright style ones where the foam at the joints is breaking. You can see inside the cyber skin underneath.
Let him keep going.
Mersh's death is going to be more embarrassing than David Carradine's and less dignified.
Am I going to lash out at every little thing? Do I lash out at some things sometimes? Of course. Part of my nature. It's part of my gimmick.
Oh, God. Okay. The next guy who says gimmick, the next wrestling guy who brings up their gimmick or someone else's gimmick, this gimmick word is dead. All right? It's as dead as cope. It's as dead as seethe. It's as dead as grift. I don't want to hear wrestling terms one more time in my life. Not even ironically.
Cutting heel.
And that's... Oh my... You got to be kidding me.
Of course.
What is he about to say here?
Part of my nature. It's part of my gimmick. Cutting heel promos.
Cutting heel promos. You're a baby! You know why your wife left you? Being into wrestling as an adult is more embarrassing than being into Star Wars. Okay? And I know who Nine Numb is. I had an argument the other day with a fat person about Yaddle. I would rather, all day long, I would rather have a conversation with someone about the Form 7 Vapod of lightsaber styles than ever hear kayfabe or cutting heels or promoing our gimmicks ever again. You're a baby. You're a baby. But we have fun here. This is just a laugh.
On the audience.
You know what? That's the thing. The new move. Here's my gimmick, okay? Hey, it's my gimmick. I'm 50 years old and I believe Hulk Hogan did something once. Here's my gimmick. I just boiled wrestling down to Hulk Hogan did something once. Here's my gimmick, okay? Every time I hear about wrestling, you have to hear about Star Wars. We're getting McClunky on this bitch.
Differences as I sat back for on the audience. It's part of my gimmick.
Oh, really? Well, can I tell you about Sebulba? He was, of course, the Doug racer at the Bunta Classic Eve pod racing event that took place in the Phantom Menace, which was, of course, in 32 BBY. That's before the Battle of Yavin.
Cutting heel promos.
Oh, you were cutting heel promos? I remember when Darth Vader cut a heel promo when he went up against his protege, Starkiller. That was quite the
audience.
I didn't even know where I was going with that one.
The difference is...
This is kind of like Jabba the Hutt cutting a promo right now. Hanbibuki. Tewanawanga.
As I sat back for 3, maybe 4 years now while you've been stalking me and being a fucking creep.
Okay, so you're officially a girl. You're officially a girl. You're calling this stalking. Okay, then what you do to Owen Benjamin is stalking. Then what you do to Dayton Hypernova is stalking. What you do to that James Clark guy is stalking. You're a stalker. Mersh is a stalker. You're committing crimes. And I know they're crimes because I checked with some guys. I'll check in with the chat room in a minute here and see. Is Mersh a stalker? Is he, technically speaking, an actual illegal criminal?
And I've been constantly going, nah.
Oh my God. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. We got to get rid of the telestrator here because I believe that Mersh has revealed himself in a way he has never been revealed before. When you watch Mersh on the big board, it changes you. I want you to pay. I want you to be this dude, the people who make fun of my teeth. This dude made fun of Alan Powell's mouth. He called him Captain Crunch teeth. I want you to focus in on this little thing right here. His dick sucker. You're running your dick sucker. By the way, not a dick sucker you want to use. That would be like running your cock through a cheese grater. Look at this.
Back for 3, maybe 4 years now while you've been stalking me and being a
He's got a middle tooth. One of his teeth is just in the middle of his mouth.
Fucking creep. And
look at that. Look at that. There's the reason. There's the reason you're not allowed to see the chat no more. Okay? Let's zoom in on the big board here. Hi. Hello. Hi. Jesse. Hi. Okay. There you go. Dead tooth. Dead tooth. Let's start a chant. Dead tooth, dead tooth, dead tooth, dead tooth, dead tooth, dead tooth, dead tooth. Don't you feel haunted looking at this? Don't you feel like a spirit's about to pop out? One of Michael Jackson's friends is about to come out of his ancient grave.
Been constantly going, no. Ask anybody, because you've sent people to.
This is whiter looking on my screen than it actually is, by the way. Like my color correction, something Mersh doesn't know how to do, is actually helping Mersh out a great deal here. There's a skin tag.
Me personally to probe me and see.
Whoa, what?
See how I feel about it. I go, no.
Whoa, hang on a second. Let's run that back a little bit. There. Let's go. Dead tooth, they're saying in the chat. And by the way, the chat confirmed, Mersh, I asked some guys, apparently you are legally a stalker. You see how he's got a middle tooth there? Like Tom Cruise. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. That tooth is in the middle of his head. Hang on, right there. You see that? It's in the middle. That's right below where the philtrum would be if he didn't have the worst case of fetal alcohol syndrome a whore could ever give to her child. Let's just roll that back a little bit. This is what we call bean footage. There it is. There it is. Ah! Mersh learned from his cats to hiss. Okay. There you go. Ah! Show Me Kitties took one breath of that and said, you know what? Let me just blow a fart on your neck. How about we just blow raspberries on each other instead? Dead tooth, gay vampire, they're calling him. He does have, listen, I got fangs too. I have like real sharp incisors. But look at that. Mersh has got, actually, that looks like Mersh had a normal shaped tooth and then a part broke off of it and it became pointy. Later in life, his teeth changed later in life.
How I feel about it. I go, nah, just let him keep going.
Oh, take a sip, buddy.
I would
you
be
earned
extremely careful about how you proceed going forward.
Oh, okay. I would be extremely. Am I being careful? Am I being careful enough? This dude thought he could threaten me to not make fun of him anymore. That's what this is. This is all a misguided and horrific attempt to stop being made fun of. Mersh thought this would do it. Mersh thought I'd be so scared I'd be deleting tweets. And while he's doing that, while he's saying I'd be careful with how you proceed from now on, I'm just zoomed in on his graveyard.
Because the most recent intrusion is one of the most provable. And I'm talking to the maintenance guys at my old apartment complex, who I'm on very friendly terms with.
Wait a second. What? Hang on a second now. Mersh said that the maintenance guys at his old place were pissed because of the concrete. Now he's on good terms with it. I thought he didn't get a security what?
Oh, this is the best part. I don't get this bit that they were doing because I never got it, but they were sending cement.
You don't get it? What is there to, how do you not get it? We didn't send cement. That's putting a little light. That's on the level of a food mystery. A food mystery. No. We didn't send cement. The henchman sent Mersh 1 ton of concrete. You don't get it? You don't understand what's funny about that? You received a ton of concrete. So let me just be clear here, okay? Let's look at things Mersh gets. Let's just be very, very careful about. Let's be very careful about this going forward. Things that Mersh gets. Wrestling, okay? Not a good start. Now, here's something he got. He got $375. He understood why Mike David sent him $375. Here's where he stops understanding stuff. $1 more than that. $376 just suddenly didn't make any sense to him. And where he really draws the line, 1 ton of concrete. How do you not get that? What is there to get about that?
I don't get this bit that they were doing because I never got it, but they were sending cement.
No. We weren't sending it in one big load. We gave you a ton of concrete. And according to Mersh, this was a big, big problem for him. But now that he thinks he's 4D chest pot awful out of existence, he thinks he's about to slam dunk on me. Watch the story change.
Like, I came home to 2 things of cement when I was off vacation. Like,
it was not 2 Oh my God. I wish I had it pulled up here in front of me. 2 things of cement. It was a humongous pallet full.
A while back, like last year, and I was like, I don't know what this is, whatever. But you sent it to the hood. The same shitty project housing that you thought that like people were gonna get Mersh kicked out of his Section 8 housing.
We don't want you kicked out of Section 8. Are you kidding me? Number one, every time you move, we got to find the new address, obviously. But number two, I don't want anything bad ever happening to you. I don't want you living on... it would be funny if you lived in your car again, actually. I take back what I said. Never mind.
But like the maintenance guy went up to me and went, you know, there's all this cement here and we kind of need it. And it was in your name or whatever. Can we have it?
Are you kidding me? This is the new rewriting of history. Mersh is now claiming that we just happened to send 1 ton of concrete and his apartment building needed it. Oh, okay. Now, that puts a little bit of a damper on your point, though, which is we did you a favor. I have a feeling you're going to keep doing that throughout this.
And I was like, yeah. It was never like, I don't know what that cement. If you're saying it was sent to me, then if you're saying it's mine and it's mine legally to give to you, then I am happily blessing that to you free of charge. You guys got me out of my security deposit.
Liar. Big time lie alert. Lie alert. We've got a lie alert on our hands here. Okay, I don't know what to do. This is such a big lie, I don't know how to handle it. We got you out of your security deposit. There is footage of Mersh on Nightwave saying that he is going to war with his old place, with the Section 8 apartment, the Jasmine Home Apartments. He's going to war with them because they did not return his security deposit. Look at him laugh to himself here with these little feelings, these little make-em-ups he's doing.
You guys got me out of my security deposit.
I don't even know how to handle that. I want somebody to clip this part of this episode right here and put it back to back with Mersh talking about his security deposit war, with his talking about how the maintenance guys hated him. And I know the maintenance guys hated him because I've talked to his maintenance guys before. I guess Mersh never wondered why he came back from Vegas. There were no light bulbs in his apartment. But the maintenance guys aren't big fans of Mersh. You didn't get out of your security deposit. You're at war. He said it would be a never-ending war. He told Tammy, I remember her name. He told Tammy from Jasmine Home Apartments that bitch, she has no idea what's coming to her. And then, of course, we never heard about it again because Mersh is a cuck, because Mersh is an ineffectual loser, and nothing's ever going to happen. I wonder if that's portentous for tonight's subject. Look at him. He's so pleased with himself. He thinks he's really pulled one over on us. He's gotten us with this one. And it's just a lie.
Stop.
It's a lie that anyone with the vaguest memory of his show, like obviously the Alcoholics Anonymous crowd, the children of divorce in his crowd, they're too vaped up in the membrane. They're too always pleasure, never pained to have any memory of anything that's ever happened on Nightwave before. All they remember is they subscribed. They get the notification. They go, I guess I watch this show. And then they tune in every night and go, this guy's just like me. And then the next night, they've completely forgotten about it. I know this is true, by the way, because anytime I get somebody gunt guarding Mersh, anytime a butt huffer shows up to protect the queen, I always ask them, name something funny Mersh has said or done, and they've never been able to do it. Actually, one guy said it was funny when he gave all those Christmas cards to the caged ladies, to the women in prison. That was me! I made him do that. That's my prank. So, what's the funniest thing Mersh has ever done? get pranked by Pod Awful. His own fans obviously wouldn't remember him saying the stuff about the security deposit. But anybody else, and by the way, the majority of Mersh's audience, the people making fun of him, we all remember.
Whatever you're doing, because you're always endearing people to me. And now I can go back and I'm going to speak with them and go, hey, you remember when I was talking about this? And yeah, remember that? The last couple of years, I've just sat back and dealt with it.
Yeah, because you don't have any other choice. That's your life. You have to do that. Why? Because of Dick Masterson? Yeah, because we brought Dick Masterson on for That wasn't it. That's not it at all. I did a parody. You know, I'm getting too angry about it. I find this very funny. Obviously, I'm sort of being threatened in this video. So my response to this video is coming off a little angrier than I actually am. I find this joyous. This is a joyful occasion for me. This is content delivered on a silver platter for me. This is a beautiful thing. So forgive me if I sound a little miffed during all of this, because in reality, I'm running around the moon base screaming, "Ah!" I'm having the best time. But I do realize that in a way, Mersh is sort of trying to threaten me here. You know, he's Slapranos, Bony Soprano style, trying to say that he's going to do something to me. So in the way that I'm having to address him when he says these things, obviously it's a little bit defensive. There's no defense needed here. Mersh can't do anything.
Last couple of years, I've just sat back and dealt with it.
He has to sit back and deal with it. Mersh thinks that I am on his case because he had Dick Masterson on his show. It has nothing to do with that. Mersh, buddy, defamation is only defamation if it's not true. Mersh, here's the thing. I did a parody of Revenge of the Sis on my show, and Mersh lost it. He went to his Discord and he told his fans famously, give him nothing. This is the message that we were given. We were told by people in his Discord, Mersh is pissed at this parody you did. It was a lighthearted, fun parody. Much like the fun I'm having inside my head right now, I thought he would laugh it off. He didn't. He declared war on me, Tammy style. And now here we are. What really happened is Mersh couldn't take a joke. And that shouldn't be surprising to you because, obviously...
Tink, 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 tink. Tink, 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 tink.
Sorry, I've redone the Miami sound machine. I don't know where any of the sounds are anymore. Mersh can't take a joke. So yeah, you sat back and took it. What were you going to do? Something creative? Something funny? No! That would require effort. Somebody had to put together your triangle set for you. You didn't even know how a green screen worked. I was doing this. I had your setup in 2009. I did that in my bedroom as a child. You can't figure out something better than this as an adult man who claims to be successful. You didn't have to sit back and take it theoretically. Theoretically, you could have done a Pod Awful parody. You could have made fun of me and all the stupid things I've done. Millhip tried to do it. Remember when Millhip did their god-awful parody? Does anybody recall that? Gay and Fat Millhip. This was back when Gay Millhip was still with his girlfriend, Fat Millhip. And this is the old term for fat, which means a big guy, and not the new term for fat, which means a guy like Millhip. These terms are getting confusing. The euphemism treadmill is hard to keep up with. They did this parody in order to defend Mersh against me. I did a parody of Mersh. They did a parody of me. It was awful. It was so bad. But at least they tried. At least there was some effort. At least something happened. So Mersh is sitting here saying, yeah, he sat back and he took it. He took it.
The last couple of years, I've just sat back and dealt with it.
what else would you do? What would you do? What are you gonna do? What could you do?
And I've had everybody.
I'm not dating Hypernova, a literal trans fat person. I'm not JRC, a literal fat person. Okay? Who is one other? A Drazdia. I'm not one of these people. You don't know how to pick on people your own size, huh? Anyone?
I think now is a perfect time to come out and say that I am a gay man.
Okay, so anyway.
From my own staff to...
I hope we're having fun. I hope everybody's having fun. Let's have fun. Let's enjoy this.
Other people from other brands and other creators go, well, you just keep putting up with that from them.
Other brands. Build that brand 300% bigger. People from other brands are telling Mersh to do so. What do you mean? You're getting contacted by Nike? They're like, all right, picture this. Air Jordan? How about Ground Mersh? What do you mean you're getting contacted by brands? The people at Rumble won't even return your calls. By the way, congratulations to Mersh and to Royce, aka Moise. Revenge of the Sis has a video with 1 million views on Rumble. They said it could never be done, and they were right. Why does Mersh show his butt crack? Because the Emperor wears no clothes. But anyway, congratulations to you guys. You're killing it.
I was waiting for you to create a pattern, Jeff.
Uh-oh, he's beginning to notice patterns.
I have autism. I can't help it.
Ah, yes. I see you finally established your pattern, and now my plan will come into motion. This is Mersh is creating some sort of Rube Goldberg device. Emphasis on Rube, by the way. A Rube Goldberg device. Emphasis on Goldberg, by the way. A Rube Goldberg device in order to get me. A food mystery.
Jesse. I was waiting for you to create a pattern.
This is embarrassing. It's been weeks. This was said weeks. I'm so glad that this episode is happening now. How much funnier is it with all of this time in between? I should have waited 2 more years. Give it 2 more years, Jules. I should have waited 2 more years to do this episode.
I'm a fag.
Hang on a second now. We don't say those terms.
And now that I'm at my
He's becoming the puzzle master. That's an old school reference.
This is the 3rd resident.
Mersh and Kyle triangulate together.
I've lived in which
Mersh is a leopard waiting to pounce.
You already publicly, don't even run back and start deleting your history. We got enough screenshots.
If anything, I've made the history way worse since then.
It's very clear.
What do you have screenshots of? What does that even mean? We have screenshots of what? Here you go, officer. Here's the screenshot. I don't understand what I'm looking at. I'm a police officer. That's called Discord, officer. What's happening in it? They're saying they're going to send me coleslaw. And then they lock up Mersh for having bad breath.
You're a fucking psycho weirdo who has had a borderline sexual obsession with me. And we got DMs.
I'm the king of comedy, they say in the chat. That is true, but now I'm known as Kid Comedy. Wait. Hang on a second. I was zoning out there for a second. What did he just say?
Had enough screenshots. It's very clear. You're a fucking psycho weirdo who has had a borderline sexual obsession with me.
Okay, I didn't have this planned and ready to go. Hang on a second. Let me bring up Angie's channel, Pod Awful Savage Clips, real quick. I have a border every time. This is why doing an episode about Mersh is so difficult. I am having fun. This is funny to me, but I know Mersh is sitting there squirshing in his pants over me every time he brings me up. He makes it sexual somehow. Angie just put out a clip for this is for Women's History Month. This is a great clip. Go check out Pod Awful Savage clips, by the way. These videos are all very funny and very amazing, and this one in particular, you got to see the whole thing. I'm just gonna play you the very end of this one real quick, because who is sexual for who exactly in this scenario? I'm not so sure. Let's take a look here.
Lightwave radio. You are bro.
So this video, it's all of Mersh's fails with women, but then Angie caps it off in the best way. Check this out.
Broken inside. How, lady? It's so.
Hang on, I got to get to the end on this one. Didn't have this prepared. All right,
A million times trying, like, maybe there's a gem in here.
Let's see the hole Mersh is digging himself into again.
You didn't call anybody. You didn't inform anybody. By the way, Shiok's loving the play.
This is not, I know this is an edit, a random edit, but this is not altered in any way. This is a real quote from Mersh.
Again.
You didn't call anybody. You didn't inform anybody. By the way, Shiok's loving the Blair White issue. Completely missing the point altogether, which is that, let's be honest, ask most women and most men if they'd rather fuck Blair White or Jesse from Pod Awful. Pretty sure the majority of them probably tell you Jesse. Looks like probably good for a good cocksucking.
What? Okay, so Mersh actually has had sexual thoughts about me. It's on record.
Jesse. Ask most women and most men if they'd rather fuck Blair White or Jesse from Pod Awful. Pretty sure the majority of them probably tell you Jesse.
If that wasn't so long, that would be a drop on the soundboard. Absolutely.
White or Jesse from Pod Awful. Pretty sure the majority of them probably tell you Jesse.
I mean, he really said that. I'm the one. I have a borderline sexual obsession with. Are you insane? If it's between me and a trans person, a trans person, and another beautiful actual woman like Blair White, you're picking me, the shooter.
Looks like
Okay, so this, I just had to play that because Mersh, nobody has made this more sexual than you. It actually frightens me to cover Mersh because I know he's having private thoughts about me, natural, illustrative thoughts about me.
A weirdo who has had a borderline sexual obsession with me.
I should sue him. They're right. They're saying sue him now. I should sue Mersh over this. You know, Mersh, you can't keep getting away with sexually harassing me. And you can call it sexual trolling like Alex Stein all you want. But this has been I have been sitting back, doing nothing. We've established a pattern now. There's been a long food mystery style established pattern, a pattern of crimes I've asked around, of you sexualizing me against my will. Telling people you want to have sex with me, you want to get sucked and fucked, you want to hang and bang with me, you want to link up with me. I should report you to the police over this. I feel violated. I feel violator from Spawned.
And we got DMs. We got
DMs. He's got DMs.
We got DMs.
It's never been said before. He's got DMs. How are you even going to take that into the police? They're not going to know what they're looking. It's like that photo that was made by an AI where there's no identifiable objects inside the picture. A DMP.
We got Discord screenshots. We've got this. We've got that. We've got a lot on you, buddy.
Well, Mersh can never make a full list. For a guy establishing a pattern, he has never successfully made a full list. It's always thing number 1, okay. Thing number 2, really pushing it, really stretching it. And then number 3, a bunch of stuff. Imagine if you were writing for BuzzFeed or Cracked. You turned in that listicle. You'd be fired immediately.
What we're going to be doing is filing for a pattern of criminal harassment.
He's filing for a pattern. Well, what I'll be doing is going down to Joann Fabrics and buying a pattern myself. What do they call that? A tartan. I'll be looking into a tartan. Now, don't get any ideas just because I'm wearing a kilt, Mersh. I know you find me sexy.
I know what people think. Oh, LOLSUIT, this and that. No.
That's awesome. Now, how crazy is it? Mersh thinks our entire beef, supposed beef, the only beef between me and Mersh, by the way, is the stuff we send him from McDonald's. But he thinks it's all hanging on Dick Masterson's appearance on his show. And now Mersh is being accused in his own chat room of starting a new LOLSUIT. LOLSUIT number 2. You think Dick Masterson hates Pod Awful, hates me. He cannot stand me, wishes me dead, just like Ethan, Ralph, just like Mersh. You think for an instant Dick would be on your side? Dick would want to help you out when it comes to this lawsuit? Do you think he'd ever appear on your show again if you actually started a lawsuit with me, a LOLSUIT with me? Do you know how stupid you sound?
I'm going to get you convicted.
I'm going to literally kill you. I think we have, do we have that one?
I'm going to literally kill you. So this and that. No.
That's a crime.
I'm going to get you convicted. I'm going to literally kill you.
That's a crime right there.
Of criminal harassment.
Look at, he's so proud of himself. It's like he just watched Better Call Saul for the first time, and now he thinks you know what it is? Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a new guy that Mersh is. We have a new Mersh. Enter Lawyer Mersh. It's finally happened. Cop Mersh, Lawyer Mersh. I mean, we all saw it from a mile away, but we're in it. We're living it now.
And when I finally get a conviction on you for criminal harassment, which, by the way, it's a level 1 misdemeanor, the bar is very low on getting that case fucking solved.
Now he thinks it's detective work, getting a case solved. He doesn't. Listen, I think Mersh might have fallen asleep to Law and Order and woke up just dreaming about this. He thought that he had really cracked the case on this one. Sherlock fucking Bones over here.
Once the criminal case is concluded.
Look at the little hand thing. I can't stand when he starts getting dainty. We're dealing with dainty Mersh, everybody. His little hand, I don't know how well you can even see it. It's kind of hidden behind his microphone there. But he starts getting frisky when he comes up with these ideas to do these ways of trying to challenge somebody or fight back, he gets real dainty. His pinky, he literally puts it up like he's sipping tea in the 1700s.
Once the criminal case is concluded.
I gotta hang on a second. I gotta make sure you guys can see this. Okay, all right, look at that. Look at the little hand motion here.
Once the criminal case is concluded, the civil case will come next. And I also have the clips of you and your dad on your show encouraging you to do it. So guess what?
What? You have clips of my dad encouraging me to do that? That's an insane thing to have. But how long has it been since there was an episode of my show where my dad was on? You've saved a clip of my dad just in case this happens? What are you talking about? My dad? Rather infamously, I had my dad on one time and he said, I hate bullies. I think we had just made the tagline of the show, Bully the Internet. And then I invite my dad on for Father's Day. And I was like, what do you think of bullies, Dad? And he goes, I hate bullies. I hate them. And I'm like, but Mersh has clips saved. I'm sexual. You're saving my dad. You've got a file on my dad on your computer. And Mersh is the guy who's like saying, Porcelain's got a file on me. Porcelain saving photos and videos of me? Really? Kinda gay. A little gay. Don't you think that's kinda... I mean, Porcelain, I've heard some things. You know, Owen Benjamin called you. Mersh has been saving my dad on his phone. Who saves my dad? This has never been done to me before, as far as I know. You've got my dad?
I'm going to sue you once the criminal case is concluded.
Yeah, once this everybody. Don't call it a lawsuit. Don't call it a lawsuit. But here's the thing. I know what I'm doing. Okay. Do I seem like a guy who doesn't know how to do this? Don't call it. I see the chat. The chat. I've talked to several guys about this one. Okay. Look at me. Look at me. I think I know if something's a criminal. First we go criminal, okay? Then it's, by the way, Mersh has had a lawsuit before. I don't know if everybody knows about this, but Mersh doesn't have the best track record when it comes to a lawsuit. Mersh, when Revenge of the Sis first started, when Nightwave first started, Mersh was in the middle of a lawsuit, as a matter of fact. Mersh sued the famous strip club that he worked at, that he's always yapping about, like, oh man, he used to run that place. Well, when he left, he had a bit of a disagreement with them. And there's actually news articles about this. We've gone over this in the show, but in case you missed it, Mersh actually sued them for kind of an unbelievable reason, for a guy who has multiple hours of himself making fun of black people and talking about how they're destroying America and the Jews and society. Mersh sued the strip club he worked at for committing the crime of discrimination. Not discrimination against him. No. Mersh is a hero to the black woman out there. The woman out there just trying to feed her kids. What would you do if your son was at home, crying all alone on the bedroom floor because he's hungry? And the only way to feed him is to sleep with Mersh for literally no money. But he gave me bones. Now my kid's smoking bones now, in and out of lockdown. I ain't got my Mersh now. So, according to Mersh, in his vexatious lawsuit, his first LOLSUIT, Mersh claims that the owner of the establishment told him to stop hiring so many black girls because they stink up the joint. And Mersh said, "Nuh-uh, chief. No way, no how." And I know why he did it. Why would Mersh care? Mersh, who hates black people, who calls them, what does he call them? Like criminal mischief party goers or whatever, mischief makers. He's always got a new term for black people because he's just not allowed to say N-word enough. Mersh, who hates black people, why does he hire only black women at the strip club? Why does every stripper he hires, why is she black? Because those are the ones who will sleep with him for pennies on the dollar. So he wanted to hire them because he needed to use their services. Why did he need to use their services? Because he's a cuck. Because he can't get laid. Because no one would ride that triangle. There was no show me kitties yet. Revenge of the Sis had just started. So he needed to procure a dark woman of the night, a student of the night, okay? He needed the seasoning police to come and season that triangle. And his boss said, "Hey, listen, man, I mean, you know, 1 or 2 tokens, that's fine, but people keep vomiting in the aisles here at the strip club. Everybody keeps puking because you keep hiring these crack whores. These ghetto gaggers keep showing up, and we can't stay open. Like, I can't stay in business if no one wants to watch the ladies strip." And this is, I mean, you know, we're talking a few years back. There's not enough Zoomers out there to make it worth having big butt ladies. This was in a time where white guys were still into boobs. before the hormones in the water and the astrazine or whatever it's called, the fluoride. This is before guys were so fluoridated that they were more attracted to butts than boobs. What's your favorite part of a boob? The hole, nigga, the butthole. So guys didn't want to see a big butt woman with pancake fucking flapjack titties. They didn't want to see a ghetto egg on a nail flapping around. They wanted to see a nice, beat up, crack whore, white woman. It's a slight step up. That's not my choice. That's just what they say in Florida. So the guy said, you can't hire these ghetto gaggers anymore, Mersh. And Mersh said, fuck you. I'm doing it anyway. So they fired him. Because they needed more white people. And I believe that's actually where Mersh worked. I mean, listen, we're talking the depths of Ybor City. Where Mersh is working, a white girl is a diversity hire. They're doing something for the minorities out there where Mersh was working. So Mersh sued over that. He wanted to be a hero to the black people. How did that lawsuit go? Well, he lost. He lost everything. He spent a bunch of money on a stupid, idiotic lawsuit. And then what did he do? This is when the grint began. Nightwave had just started, just begun. Mersh goes onto Nightwave and goes, well, I've been telling you guys about my lawsuit against my former employer, and it hasn't been going well. It didn't exactly go my way. And all of a sudden, ding, ding, $2 from Homo Trolleus, $2 from Ghost House, $5 from Trollita, $15 from Zen Rhino. All starts rolling in, and Mersh gets dollar signs in his eyes. Well, gets a dollar sign in this eye, and then like half of an S. He gets like the dollar sign. You know how a dollar sign sometimes has two lines going through it? That's in one eye. Then he's got the one line in the other. I don't know. What is it, the two-line dollar sign, by the way? You only ever see that on a pimp's necklace. So Mersh starts getting pimp necklaces in his eyes, and he realizes this Nightwave thing could be pretty lucrative. We are currently Pod Awful is currently the victim of yet another in a long line, but of a very historic form of Mersh Nightwave grints.
Just shut up. I'm going to pursue a criminal case, which is a misdemeanor, which is an easy fucking conviction. Then I'm going to take it to civil court. And then I'm going to play all the clips of you and your old ass dad encouraging you in your dreams while he funded you.
My dad is funding this. This is where you have to wake up to reality, Mersh. This is where you've got to give up the wrestle, the cope. I hate using that word, but it's what it is. There's no better term for it. Cope is dead except in Mersh's brain because he's mentally homeless. He needs a reason Pod Awful can do this, and Mersh is still stuck with the triangle background. My old ass dad. Here's the thing, Mersh. You're jealous that I have parents. For the vast majority of human beings out there, that's normal. Maybe not for the ghetto gaggers you're hiring at the strip club, but having a dad is pretty normal. Mersh, of course, said his dad was a lol cow. He called his own dad the neighborhood, the town lol cow. Just because I've got a dad and he's old doesn't mean I'm having to procure his services. And let me be very fucking clear about this, okay? because we got a lot of video ahead of us. I might have to break this up into 2 episodes at this point. There are 4 videos, and we're still in the first one. This has been going forever. I don't know. Let me know in the chat room. Should we just keep this going? Should we break this up? Maybe we got to make some of this pizza fund only. I'm not sure. But let me be very clear, and then it's going to be smooth sailing from here on out, okay? I'm not going to defend anything after this. We're just going to laugh at the delusions of a middle-aged drunk from here on out, right after this. Very clear about this, okay, Mersh? Come in close. Come in. Get in here. Get in real close. Not closer, closer, closer. I don't live off of my dad. You live off of Royce's. Mersh, you slept on couches forever. You slept in Royce's spare bedroom forever. Who bought Royce's house? I gotta hear about trust funds from all of these idiots, from every single one of these goons who can't figure it out, who their own lives are such misery, they just cannot get over it. How does Potoffle have a moon base? He must have a trust fund. You don't know what a trust fund is, but I'll tell you who you can ask, Mersh. You can ask Royce, who you lived off of. You can ask Alex Stein, who absolutely had a trust fund and is your best pal. And you can ask, and this is undeniable, you can ask the guy that made all this happen, your buddy Dick Masterson. Those are the 3 guys I know with trust funds. But let me be very clear. A trust fund isn't a magical blank check that just works forever. That's not what a trust fund is. And I only know this because I had to look it up. You know why? Because I'm fucking poor. Not now. I'm not poor now. But I grew up poor. My dad is poor. My dad has a trust fund for me? Are you insane? My dad is funding this nonsense. He doesn't know what any of this is. My dad can't use the internet. Every time you've clipped my dad on my show, weirdo, creepy stalker, every time you've done that, do you know what the effort, the Herculean effort it took to get my dad on the show to figure out how to do that? It's literally just calling on the phone. It's not on Skype. This isn't Minnie Manson we're talking about. And it's still a hurdle. He doesn't know what the internet is. My dad is still using AOL. He's buying this stuff. How would I justify that to him? Do you think these are poor people's thoughts? Again, Mersh is mentally homeless. A poor person, Mersh is permanently poor. All right, this is the new term we're going to use. In fact, it applies to his audience really well, actually. These are permanently poor people because they can never get out of the mindset of poor. I grew up poor. I grew up low middle class, low middle class. Probably sometimes, and I just didn't know it, probably less than that. My parents, right before I was born, lived in a trailer, okay? I never lived in a trailer, but my parents are trailer trash. They lived in a trailer because they couldn't afford a house at first. And my dad saved up and bought a house. And then I lived in that house growing up. I didn't know I was poor, but I was poor. I was poor. My dad worked his ass off to make sure I didn't know it, which is what a good dad does. Your dad drank himself to death. Royce's dad is a rich immigrant who bought his son a house and bought him, probably his car, everything. He bought him everything. And you, having a dead dad, had to grift off of another guy's dad. You actually somehow dad cucked Royce, which the only person Mersh could ever cuck in his entire lifetime is Royce, because there's no bigger cuck in the world. We all know that. We've heard the Star Wars call. So I had to look up what a trust fund was, because I kept hearing this term. Everybody who hates me, Mike David also has a trust fund. I had to hear this term over and over again. I didn't know what it was. Mentally poor people permanently poor people don't know how money works. They don't know how these things work. They think you're just permanently rich. Once you're rich forever. You don't have to think about these things. You know how a rich guy stays rich? He knows where his money goes. If my dad were rich, you think he would just blindly buy these things for me? You think he'd let me buy a joke TV to make fun of you? Do you really think that? That's not what rich people do. Okay? They don't just poo-poo their money away. My dad can't write off a giant joke TV purchase on his taxes. You know who can? Me! Which one of us is more likely to do something like that? Mersh is permanently poor. He doesn't know how money works. He can never hold on to it for long enough to know how it works. Mersh could be making... Listen, Mersh lied on the kill stream that one time and said he's making $20,000 a month. Obviously not true. Mersh makes about... I'd say he probably makes about $5,000 a month off of his show, which might sound like a lot to you, but he should be doing way, way better than that. But I'll tell you how much money he holds on to a month. And the answer is zero. Zero. Why do you think he needs to come up with this cat grift, this cat lady stream he's trying to do? He needs the extra money. Why do you think he has to beg online? The reason I can take months and months to take money and invest it back into this show is because I know how to hold and use money. I came from poor, but I'm not permanently poor. From now on, when you hear these sick losers bring up trust funds, these jealous losers, don't bother pointing out that Alex Stein is a trust fund kid, Royce is a trust fund kid, Dick Masterson's a trust fund kid. Don't bother. They'll never understand that. It doesn't mean anything to him. He lived off of it and he doesn't understand that. Don't bother. Laugh at him and call him poor. Even if you're poor, you're probably less poor mentally than Mersh or any of these people. There is no greater sign that you will never make it in this world than looking in someone else's pocket and going, oh, your dad must have paid for that. Oh, you've got money? How'd you do that? Magic? I mean, that's what he's saying. Because a guy who doesn't understand what a trust fund is, that's magic to him. It's the same. Listen, you show a cell phone to an uncontacted African tribes member, and that's God, basically, right? He looks at that and he's like, oh, unga bunga dunga dookie. And his bone, if Mersh did that, number one, he'd be chewing on the guy's sternum. What is it? Not sternum. What is this called? What is this thing called? Why can't I think of that word? Where the girls, the red flag that girls get, the piercing that girls get here. What the fuck is that thing called? Mersh would be sucking on the bone right there. You go to an contacted tribes member and you show him a cell phone. That bone's going to be blowing out of his nose. His grass skirt's going to fly back. He's never seen that before. Your upper lip bud. Septum. Thank you. Septum. Sternum. Yeah, I've got a bone in my sternum too. So you show them that they're completely blown away by it. Mersh, when he sees money well spent, it's the same thing as seeing God's face. He can't comprehend it. It's like seeing an actual angel, a spinning wheel of eyeballs and wings on fire, so bright and so holy, so glorious, you can't fully comprehend it. That's money to Mersh. Mersh can't comprehend it. Money is magic to him. Why do you think the 375, 376 jokes worked on him so well? He doesn't understand where it came from. He looks at that and goes, how'd you what a demon give that to you? What is that? You have $20? That can't be real. Hang on a second. Let me take a look at that. This is a $20 bill. They have more than 10. Mersh has never seen a bill that high before. $20. Are you sure? And he tears it in half. He doesn't even know what he's got in his hand. You could hand him a $100 bill. He'd be like, Monopoly money. We should pity these people, but they're too egotistical and they're too brazen to do so. So that is why from here on out, there's no more defense of any of this. We just point and laugh at the poor person. This is what you're looking at is a caveman. He doesn't understand currency. This man's trading in bones.
You need funding yourself. And we'll go to Discovery. And then we're going to go to financials. We're going to figure out financials.
Can't wait.
I have no problem going to Discovery and going to financials. I've just been in a 3-year IRS audit, which I have a feeling you faggots were behind as well.
Oh,
so I've already done my due diligence. So I'm just going to be photocopying the same records I already had to pull.
So Mersh I do this big speech and Mersh admits, I'm bad with money. I don't know how taxes work. I'm constantly being audited. And oh, by the way, it's somehow your fault. It's me. It's Alan Powell. It's Porcelain. It's Kiwi Farms. The Farms, I call them. Me and Bobby the Farms. Hey, I saw Bobby the Farms the other day. I think this guy's planning to audit me.
You don't want to go to civil court, Jesse.
Yeah, you know what? I kind of do. I know your whole big master plan is to get me criminally convicted first, but since that hasn't worked for you so far, let's just go ahead and go to court. I would love to do that. Let's take a look through your financials. By the way, why would they do that? Like, what does he think he's going to see in Discovery? Like, it's not like you go into Discovery. It's not like that your whole life gets doxxed immediately. You have to turn over every piece of information about yourself. Mersh seems to think that suing a guy is like the ultimate doxing.
Because I promise you, if we go to Discovery, we're going to find out where your money comes from.
See? Please do. You can find out right now. It's called podawful.pizza. Go there right now. That's where the money comes from.
You really do things. We're going to pick apart every little fucking thing you do in your life.
You would love to pick me apart.
That, do you?
Yeah.
You're just trying to be Captain Chaos on the internet.
Dude, you gotta stop doing the Bam Margera impression for me. This man is so mentally broken by me. I embarrassed him in front of his comedy heroes. Doug Stanhope, who, by the way, is the first Mersh A-log. Doug Stanhope used to play Mersh's Killjoy CD for other comedians to show them what not to do. He lied in front of Doug Stanhope and Shane Gillis and stole my thing. Stole my Bam Margera bit I did. And ever since then, he's been so absolutely killed by this. This is a man, you're watching a psychological teardown. Sigmund Freud would put a gun in his mouth watching this. That Bam Margera impression is sort of a Rorschach test for a goon's mind. Yeah. When Mersh hears me, he hears me calling him out for stealing, for copying me.
We're just trying to be Captain Chaos on the internet. I had a fucking tube in my dick and Maddox didn't love me back.
This is a meltdown. This is an unspooling.
I got excited, very excited to see all of this.
I mean, Mersh, they're calling you Bone Margera in the chat. You don't want that. He's throwing it all out there. This is what's happening. Okay, we got to break this down bit by bit. I was actually just going to let this play a bit because we're so far behind.
You were just trying to be Captain Chaos on the internet.
We're doing an autopsy, okay? This is the corpse of what is left of Mersh, and we need to pick this apart. So he goes, he calls me Captain Chaos, which is that like a South Park? He accidentally steals from Professor Chaos, Captain. Is there another thing called? Is that a wrestling thing? I swear to God, I'm going to start talking about Darth Crate, Darth Talon, if that's a fucking wrestling character. There better not be a wrestler named Captain Chaos.
You don't want that, do you?
You were just trying to be Captain Chaos on the internet.
So he goes into the Bam Margera impression. He knows we make fun of him for doing this. He knows, by the way, it's not just me. People who don't like Pod Awful think this is a crazy thing that he does. That it's kind of frightening, the psychology going on behind that. So he goes to a safe place. He goes to a wrestling reference. I just have this feeling Captain Chaos is a wrestler. And I think he's retreating to his little boy, every time Mersh is in a scary place, he goes back to when he's 6 years old. His mom is still alive somehow, as alive as you can be, being a chimney, being a smokestack, which, by the way, never casted a shadow. And he starts thinking about wrestling. When he had his little figures, his mom saved up, but she had to save up for, it was like a month's pay to buy him the worst knockoff Sting wrestling figure or whatever. I don't know who he was into. Sting's a guy, right? He's like the Crow, but wrestling. I love how wrestling is so bereft of ideas. It's all just, that thing from popular culture, but it's a wrestler. It's like that guy, but it's a wrestler. So he goes back to that. That's what's happening in this moment. It's very quick.
You don't want
It's a very quick moment here.
Do you?
You were just trying to be Captain Chaos.
Definitely a wrestling reference, they say in the chat room. General disarray. No, I'm more of a Captain Bone to pick.
It's on the internet.
Okay, so you hear that? Now, Mersh is pretty used to making mouth sounds, obviously. Mersh is, he's quite adept at it, actually. He's rather good at it. But that wasn't any ordinary Mersh mouth. That was a little hiccup, a little nerdadrenaline running through him because he realizes, oh shit, I'm doing the Bam. By the way, I don't sound like Bam Margera. I don't sound like that impression at all. Here's how you do an impression of Jesse PS, okay? Write this down, everybody out there. This is how you do it. It's not by going, it's not by going, this is how you do it, okay? This is how you do it, okay? That's Jesse. Even I know how to do Jesse. So he gets a little nervous here. And then he goes, so now he's lost. He's lost in his own thing. Because he knows this is going to get clipped. He thinks, by the way, everything before this, he's winning. He's cool. But in this moment, it's slipping. The mask is slipping a little bit. And he's nervous about getting clipped.
And a fucking tube in my dick.
And he does the worst thing he does, which he's been doing this a lot lately. We're going to talk about this more in an upcoming episode. We've got an episode coming up about Mersh's, what do we even call this? His dark doppelganger, okay? Broke Mersh. We have a new character a new goon called Broke Mersh. And this guy's called Ian Ellis, all right? Mersh is doing something very, very scary Bo-Berry right here. He panics so much about us making fun of him for doing this Bam thing.
Chaos on the internet. I had a fucking tube in my dick.
I had a fucking tube in my dick. This is an Ian Ellis joke about me. Ian Ellis. Now, I had, I think it was 8 years ago, I had surgery. And because of this surgery, for like a week or something, I think it was 1 week, I had a catheter. And because I made fun of Red Bar, who wears diapers and craps himself, Ian Ellis thought the way to make fun of me is to steal my joke and flip it back on me. Bam Margera impression style. This is what they all do. Every single dude who tries to come at me, every single fucking Nightwave Mersh effector who tries to do this shit and fails, all they do is take my joke and do it worse back at me. So I had a catheter for 1 week 8 years ago, and now I have a tube in my dick. Mersh is stealing from the broke version of Mersh. That is the worst place you can be in. You don't want to put yourself under your worst level of competition.
And Maddox didn't love me back enough.
And then Maddox didn't love me back enough. So now he's in complete panic here. The Bam Margera is obviously failing. He just did a mouth sound, a nervous. He goes into a broke Mersh impression, and his way of trying to save it is, well, maybe I can do something along the Dick Masterson guys. Now, let me be clear here. Dick Masterson's fans don't like you, Mersh. You want to talk about not respected? Listen, Dick Masterson's fans hate me because I made fun of them, because I pranked them. Like everybody on the internet who hates Pod Awful, they got tricked by Pod Awful. Don't go on the internet tomorrow. And so they really don't like me, but they hate you, Mersh. They really don't respect you. And you want to know how I know that? Because they call you Caller Mersh. They hate when you're on the show. Dick's YouTube comments are filled with actual Dick Show fans who are like, why do you keep bringing this guy? Every time Mersh is on the show, they hate him. He flops every single time. And Dick's fans are livid that their time is being wasted by just some caller. What makes this caller so much better than any other caller? You know, Dick's fans actually call into the show. There are fans of the Dick Show who call in that are more popular than Mersh. But he wants to appeal to them. He wants to appeal to Dick Masterson. So in his nervous tick frenzy, as he goes flailing, his T-Rex arms, his crooked, withered poop fingers go reaching for anything to hold on to make fun of Jesse. What does he say?
That fucking tube in my dick, and Maddox didn't love me back enough.
He knows there's something Maddox related with Dick. He doesn't know the full lore on it. Maddox didn't love me enough. Do I even have to, I think everybody understands that sentence makes no sense. That ain't the way anything went down. Maddox didn't love me enough. I'm pretty sure Pod Awful dropped Maddox and not the other way around. In fact, Maddox became a goon for a while. I don't know if he still is a goon. Maybe he is. He's just reaching for anything. He doesn't know. This is a panicked man. His adrenaline is pumping in this moment. We can't see that chat. The chat is permanently dead tooth hidden. The chat died along with Mersh's tooth that night, but he can see it. And he's watching everybody go, you shouldn't do this, Mersh. Bad idea. LOLSUIT, incoming LOLSUIT. What's making him think of Maddox? Everybody in the chat is saying LOLSUIT.
That fucking tube in my dick, and Maddox didn't love me back enough.
You got to let go of these daddy issues. I never was your daddy. I never let you down.
You're my night daddy. Okay. So my dad pays for the show, but also hates me. He loves me so much he sends Mersh coleslaw, but I have daddy issues. Why would of the two of us, between me and Mersh, which one of us is going to have the daddy issues? Mersh has talked about his daddy issues.
You have no reason to be this fucking obsessed with me. But if we want...
The only daddy issue I have is that you call yourself Night Daddy. I take issue with that. Gay Vampire, go for it. Night Daddy, don't think so.
I start going to Discovery and playing that game, that's fine.
He's dreaming. This is a daydream. We are watching a man fantasize.
I already have your fan, by the way, that was fucking with my shit when you were sending shit out here recently. I got...
What? What does that mean?
Was fucking with my shit when you were sending shit out here recently. I got her on tape. It's a female, and I got her dumb face.
Her? Wait, what? He's got her on tape. Post the tape. Post the tape. I'd love to see it. I want to see this. That would be great. Post the tape. Can we check this out? I have a fan who showed up. Post the tape. You've got her on tape, but you're not showing it? You're not posting it? You'll show my cringe video from 2009, but not this?
On tape.
This is big, folks. That's big. Apparently, one of you showed up.
From my fucking cameras.
So is this why Mersh had to run outside during his show in his little sock feet? And his little sock feet, he had no shoes on. He had to run outside and confront a fan of my show who's a girl who was... Is that the one snooping around your car? Is that the one who did I did something to your mailbox? Did they do something to your mailbox? What are you talking about? We send Uber Eats drivers. Do you think maybe, just maybe, I'm going to throw this. Actually, let me just let him say this. I've got a theory on what happened here. Because it seems kind of far-fetched that I had a fan, while in the midst of a bunch of Uber Eats drivers showing up, I had a fan show up and fuck with his car and go on camera and get in a mailbox. And seems far-fetched, but let's hear him out.
We already have everything archived. I already have an attorney on it. I already have a...
Oh, you talked to some guys and now an attorney. You have an attorney on it. I thought ROTC had lawyers.
Private detective on it.
A private detective. Mersh is privately dicking me right now. And I'm the one making this sexual. Are you kidding me? You have a private... What is the private detective going to... What are they going to search for? Hi, it's me. Hi, Jesse. I sent Slaw. Okay, enjoy paying him $1,000 for that, Mersh.
I already have the cops on it. So
the cops, I have the cops. He's sicking the cops. Hey, I got the cops in my back pocket. I'm Boney Soprano over here.
You can keep it up all you want, but all the shit. And by the way, all the shit while you're watching this, you start panic deleting it.
He's still talk about a fantasy. He's fantasizing that I'm deleting. I wasn't even watching this live. I was sound asleep in my bed. And when I watched this, and by the way, the next 3 videos where you keep talking about this, I was delighted. I could not have been more happy.
It's fine. It doesn't matter.
It's fine. It's fine. Jesse, it's fine. Everything's fine. It's fine.
Nothing's deleted forever.
Good. Detective Mersh is on the case. Time for a nice wet drag. Private Mersh.
I promise you.
Mersh is a regular gumshoe because he has old shoes where he stepped in gum. He just wears an old boot that he found. He found in the swamp back behind his yard.
This will end worse for you than it's ever going to end for me. You slid out of the pussy of some fucking skank who was fucking a dude 30 years her fucking senior.
What? What? This is some... Wow. Have you thought about taking this to the fan fiction forums?
Because he had money.
Because he had money? They lived in a trailer.
And you have some fucking Alzheimer's fucking infested, retarded old man, geriatric father with money, letting you just live your dream.
And you would kill to have that as a dad. So what you're saying is you're jealous. God damn, I wish I had an Alzheimer's patient father, instead of a corpse, instead of a zombie.
I know the story, pal. The problem is that you've also committed a couple of crimes.
Okay, there you go. Woo! That was a doozy. Okay, listen. I don't even know how long this episode has been going now. It's been going a while. So What do we do? Do we hold off? Do we do multiple parts? Maybe this is a series. Maybe we go through all of it because I don't know. There's 3 more videos. We could be here all day with this. I don't know what you want to do. Let me know in the chat. Maybe we take this to the pizza fund for a minute. I'm not sure. It might be too much. You know, I mean, let's be honest. At a certain point, he just kind of starts repeating himself. I mean, it's all very funny, and I want to see it all. One way or the other, I'm going to be playing all of this at some point. I'm just not sure you guys are that interested. But trust me, the claims start getting even crazier as we go. Actually, where is part 2? Oh, here we go. Okay, so I've got part 2 right here in front of me. Let's see what they're saying in the chat room and figure out what people, you know, take the temperature of the room here. Do a series, please. More. We need a series. More. So a series, does that mean keep going right now? Does that mean save it for later? What are we talking? Take calls, someone says. Okay. We're gonna take calls, I guess. Let's just open up our Discord here. We're gonna take calls. Somebody said take calls. So now I feel like I should take calls. I have to agree to the new terms of service. Oh, I'm getting messages on. I had Discord closed during all this.
Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding.
Thank you, Urquit. We've got a new, cleaner version of the team. Listen to the old version of this because it is.
Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding.
P.U. yucky.
Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding.
Thank you so much to Urquit for that one. Then we've got, what else do we have here? Somebody took a screenshot when we had 376 people watching. That is, I actually noticed that myself while this was going. That is very funny. Okay, I'm going to the call-in channel over at podawful.com/cult. And we're going to take some calls. You should be able to just call in. podawful.com/cult. It's our Discord. You join me in the call-in channel. And we should be able to take some calls. I might have to unmute you. I'm not exactly sure how it's set up right now, but we'll check in with that. I tune in for Jesse, not callers, says Bo Clark. Well, guess what? Too bad. We're taking calls. I asked, what should we do? And a guy said, take calls. They said, keep going right now. More show. Fat, comfy moosh. They're saying, well, let's get rid of the big board here for a second. Goodbye, big board. Goodbye. The game deliver a pizza with a clown doll. Okay, so here's the thing. I got to say this kind of, you know, oh, we've got a caller here, Lil Baby, a.k.a. Trevor. What's up? You should be able to talk, right?
Jigsaws I have gone down.
Okay. Yeah. Not really sure what that has to do with anything, but thank you so much for sharing that with me, Trevor. Thank you. And he left. Here's the thing. Obviously, no action at all has been taken on any of this. You know, whatever we're about to see in these upcoming videos, it's pretty clear what Mersh's actual agenda is here. He wants this to stop. He wants me to never send him anything again. And the thing is, if he had said that from the beginning, I would be forced to never send him anything again. It would be harassment if I just kept doing it. The problem is when we did it before, he said, go ahead, keep doing it. Or he said nothing at all. We sent the stuff to his Airbnb. We sent him a little treat while he was on vacation to his Airbnb. He didn't say anything about it. He didn't let us know. When we sent him the original slaw orders and the pizza orders, he said, send me pizza. I had no idea this whole time that Mersh didn't want this happening. It's becoming clearer and clearer as I watch these videos that Mersh is a little upset. And with that in mind, unless Mersh were to say otherwise, unless Mersh were to take it back and say that we are allowed to send him, if he said that he wants us to keep doing it, then we would send him more stuff. But if he is upset, I in no way, and I'm saying this in front of the private detective and the attorney, I'm saying this to the cops out there who are watching, to cop Mersh, please understand, had I known this entire time that this was in any way upsetting to you rather than a delicious treat that you absolutely ate every single time we sent you the food, I would have stopped. And now that I believe as long as nothing contradicts this here in the future, as long as I believe that this is harassing in any way to you, I can never send you any food orders ever again. However, what I can't promise is that other people don't do it. I mean, I wasn't the only one who sent you stuff that night. I didn't even really direct it. Everybody wanted to send you a homecoming, not a homecoming gift, like a housewarming gift. You know, you've been living in this new place for months and months and months, and we didn't know where it was, so we couldn't give you your housewarming gift. And everybody said, hey, Mersh has these cats. He's working hard. He's the hardest working man in show business. Let's send him something. The other people decided to do it on their own. So while I will never, ever, unless you say so, I will never, ever send you anything ever again, as long as you admit that it is harassing to you, as long as you say it's distressing to you in any way, I will never do that again. I can't stop other people from doing it. You know, if coleslaw shows up to your house, this is sort of like the Streisand effect, the Barbra Streisand thing, South Park. Ian knows what I'm talking about. This is sort of like the Slawsuit effect. The problem that I see happening here, Mersh, and I don't know what to do about this, so I'm deferring to you and your eternal wisdom on this. You know, you're such a smart guy, and you've got this 4D chess thing all figured out. I realize that if somebody else sends you coleslaw now, you're going to think it was me. There's nothing I can do about it. And then if you talk about it on the show, well, there's no harm in me covering it. I can cover it and say, hey, guys, don't do this. And by the way, again, I am saying, please do not send Mersh coleslaw. Don't make sure that I get skinnier than him by August. Don't keep sending him pizza. Please. The problem is, now that this is out there, people are going to send coleslaw just to get me in trouble. There's nothing I can do. If they know your address, if they can find it, and I'm not going to give it to them, but if I could find your address, they could probably find it. And now with the Slawsuit effect in place, they're going to make it look like, people out there dislike me. The guys you steal all your insults about me from, they don't like me. So they could send you coleslaw and say it's from Jesse to get me in trouble. And there's nothing I can do. So again, please, I'm begging you guys, do not get me in trouble with Mersh. Don't send him food anymore. As long as he finds it harassing, do not send Mersh food. Now, I opened this thing up to take calls, and the guy who wanted me to do that didn't even join to do a call. Nobody wanted to do the call, so I'm closing the phone lines. You had your chance, your big, brave chance to say something to me, and you didn't do it. Please, though, let's not make the Slawsuit effect go any bigger. It ends right here. Unless Mersh were to change his mind, we're never, ever going to send him anything again. Nothing from the Pod Awful cult, unless Mersh were to somehow, out of nowhere, for no reason, change his mind on that. Okay, let's watch a little bit more Mersh, and then we'll figure out what to do. I'll check in the chat room and see.
I'm going to let you know right now, Jesse, if you want to keep sending shit to my house, you want to have people keep fucking with me. Whatever.
No. I don't want to do that.
There's already things in the works in the criminal sense. For anybody who wonder, why doesn't Mersh just do a LOLSUIT? I want the criminal procedure. Like, I want that to go first, because anybody who's less than an amateur in the fucking court of law will tell you, you don't want to go civil until you get the criminal conviction first.
Right. Yeah, they all say that. Classic.
Google your own state's laws for what constitutes.
You mean Western Australia?
Literal criminal harassment.
See, and again, I don't want to do that.
Florida. The deal is that Florida is actually way more lax than you are.
Oh, perfect. I didn't know that. Oh, great. And that's where you live? And that's where it happened? That's where the supposed crime was committed? And you're saying their laws are extremely lax on this? Again, that's a joke. I have zero, unless Mersh were to miraculously change his mind and say otherwise, please do not say, I would get in big trouble for this. Please don't do it.
You live in a different state where so much as sending nonstop coleslaw and pickles at a time when you know somebody's actually on the air, you're actually trying to harm their business.
Well, hang on a second. I thought you couldn't hear the door from the Nightwave, from the cavernous Nightwave studios. I thought you couldn't hear the door. How would that interfere with your business? I'm shocked you even knew you got an order.
And their livelihood. And actually, according to some of your state's laws that Florida doesn't.
Some of your state's laws. He doesn't. He's just throwing darts at a map, hoping.
And actually, according to some of your state's laws that Florida doesn't have, is you're also
on the air. Thank you for saying that. Who was that in the chat? MX62 says on the air. Big Rack says on the air. I love that. Thank you for point. It is time we discuss this. On the air. You're not on the radio. You're not on the air. Okay? The ghetto gaggers you hired at the strip club go live. That's all you're going live. This is going live. You're not on the air. You're not a radio man. We have to stop with these. What is with it? What is the radio is dead. This is the shit that killed it. Why? What is it? What is the obsession? The disgusting fetishization, fascination with radio. There's no such thing as radio. When was the last time? Type 9/11 in chat if you have listened to radio in the past month. 1 month. I don't think people even do this in their cars anymore. I'm pretty sure very soon they're going to be giving up bandwidth from radio stations and giving it to internet shit. I am so tired of this stuff on the air. When I'm on the air, when you're on the air all the time because you're streaming your living room full of cats. Are your cats on the air? Do you pot up their cans? On the air. What kind of prep do your cats use Prep Burger for their on the air streams? 9/11. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've got 6, 7 people. One guy said it twice. People who have listened to radio in the past month. Now, of those people, okay, it can only be those people who said 9/11. Of those people, did any of you listen to radio? Now, obviously, our results are going to be skewed here. Obviously, you're the people who would do this. Did any of you listen to radio that was talk radio? Or was it music? Was it music in the car or music at the gym or whatever at work? Or was it talk radio? Because that's on the air, obviously. I need those people to answer that. We got to get over with this. Radio is dead. Stand-up comedy, dead. All your dreams are dead, Mersh. The things you desired, you dreamed of being, the guys you're copying, Anthony Cumia and Jim Norton, all that shit is dead. It's over. You and Royce and Tom Gully need to get over this. I listen for music. I hate DJs. LOL. Music. 311. Does Daywave radio? Okay. Why are they putting this obsession with putting radio in the Red Bar radio show, Daywave radio, Nightwave radio? You're not on the radio. I used the word radio years and years ago because of internet radio, right? People didn't know it. When I first started doing Pod Awful, no one I knew what a podcast was. I had to explain to them how to listen to it. So I would use the term internet radio just so they would kind of understand what I'm talking about. And then the second people knew what podcasts were, that was dropped. There's no more radio. Morning show, radio show. And they always word it that way too. Radio show, morning show. What does that mean? There is no radio. You're not on the radio. By the way, even if you ever were one time on the radio, you're still not a radio guy. You want to know why? Because no one's ever heard of you. Not from the radio, anyway. Radio is dead. It's sick. It's like, it's embarrassing. Ham radio is more alive than the halcyon days of talk radio. You would be better off calling your show Red Bar Ham Radio, Nightwave Ham Radio. And by the way, Mersh actually does do ham radio. Although any type of radio Mersh would do would be ham radio, let's be honest.
Doing it to intimidate and to otherwise, and this is the legal one that I love. This is where you're going to get fucked, Jesse, is that Florida doesn't have this law, but your state does.
What is my state? You said states, you named random state. What is my state? And suppose it, like, if this is a crime, it doesn't matter. Unless I am in Florida, it doesn't matter where I am. It happened in Florida. Your laws matter. Trust me. Try to call the police in a different state. I dare you. I've had to do this before. When we were catching a paranormal guy, I called up the Maine police, the state of Maine police, to try to get him. And they said, you have to call your cops. What you're reporting supposedly happened to you. And it happened where you live. This is when I was in New York. So I had to call the New York City police for a guy in Maine. That's not how it works. Lawyer Mersh, cop Mersh.
If you're just bothering me to...
You're in a solid state. Mersh is in a state of denial.
Cause anxiety?
I would never. Oh my God. I had no idea.
You're a criminal.
Ooh. Oh God, I'm being sexually harassed again. Hang on a second. Sorry. I'm just. Okay. Don't ever do that again, Mersh. That is sexual harassment. I will call the Florida police on you. But I would never. Oh my God. If I had any idea that Mersh was so butthurt about this, that his little butt crack, his tiny little Hank Hill sucked in butt cheeks butt, if I had any idea that we were up inside his butt just spinning an egg beater and he was crying about this into his pillow every night, that he's been harassed online through Uber Eats. Oh no, the horror. If I had any clue that you had the genetic memories of the Slawsuit that happened to your own lolcow father, I never would have done this. I'm so sorry. Mersh, I thought it was a gift we were giving you. I apologize. And again, we will never, unless you were to change your mind, we will never do this again.
And we're not talking about the war crimes you've committed against the concept of comedy.
Cut to Jobber. Cut to Killjoy. Cut to this show, Nightwave Radio. Cut to Revenge of the Sis. Cut to every appearance on every other podcast Mersh has ever done. Cut to opening for Flyleaf at X-Fest. Cut to trying to worm your way onto Opie and Anthony by becoming the chauffeur for a fat person named Bobo. Cut to...
If I can prove...
war crimes. He called that war crimes.
All this shit you've been doing.
Wait, hang on. Did he just cross-eyeball me?
If I can prove...
No, that's a close one. We can almost see it.
All this shit you've been doing, and by the way, we've got screenshots. Again,
I'm not playing old stuff. This is not what we've already seen. He's just repeating himself. This is the same episode.
And people go, why did Mersh just act so chill for so long? Ever wonder why a snake just sits there? You ever wonder why you could probably take some glow sticks and do a whole little rave show in front of an alligator for fucking 20 minutes? That alligator ain't gonna do shit to you.
Is Mersh saying he's a reptile? What is the point he's making here? Do you ever wonder why a snake just sits there? Go up to a snake. See what happens. What do you mean just sits there? snakes will come after you. An alligator, you live in front of a swamp, by the way. You should know what alligators are up to. You're in Florida. That is, you don't want to just mess around it. Wave a bunch of glow sticks. Ask that little kid who got eaten by an alligator if he should have been doing a rave at the time. Maybe that would have saved him.
Yeah. I was waiting for you to establish a pattern.
And that's what snakes do. Listen, you have to zig, zag, zig, zag. Everybody knows it's 4 zigzags or a snake won't bite. That's just the cold-blooded method of Mersh.
You have now done so.
Mersh is losing his mind.
Please understand that if so much as a solitary pickle shows up at my doorstep.
What if it's not me? See, this is what he's saying. I'm in a catch-22 situation. I mean, I'm damned if I do, damned if I don't. Even if I never send him anything again, some little motherfucker out there, one of you freaks, you sexualized stalker freaks, you're going to try to get me in trouble by sending him a single solitary pickle. Imagine that, opening your door, you walk out, there's just a pickle sitting there. It rolls over, it's my face on it. I'm a pickle now! There's nothing I can do. How do I stop that from happening? So he's got me. Mersh has got me by all 3 of my balls.
It's all getting added on to a case. And by the way, I don't want people to, this will get clipped and they'll go, Mersh is trying to scare Jesse off. No. I want to make it known I'm in no way dissuading you from continuing to do so.
Oh, okay. Well then. Green light, fellas. Let's go. Actually, let's go, Felted.
Let's go, Felted, etc.
Etc. What? We just got the go-ahead. Hang on a second. Am I misunderstanding? Because, again, I said I would never do this again. If he just admits on camera this is harassment, it ends. But unless he changes his mind.
This will get clipped and they'll go, Mersh is trying to scare Jesse off. No. I want to make it known I'm in no way dissuading you from continuing to do so.
Oh, okay. Well, Mersh, you get what you ask for. I mean, let's do it right now then. Should we send it? Is he live are we way past night? Is Nightwave live right now? Hang on a second. I think it might be live right now. Is he on Rumble only now though? That would suck. Let me just type in Nightwave. Yeah, radio. It's a radio show. Jules. Nightwave Rumble. Let's see. Is he live at all? Because this would be. Oh, yes, he is. Hang on a second.
I gotta cut out the.
What, the carbs, the middleman?
Man, when you do the math, dude, seriously, it cuts out.
This is Mersh live.
Over 12,000 calories a month.
Oh my God, he's actually talking about losing weight.
For 3 days.
No fucking way.
But I get it. Continuing here. So you pay for a group of friends, but if you become poor and you can become too poor to pay your fucking $50,
He's all the way in the corner. I can't even see him right now. My mic is covering him. Jesus Christ.
I just made my own Discord and I have people in there. And they're my friends.
Oh my God, he's talking about wrestling and losing weight.
Come to the cool Discord.
I'm about to start telling you about every guy in the background of Jabba's palace.
Ooh, does AEW heels have that? You can work as an old school heel if you pay.
Okay, so there's Efont Mon. He's got a big elephant-shaped face.
Women
Efont
and
Mon.
Identifying fans. I did it. I both.
What is happening?
Let's go break some hearts!
What is happening? I don't even know what this is.
What are we doing here, boys?
Oh, what are we doing here, boys?
He's playing all the buttons. That's my move. I play all the buttons. You can't play all the buttons. That's my thing.
Armed. Female identifying thing. Come in, huh?
Who's in charge? Huh? Who's the boss here, boys?
Okay, I don't know what's happening. You know, it was a mistake to bring him onto the big board. I got to be honest. We'll just go ahead and get rid of that. Okay, so Mersh is live, and if I understood this correctly, this clip I was just watching here, he's saying in no way is he dissuading us from continuing on with what we were doing. Let me just hear that one more time just to check.
This will get clipped and they'll go, Mersh is trying to scare Jesse off. No. I want to make it known I'm in no way dissuading you from continuing to do so. Go ahead, Jesse. Send your shit.
Okay. Now, Mersh, I'm not sure you've talked to a lawyer about this for real, because I'm pretty sure a lawyer would tell you you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot. You're cross-eyed. You're actually shooting yourself in both feet at once by doing this. This is kind of undoing your case. You can't say you want to sue me and then ask me to do the thing you want to sue me for. That would be like a money-making scheme at that point. You're not doing a money-making scheme, right?
I'm not trying to scare you. I'm not bluffing. I'm not trying to scare you off.
Okay.
I want you to continue to do these things.
All right, listen. Mersh is live right now. Now, I'm not saying we should test this theory, but hang on a second. I should let's open Discord back up, actually, for a second here. Let's just go back into Discord. This is not planned, by the way. I have no idea what's going on right now. But this guy's buddy's Mersh, an actual law guy, until he was arrested for holding his wife and kids hostage. Okay, yeah, I don't know what that's about. That's really not related. Let me just go back into the Discord here. We're going to join the Piranha Tank, and we'll just do it from here. Guys, there's a few of you in here right now.
Hey, what's good?
Hey, man.
Hey, buddy.
What
have you been up to?
Not much.
Hi, Jesse.
Have you ever heard of this thing? It's called Pod Awful. I'm sorry, Poodooful. Poodooful. Yeah. Poodooful.
Oh, that thing, yeah.
It's that old joke that I came up with a long time ago, Poodooful. So, I don't know if you've been watching. I'm actually live right now. I don't know. Are you guys watching the show?
Yeah.
You are?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So you've been enjoying this, and it's a good show. Are you enjoying it? Or?
How do we actually send shit?
Wait, what did
is that a thing?
Wait, what did you say, Sneed?
How do we actually send shit? How is that a thing? Is there like artificial dog shit or?
Wait, hang on. I don't know. Hang on. I just got in here. I don't know what you're talking about. But listen, I don't.
It was one to send shit. So I mean,
all right. If you've been listening to the show, am I reading? Am I reading this situation correctly? Now, Mersh, he wants to sue me, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, he wants to sue me. And then just to check real quick, because again, I don't fully understand all of this. But then, did he tell me to not send him coleslaw anymore?
No, in fact, the opposite is true.
He's saying
he asked you to send him more.
He wants more.
He wanted adult diapers.
I'm a little confused. Can I just play this back for you guys a little bit here?
Yeah.
Okay, let me just play this.
Send your shit. I'm not trying to scare you. I'm not bluffing. I'm not trying to scare you.
Can you guys hear that? Is that coming through?
No.
Okay. I don't know why Discord does that now. Let me see if I can quickly on the fly correct Discord's stupidness. I fucking hate this shit. Maybe this'll do it. Do I sound crazy now?
No more than before.
Oh, so it was bad before.
We're hearing us back.
We're in the loop.
All right, whatever.
Whoa.
Okay, just shut up.
Continuing to do so. Go ahead, Jesse. Send your shit. I'm not trying to scare you. I'm not bluffing. I'm not trying to scare you off. I want you to continue to do these things because the pattern was already established.
So the pattern's been established. Now, I feel like when he says the pattern has been established, that sort of means that he doesn't want me to do it. But then when he says, I feel like I'm getting a mixed message, I guess, is what it is. You know what I mean?
Well, you aren't doing. Well, yeah, it's I gotta unplug. Anyway, it's
I fix it. You
the crime is when he doesn't want you to do a thing, right? And therefore, by telling you he wants you to do it, it's an issue.
Okay.
So I don't know if he's familiar with shooting himself in his own foot. I'm not sure if he's done that yet with his big boy guns, but
yeah, I mean, he does go to
seems
the
to me
gun
that he might have
range.
just done that again.
At the gun range, do they teach you how to shoot yourself in the foot, or do they try to sort of do against that?
They generally don't teach you that at the gun ranges, but I guarantee you he's had practice because he pulled it off literally in 1 second.
Okay, all right. So he's live right now. And he's only been live for he's been live for an hour. So I don't know that anything would get there in time necessarily, but
it's already on the way.
Okay. All right.
So I got a quick question though.
Go ahead.
Do you think Mersh would prefer Asian coleslaw or white coleslaw?
I think, do they have black?
Well, I didn't see that as an option. But I saw Asian coleslaw.
Listen, I only know based on the lawsuit from before. Do they have any that'll really gag you, or is there any really spicy ones?
I'm sure it's gonna gag you. Regular spicy.
Okay.
Just regular coal with that.
Okay, Sneed's in his own fucking world right now.
I'm sorry, man.
He's ready to send poop.
Brutal over here.
Okay, Sneed, maybe calm down a bit. I'm not sure you should be a part of any of this right now. You're not okay. All right, listen. I could never instruct anyone to do anything, but from what I understand, the coleslaw's already on the way. I'm live. You can see me right here. I haven't sent anything. I have to be careful about this because I feel like it is a mixed message going on, but
you sound like you want to be talked off a ledge.
I guess I am. I guess I am kind of asking you guys to talk me down here. Because when I hear a guy tell me he wants slaw, I want to give him slaw. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
All right, hang on a second. Just quiet. Everybody quiet. I know you guys won't be able to hear it in here, but I just got to play this for a second. I just want to make sure 100% what he's saying here. Let me just play this for a second.
You bragged you got a little too with your mouth on Twitter, and you did a few things that now several people have agreed that is we'll do the criminal thing first.
Okay, so you guys, if you guys can't hear it, he's saying this.
We did.
You did hear it. Okay, now it works.
And we're still in the loop.
What? I literally undid the thing that made that. All right, whatever. Discord's fucked. I fucking hate Discord, and we'll have to fix that another time. I'll jump out of here since it's not working. Down. But he did say that, wait, what did he, now I don't even remember what he said. What did he just say?
Please understand.
Okay, I'm not in here for you to play your soundboard.
Oh, he said, please understand.
Oh, okay, he said that. No, I don't remember that. What did he say now?
Several people have agreed.
Oh, that's right. He said several people agreed. So we are in, now, number one, we're in a food mystery. But number two, multiple people are agreeing with him. So, all right, I'm going to jump out of here. Listen, I can't tell you guys what to do. You're different people than me, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I am a different guy.
You're a different guy. But I guess maybe should I be watching Nightwave just in case, or how?
Oh yeah,
there are pickles on the way.
How already on the way are we talking?
30 minutes.
Is there a way I can just send him one slice of dill pickle?
Sneed. Just let the people who have the answer to my question answer.
Sorry, man.
We're like 30 minutes off from that, maybe?
30 to 40 is what it says.
Oh boy, it's gonna be cutting it close. Okay, well, we'll check back in. Like, remind me, everybody scream at me in chat when to check back in with Nightwave. I don't want to watch it live the whole time.
Yeah.
I'll jump out of here. You guys have fun. Okay. I have to listen to this a little bit more because I'm a little worried for me. I'm a little worried for these guys. Now they're establishing a pattern. I just want to make sure. Does he want the pickles? Does he want the coleslaw? Or doesn't he? I know he's checking in with guys.
That is, we'll do the criminal thing first. Then I'll do the civil thing. And then I'll just take a couple of your dad's bucks and put them right in my fucking pocket.
Okay, now, I'm not a lawyer, but I have spoken to my lawyer, my blackface lawyer, Nick Recchietta. And what he tells me is you can't admit out loud that you are just suing a guy to get his money. That the real reason you want it is to take his father's money somehow. Which I don't know where you think, like, I'm not sure how that would happen in this scenario. That my dad would just come and go, here you go, sir. Oh, you're tired of getting coleslaw? Here's my social security check. My dad lives off of, he's an old retired man. He lives off of social security. But okay, let me just make sure he stay. I think he's back to saying no. If he says no, I completely disavow what those guys in Discord are doing. Okay?
Sound good?
No.
Keep it up, faggot.
Mersh, fat. You have to say fat.
Well, I mean, keep it up or don't. I don't care.
Okay. The mixed messages. So he tells me to keep it up, which feels like an A-okay, a go right ahead, a pass, this square, get $200. Dollars? I can't talk. I'm a little bit, you know what? I've got some nerd-adrenaline going on right now. I don't really know how to handle this. So, okay, he gives the go ahead. Then he says, I don't care. If you don't care, you don't care if I do it or not. So then there's no lawsuit. You would have to care, right? I think having emotional distress or being harassed or being, trying to induce anxiety in someone, I think by definition that means you care.
Well, I mean, keep it up or don't. I don't care.
What?
I should actually tell you, to be honest, like, so nobody thinks that this is blackmail or this is me trying to make you just leave me alone. Please keep doing it. Because the criminal aspect of this issue has already...
Right. Yeah, we're right. Well, yeah. Right.
Already going down.
Right. Okay. Yeah. No, I see what you're saying. Because we're all, Your Honor.
On that road, buddy. So.
Ooh, hang on a second. Hang on. That might be. Is that big board worthy? That's big board worthy. Let's just throw that back up. Sorry to keep throwing the big board up and then taking it down, but. We got a guy, Johnny, in here. A butt huffer of Mersh named Johnny is in here protecting his queen, but you can't protect the queen from this one, Johnny. RoboCam, thank you very much. Yeah, there it is. Dead tooth. Dead tooth. There it is. That tooth rotted and died inside his head. Now it's just sitting there. That's like a cicada that just has its shell dragging behind it as it goes. You know, he said he was a snake earlier. This is like a snake who molted out of its skin and then said, you know what? Just keep it as decoration. Just wear it around my neck.
Oh. Keep sending them my way, buddy. See what you got to do.
Okay.
Can't hear the knocks in the studio.
Then what are you worried about? It can't. So it's not hurting your business. Okay, so again, the man, a lot of mixed signals here. So if you can't hear the knocks, it's not hurting your business, which was a point you made before.
I just got a fucking ring, but a Wise doorbell camera.
Wait a second. You just got a doorbell camera? I thought you had footage of my female listener and you've got her on you just got the this is exactly what Ethan Ralph did, by the way. He bought a camera after I showed up to his place He installed it after the fact, but acted like he had footage the whole time. So Mersh is now even lying about having footage.
And next time you send some fat bitch
What?
to vandalize shit at my house,
What?
I'll get that fat fuck on tape.
Wait a second. In the last video, you said you had her on tape. He just went in the span of what I imagine could only be 20 minutes maximum. He went from I've got your fan, the female fan on camera, to I just bought the low-end version, the not Ring, the off-brand version of a Ring camera, and next time I'll get her. What? Next time? You're talking about some Uber driver. Again, I said I've got a theory on what happened. Here's what I think would happen, okay? I'm glad he brought that back up because I forgot about this. We obviously didn't send anybody to his house other than Uber Eats drivers. I don't know what he's talking about, but there was that moment in the show where he got up, showed his butt crack, ran away, just on camera, left everything going, and came back. And then he explains in the episode that he saw someone sniffing around his car and he didn't trust them or whatever. And he says something along the lines of like, it was some girl and I didn't know. I thought it was one of those pot awful people. And so he confirmed in the episode that it was just some random person. My guess is we were sending so many Uber Eats drivers. You know, every time we do this, there's always a driver who's lost, can't figure it out. Mersh lives in a duplex. There's two doors. There's two front doors. Easily a driver, which, by the way, it's a girl. So, like, do you think maybe this might be an Uber Eats driver? Do you think I'm sending a girl after you? Mersh, how insane do you have to be to think that there's a girl willing to come after you in the honor of Pod Awful? What kind of freakish lesbian would it have to be in order for me to pull this off? And like they just happen to live nearby you or something. So clearly some Uber driver pulled up, is trying to find the address, is like walking around on the sidewalk or the driveway area trying to go like, which door is it? Mersh has his web camera from the kitty cats sitting up in the window, sees it while he's live, so he runs out. Because again, he only just got the doorbell camera. So he doesn't have this girl, this poor girl who he accosted on camera with her face. He's now buying equipment so that he can have that next time. He's admitting this on camera. Last time it happens, he runs out there. So almost certainly, some Uber driver sitting there going like, am I at the right place? Looking around, trying to figure out like, is this it? Mersh runs out in his little sock feet and goes, hey, what are you doing, bitch? You know, bones are flying everywhere. He's wearing the Mersh sweatpants. His little triangle is flapping back and forth. She's probably screaming. Oh, yeah! And Mersh is like, what are you doing? What are you doing? And this poor girl is like, what? Nothing. I'm nothing. She realizes like, oh my God, this is the place I'm supposed to be delivering this shit to. I don't know what it was. I don't remember all the orders. Like every time this happens, everyone orders different stuff. It's not always coleslaw and pickles like the way he's saying it. We order all sorts of different things, anything that makes us laugh. I'm pretty sure we literally sent him a bone that night, like a dog bone. I think that's what I sent him. So I don't know what all's being sent. She might have had something small or whatever. Maybe he didn't even see it in her hand. I don't know. She had something on her, though, to bring to him. She realizes this psychopath is the place she's delivering to, and she probably took off running. She's probably like so freaked out. And remember, I mean, you've seen Mersh. You've seen the way he looks. He's this weird plump T-Rex bounding to her in his sock footies. She probably just saw one. And he's wearing sunglasses. I mean, for crying out, it's the middle of the night. He's wearing sunglasses and he comes bounding toward her. it's more of a shamble, really. Let's be honest. Mersh can't do much more than a shamble. And she goes, fuck that. Cancels I know we had a canceled delivery that night, actually. I know for a fact one person ordered their thing and they got a canceled notice on it. So maybe we should look back and see if that was a female driver. I don't know if you still have the I don't remember who it was that had that, but if you know what I'm talking about right now, look through your thing if you screenshotted it or whatever and see if you had a female driver, because I'm betting that's what happened. But then Mersh says this thing about a mailbox, and what did he say? He said, I can't remember now. He said like there was some sort of criminal.
That bitch camera. A Wise doorbell camera.
Again, the cheap one.
And next time
he's permanently poor.
Send some fat bitch.
A food mystery.
To vandalize shit at my house.
To vandalize. That was the word I'm looking for. So he's saying something was vandalized. He mentions the mailbox earlier, which, I mean, listen, it's a theory. It's a wild theory, but it's a theory. A film theory. A slaw theory. If I had to guess, if I'm right, and this was one of our Uber drivers, and Mersh came out and accosted her, and of course, by the way, of course it's the female one. I know my driver. You get the name of your driver, and sometimes you talk to them. I know my guy was a guy. I know a lot of the other drivers were dudes. It's usually dudes, but there are female drivers out there, obviously. So Mersh doesn't go out. Every time it's a dude, Mersh stays inside scared, not saying anything, stays on Nightwave, doesn't go out. The second it's a woman, I gotta go destroy this cougar. Boom, 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 boom. His butt crack is hanging out. You think she's not scared for her life? Now, I don't know what happened. I don't know what if it was his car, if it was his mailbox. I don't know what was vandalized. But if I had to guess, maybe some coleslaw or something ended up in the mailbox. Did somebody pour something on your car, maybe? I mean, are there pickles everywhere? Did they throw pickles at your door? I don't know. But if I had a dude who I think ordered something run out to me and be like, yo, bitch, hey, fat bitch, what are you doing? And I'm your driver, I'm your delivery driver, I'd probably fuck with your shit too. Mersh is so stupid, he can't put this together.
I'll get that fat fuck on tape.
Mersh calling someone a fat fuck. Listen, I don't know. I mean, this girl could have been, plus size. She could have been a 300-pounder. She could have been gigantic for all I know. But Mersh, come on, dude. I'm not even sure he's trying to get fit anymore. Has he even been to the gym? Is he still doing the gym grift? I might be competing against a guy who doesn't know he's playing anymore.
But I promise you, the road to going down this with criminal charge. Like, I'm not Ralph, by the way.
How can you even tell? If you're Mersh, how can you tell your place was vandalized? How would that look different than before? You live in a shithole. You could vandalize your face and not know it. Graffiti would add to the character of Mersh. I would love for an artist to do a mural across his dead teeth. Spruce the place up a bit. Mersh's face is sort of the broken window theory.
I'm not in Mexico. I'm not fucking wiling out, trying to fucking fight every A-log on them.
Whoa, he's talking shit on Ethan. So I made him go against Ethan. That's pretty impressive. He never talks shit on Ethan.
See, that's the problem is with this whole situation is that Ralph can't fight all the A-logs.
If the Uber driver was 250 pounds, she's still thinner than Mersh. 100%.
But you're my only A-log. And I'm going to put you in the fucking ground, figuratively.
In Minecraft, in Fortnite. I mean, he's in the middle of a lawsuit and criminal charges, and he just had to correct himself because he just threatened my life. That is so funny.
I'm going to literally kill you.
Oh my God.
I'm always going to be Big Dick Daddy.
Let me hear that one again.
Ralph can't fight all the A-logs.
I'm not an A-log, by the way. I don't hate Mersh. I'm giving him presents.
But you're my only A-log. And I'm going to put you in the fucking ground, figuratively.
In case the lawyers are on figuratively, obviously. Okay, I'm going to send you coleslaw. Figuratively. I'm going to cover your porch in so much Uber Eats deliveries. Your door's going to cave in. There's going to be a landslide. It's going to flow over you. You're going to drown in mayonnaise. Figuratively.
Before this is all said and done.
Metaphorically speaking, I'm going to send a bunch of Uber Eats orders to your house constantly for the rest of your life. In Roblox.
Criminal first, civil next. And then I'm going to put some of fucking Daddy Stroud's money.
He had to think, he wanted to say PS, but he was like, no, I need to use the real name. That was Mersh's attempt at a dox.
In my pocket. Just saying. But keep sending shit to my house. That's fine.
Okay. Okay.
I got excited, very excited to see all of this.
I mean, there it is for your honor. Exhibit the only one. This is it. What is my defense?
Just saying. But keep sending shit to my house. That's fine.
Okay. Case dismissed. Bang, 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 bang. Jesse, you win. Thank you, Your Honor.
Pot off a one. Pot off a one.
Yes, we in the in the case of Sheely versus PS, we find in favor of the defendant Pot Awful. It says here Pot Awful 1, and also something about bones. Case dismissed.
By the way, a lot of the shit they sent last time was stuff that thankfully, and this is the other thing, like if you're gonna send things to me that are non-perishable, just a little tip to you guys.
Oh, okay. I'll write this down for when we send more stuff.
Anything you send to me that are non-perishable, or if they are dog or cat toys, or they are things
I send them bones,
things that are not like perishable.
Mm-hmm. Okay, this is going to be going. So he's about to drop something on us that is going to seal the deal on his case against me. I'll never recover from this.
They will all go into a giant pile.
Mm-hmm.
They will all be donated to local charities.
Whoa.
And I will get the tax write-off. So,
okay, so what you're saying is if we send more stuff, we now have the knowledge that it's going to charity. So basically, we could have the tax write-off because we're the ones paying. That's not how tax write-offs work, by the way, Mersh. What would you be writing off? There was no expense for you. So not only would we have the tax write-off, but also, and this is incredibly important to remember, now we know that by sending Mersh goods, we are giving to charity. Officially speaking, sending Mersh something is no longer harassment. It's a middleman to get it to the people who need it the most. Which, by the way, how do you send what charity is taking dog treats? What does that even mean?
So if you keep sending shit to my house, you're just making my IRS burden less burden.
Yeah, where's he going to get these receipts? It doesn't have your name on the order. Like every time we order stuff, it's from like Alex Stein or, some made up name like, Bone Master 9000. This dude lives in a childlike delusion. Mersh has no clue how the world works. He doesn't know what a trust fund is. He doesn't know how taxes work. He doesn't know how a write-off works. This is what I'm saying. This is a permanent poor person. Point and laugh forever.
That. But I can tell you, based on what I spoke with some people about.
Yeah, that's paused.
Based on what I was able to provide them later.
So what is it when you, by the way, when he says he spoke to some people about something, that means Royce and Virgie. Maybe Frozen Asian got in on the mix. Maybe he talked to Adonis Paul. What do you mean you spoke to somebody?
It's already a criminal case, and I don't.
Oh, okay. Well, wrap it up. Cartoon Man said it's a go.
I want to keep it doing that, but yeah, maybe we get you a little. It ain't gonna be a crime. Like you ain't going to jail. It'd be a little misdemeanor, but it's just what I need on paper by the court to then pursue the civil action, and then I'm gonna take your parents' money. And I'm going to be almost as big of a burden on your parents as you have been. Knock it off.
Okay, now, all right, I feel like that's a no-go. Hang on. Guys, I disavow anyone who sent anything. 10 minutes left till food arrives, they're saying in chat. Disavow. I don't even know that I can check in. He just said knock it off. That's a total disavowal. I apologize. Mersh, I had no idea.
Stop it. Just stop it. You little fucking Sticks, Hex, and Hammer, Razor Fist wannabe. Just
Mersh, having long hair doesn't mean... I mean, does that mean... Which one of them is the wannabe of the other one, then? Is Sticks, Hex, and Hammer a Razor Fist wannabe, or is Razor Fist a Sticks, Hex, and Hammer wannabe? And by the way, cool sunglasses. Mike David wannabe, Nick Mullen wannabe, all of these other guys who started wearing sunglasses after you said a million times that my actual prescription lenses are gay, and you started wearing these. By the way, nobody's pointed this out. I haven't seen anyone say this. There is now a video of Mersh wearing regular glasses. Mersh no longer only owns prescription sunglasses. He's got regular ones. He posted a video. I don't remember if it was an episode of the show or just a random video. I can't remember, but he's got just some black nerd square frames, right? So he's electing to still wear these. Remember, his excuse before was that this was all they had. He went into an optometrist, he went into a glasses dealer, and all they had were the world's shittiest prescription sunglasses. That was his excuse. No more excuses. You're hiding the fact that you're cross-eyed, or you're copying Nick Mullen. Those are your choices. Pick one.
Stop it. Zero Dark Tony says it's definitely worth a couple extra zeros. It ain't gonna be a couple extra.
So look, even his chat is playing. Oh, Mersh is gonna get money. Finally, Night Daddy can Night Daddy can afford his own Uber Eats now.
I'm always gonna be Big Dick Daddy.
Oh, thank God.
And I just sucked dick. I know I'm fat. I know I'm a drunk, and I know I'm retarded. Zeros, it might be a couple $3. The point is this fucking fag lives off his parents' money, and he's constantly begging them to keep.
You could just clip this out of context and put Royce in the giant square, the giant scaredy cat empty square of his setup. Put Royce's picture and let him say this shit and tell me that he's not just talking about his own fucking co-host.
Extra zeros, it might be a couple $3.
Watch this. All right. Imagine, okay, we got to do it. I'm sorry. Listen, I don't make the rules, but when the telestrators got to come out, the telestrators got to come back out. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, it is fan favorite, the telestrator. All right, we're going to get that a little better dialed in. There's a lot of buttons and gizmos in here. Okay, so we're just going to draw Royce. How do you draw Royce? You draw a burnt coconut with ears, okay? With ears and the beard. All right, get the big beard in there. Now, hang on a second. You got to do something kind of special down in here. Royce has the world's only backwards beard where the gray is at the top of the beard somehow. It's never been done before. The gray is at the top of the beard and the black is on the bottom. Somehow his hair is, oh, sorry. No, I've got it back. Oh, no, I did it backwards. The gray is at the bottom. Fuck, I messed up. Oh, well, we're just going to put it in right there. That's the gray area, that negative space there. His gray is at the bottom. His hair is actually coming back in black again somehow. I don't know how he does that. And then you just get that up there, right there, right there. Okay. He's got big cheeks. And then got he's doing that thing where he's doing the eyebrows at the bar wench, where he's thinking like, could I ask her out? Do you think she'd say yes? All right. And then his big Puerto Rican nose. And then, you know the photo I'm doing here, right? We've all seen this picture of him. I think he and Mersh were in Vegas. Mersh was about to do the poo-poo walk when this happened. Okay. And then he got like this weird sort of half angry, half happy look on his face. And then like that, right? Just kind of looks like Santa Claus, right? But then this is what makes it Royce. You ready? Dirt on his face. Just dirt everywhere. He's pigpen. Dirt. There's flies coming off of him. Okay, dirt. And then, yeah, somehow there's just random strips of gray in his beard. And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. That is Royce. Okay, so let's take a look at this clip now that Royce is the guy he's talking about.
Extra zeros. It ain't gonna be a couple extra zeros. It might be a couple $3. The point is this fucking fag lives off his parents' money and he's constantly begging them to keep his fucking roof over his head. And now when they got lawsuits on top of it, it's not as fun for them.
Okay, I mean that's just
and
as
then
true.
It'll be great.
That's just as true
then
for
I'll have
Royce.
A civil action again.
That's just as true for Royce as it is for me. Just making shit up. Okay.
Against you, and I know the ultimate thing you're thinking about right now, which is that.
Oh wait, hang on. I missed one little thing. How do I? Okay, so I'm still learning my Telestrator here. It's a brand new Telestrator. How do I? Okay, I guess I just do that. I don't remember how to use the Telestrator perfectly. I did forget one thing though. What the? Why is that an arrow? What the hell? What the heck? Hang on a second. We gotta fix that. I don't know what happened there. How do I undo? Can I undo that? There we go. We're gonna fix this, guys. We've got it all under control. This is all important. And we're just killing time until Mersh gets his delivery, obviously. All right, let's try that again. There we go. Star Trek logo, obviously. Is that it? I don't really know what the Star Trek logo looks like, unfortunately. There we go. All right, so go back to... There we go.
You know what? My parents are going to leave me money anyway. I'll be fine. I got a house and money, and I can fucking make my little Discord wife my queen, and that's all great. The problem is when they leave you shit in a lump sum when they die.
Oh, Slaw's deployed, Pickles inbound. All right, let's go. Let's check in with Nightwave real quick. Nightwave on Rumble. He's Rumble exclusive. It's definitely not to hide from things like this happening. Wow, how many people are watching live? 665. That's almost better than you do.
We catch up, we mingle. It's a great way of just...
It's a great way. She got, like I said, she's got this.
Becoming friends.
Is that
and
this?
having a little bit of a little party.
Let's see what happens.
This looks like a party. Look at this. Look at these fucking losers, as Stuttering John would call them. Look at this fucking killer's row. You want to hang out with these people?
Recently have about 5 or 6 heel members that have grown to be close friends of mine.
By the way, it's so funny. If you look at the shot, there's Julia Hart in the back. Fucking gorgeous. She was so gorgeous. I was like, is Julia Hart glamming me?
Okay, here we go. I don't know what's going to happen here.
Poor Julia Hart having to slum it with these fucking hogs. Could you imagine? Poor girl. She wants to get back to her boyfriend and get some of that BBC. Ayo, huh? Am I right? Ayo. That's That's what it sounds like.
All right, I promise to never use sound effects again. I'm sorry.
What's his name? Who's that guy from the
Jobber
Firm with the orange hair?
He's talking wrestling. Fuck.
Who's that fucking guy? That wrestler. Every time he comes on fucking Julia Hart's face, he's like, fucking
the droid on the medical frigate at the end of Empire Strikes Back. Yeah, he's actually at the beginning of Empire Strikes Back 2 on Hoth. His name is 2-1B.
I don't know if Julia
He's the droid that fixes Luke Skywalker's hand. He gives him the robot hand.
Ellie King.
Sorry, I gotta wash away the wrestling. My gimmick.
With people who care and share your love of wrestling. The first pay-per-view last year I came to like on my own, and then this is kind of where I met everybody, and now we've come into.
You get $50 a year. $50 a year to hang out with these losers. But it's not a fan club. It's a community.
This is like, it's like pointless watching him on the big board.
I would rather
He's so
pay
tiny.
$50 for footage of Chevy Chase calling Donald Glover nigger on the set of Community.
Whoa! Whoa! I'm not on Rumble, Mersh. This isn't a Rumble exclusive. Hang on a second. I'm sorry.
You have a home here. This is a very safe place for any.
First of all, you got
Hang on. We got to be careful here. Mersh is going.
Bitch, you got to
Mersh is going full Rumble.
Character. What is this?
Did he just say Star Trek?
Ghislaine, first of all, okay, that's suspicious. That, as the kids say, ma'am, that's sus. Also, half of the women in the Heels Club are on menopause. Why would I pay to hang out with you? Especially if I'm a hot young tranny.
Mersh, please.
I'm a breast cancer survivor.
Just because you can say something doesn't mean you should.
The Heels community kept cheering me on, building me up.
Could you imagine if you didn't have that $50? Huh?
Where are we at with deliveries?
Think about that. You ever think about that, ma'am? You'd be in a whole different boat. Imagine, ma'am, if for 1 second you were trying to overcome all these trials and tribulations in life, but 6 months
now
ago,
again, I disavow what's about to happen here.
Or what if it was?
This wasn't me.
You were
This is provably not
me. Your renewal came up, and you only had $49.
Slaw confirmed inside the Buckingham Palace.
Green Dot Bank.
Wait, inside?
And what happens then? Would they have helped you overcome those triumphs?
Is that PPP?
Or, I guess triumph, right? You don't overcome a triumph. That would be turning a W into an L.
Did anyone already say that in chat?
I don't know if I would have made it and banged that gong back in May. Ham.
Okay, but so, wait a minute. Are we going with AEW?
Slaw deployed, Pickles deployed, Pickles on deck.
I feel like there was a little bit of some. There was a little bit of
Mersh,
fucking
look out your window.
Apostle David E. Taylor in that.
He took the Slaw inside, two Pickles on the doorstep.
Oh, come on. $50.
Is this not actually live? Is he faking live?
I wouldn't hang out with you bitches if you all paid me $50 each. You're lucky to have Vicky Guerrero.
Wait a second. Is Mersh now doing a Steven Crowder, a fake live stream?
And Aubrey.
Is this pre-recorded? Is this live?
I think Heels is one of those things where once you're in it, you understand how absolutely important it is. And I've just...
How is he? He's still sitting there. You're telling me he's in.
Huge.
Seen so many people gain happiness.
What
from
is
being
happening?
A member of Heels.
With the Heels community, tons of women are finding themselves to be in a place where they have comfort, they have support.
I get that, Nyla, but what are you doing there?
Comfort.
To be in a place where they have.
Kiera Hogan, by the way.
Did we catch him faking it? Fake live. His sound effects are so much louder than the rest of his show. Mine are like that because I keep playing Mersh's quiet show and then it blasts after that. Wait, what's happening?
No shortage of ways that I would disappoint you. I mean, I'm serious. I would disappoint you from so many.
Oh, he's seeing a black girl and he's getting horny. Okay, I see.
Mean, I would, by the time I
if
was
he
done
doesn't
with
address
you,
chat, this is fake live.
Of comfort, they have.
Frozen Asian says, "Notice no Jade Cargill at these things." Of course.
Well, now
not.
he's addressing chat, but it's Frozen Asian. He might just let Frozen Asian watch.
Jade Cargill's not a gimmick.
And they
Did we
just be
miss it?
themselves and enjoy.
Did we miss it? Did he already do something? Did he already react? Maybe he's just not reacting. Maybe he's just not. Maybe he's doing the right thing and not reacting. Maybe the Uber driver's not a girl, and so he's not freaking out.
I still would.
Support.
Not this one.
Blessings.
What's that? A dude outside? I can't yell at him.
Goes there, so she's not the fucking fattest chick in the room. You hear that, ladies? There's a dude there thinner than you.
And wrestling.
Strobe light glasses check. Yeah, we should do
AEW
that.
Heels empowers women for the love of wrestling.
I would rather die and go to hell and spend the rest of eternity watching Daniel Garcia versus Ricky Starks.
What? So his show is just a wrestling show now.
Over and over again.
You just have to be into wrestling to enjoy this.
The same match. Frozen says you would, Mersh, because you aren't a woman, but she likes the post. Oh, Kiera Hogan, yeah, she's with Diamante, but come on, man, there's no such thing as lesbians, Frozen. You got to learn that in life, Bowd.
Bowd.
Lesbians aren't real.
Gotta learn that in life, Bowd.
There's bitches that do a lot of there's bitches that lean very lesbian, but there's no 100%. There ain't a 100% lesbian bitch in the world. I'm serious. I've been around some depravity.
Depravity.
A lot of bitches that tell you they're lesbian. Like, ain't no fucking lesbians. They might identify as lesbian. Let's be honest. There's a lot of people that identify as women too. Real quick, probably gonna bail out of here at some point, sort of shortly. I'm gonna continue a little bit with these cackling hens, but we'll do that, and we'll get out of here soon.
Yeah.
How much have we done?
I'll post the link one more time if you want to donate. RevengeOfTheSys.com/Nightwave.
Just in case you want to.
Things up on this Tuesday evening. Dropping it in.
I haven't paid attention to any of this stuff since Rumble started happening. I would love to know what the numbers are here at Rumble. Like, are the donations still rolling in? Are they slowing down?
That's all I could think of looking at this tranny looking tomboy.
Okay,
bro. Oh,
come
yeah.
on.
You talking about Aubrey Edwards or Nyla?
Come on,
Nyla's
Mersh,
more feminine than
please.
fucking Aubrey.
It's the day of vengeance out there. Do you really want their vengeance on your hands?
The Rumble chat's moving quick tonight. I got 699 watching.
Yeah.
Yeah, we hit 7. We hit over 700 tonight for a little while there.
Yeah.
That was pretty impressive.
You hit over a million on the
that.
main channel. These are real numbers.
AP coming up, NNN says, that's fine. I'm not going to be running over tonight at all.
Happy Hill's birthday. Happy Hill's birthday.
Yeah, I actually, oh shit, I just hit, what's that? 6 million people are watching my show right now. Oh, that's awesome. Wow, yeah, actually 6,000,001. Okay.
What drew you to it?
I was attending the Zoom calls when Brandy was part
He's
of
just
it,
burping.
and I was just doing guest
He doesn't even
appearances at
have the
that
video
time.
up. He's just
and like Amanda said, when she was doing when Brandy was leading the Zoom calls, it was all about fashion and heels and
Oh, sorry, no video.
only wear heels and be paid for it. Like that's the only time.
There it is.
Oh, are you a little distracted, Mersh? Is something happening?
Around and made
I wonder
it to
what he's
where everyone was
distracted by.
comfortable and
So once we turned Brandy's vision again, Brandy.
Okay. Maybe we missed it. I don't know.
Do I have the Shot of Brandy theme song?
Can we roll back Rumble? Is that possible?
Sure.
I know. Why?
So, couple things. I'm sorry I left you alone with these bitches.
Oh my God, he did get up. Oh my God, he got up. We just missed it.
This
might have been the end.
Look at this. Look at this.
Sorry, I'm getting upset here. We're gonna do this.
Oh no, I disavow this entirely. This is bad. You guys are trying to get me into trouble. I'm live. I can't be behind this. I said he doesn't want to. Well, he does want us to. He said keep it going. But I told you, don't do this. And now here he is live right now having to deal with you guys. This has been very upsetting. I hope your dad doesn't have money. If you're out there watching this and you're sending Mersh shit, you better call up your dad and apologize. Let's watch this. There he is.
All right. So anyway, let's get back to this fan club.
Women and female identifying wrestling fans that come together
So dudes.
to share.
So basically, chicks that are wrestling fans and dudes in makeup that are wrestling fans. So why don't you just make a group for wrestling fans? Here's the thing. You guys haven't broke $1 million. You guys haven't had $1 million average ratings on an episode in a long time. And
just give it a second. He gets up at
break 500 anymore, and Dynamite ain't ever breaking 1 million with you fucking gay ass stupid. Nobody wants to see fucking Kenny Omega wrestle a Mexican in a Viking helmet and a bull snout.
I want to make sure.
By the way,
okay.
wrestled in a shirt because he's fat. Nobody wants to see that.
Now I'm only playing this not to give clout or shine to the people who perpetrated this. And I checked around. This is a crime. I asked some guys, this is a crime. It's not why I'm playing this. I'm checking to make sure Mersh is still okay after this. I'm hoping he's not too badly hurt by it.
Yeah, in the main
by receiving pickles and coleslaw.
Then on a Wednesday. You're doing it to yourself.
Did I just hear the goon alarm? Hey, did you hear that? All right, I'm not playing this. Hang on. Can I go back a little? Listen real carefully here. I don't know. My compressor might take this sound out. Tell me if you hear this.
More. And Dynamite ain't ever breaking 1 million with you fucking gay ass stupid. Nobody wants to see fucking Kenny Omega wrestle a Mexican in a Viking helmet and a bull snout who, by the way, wrestled in a shirt because he's fat. Nobody wants to see that in the main event on a Wednesday.
Just spent the beginning of this episode saying it's never happened with Mersh. Are you hearing it? I heard it. It's official. It's happening. Thank dear God, we've got the Goon Alarm 6 million. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 100% official. Mersh is a top goon. Oh my God. That is crazy. That is crazy.
A Mexican in a Viking helmet and a bull snout.
I don't know what to do with I'm giddy. Oh my God. I'm sorry, the nerdrenaline. It's
I got excited. Very excited to see all of this.
I'm sorry.
Who, by the way, wrestled in a shirt because he's fat. Nobody wants to see that in the main event on a Wednesday. You do.
It's absolute. It's absolute. It's in there. It's happening. Beep. You can hear it. You can hear it fucking clear as day. Oh my God.
Doing it to yourself. You're shooting yourself in the foot.
So the goon alarm goes off, and now here comes the slaw.
And now you want to break off into subgroups of this already broken group and have like a trannies and chicks only group. Come on, stop. Enough. This place is going to get shot up at this rate. Sorry, I'm getting upset here. We're going to do this. I'm going to leave you alone with these ladies, and I hate to do it, but I'm going to get my smoke in. This guy's hungry. I'm surrounded by cacti. Louis at my feet. This guy's up here. They're ready to kill me. We'll be right back.
And their love of wrestling. At its core, that's what it is.
And okay. So now he's lying and saying he's doing his smoke break. Mersh has a whole video he plays during his smoke break. He plays old cigarette commercials. He's now covering his camera with a dirty sock, his little sock feet. He took off his sock, put it over the camera, and is now going out there and lying about it. What did he just say?
Hungry. I'm surrounded by cacti. Louis at my feet. This guy's up here. They're ready to kill me. We'll be right back.
And their love of wrestling. At its core, that's what it is. And we've sort of been...
All right, come on, guys. He's pretending he's just talking to his cats. All right, guys. Your cats need to go out for a smoke, too? I mean, they probably are addicted.
Building this thing for...
I bet you Mersh gets into the nip.
A good long while now, and it's grown a lot in the last year. So I'm excited to have all three of you here today to talk.
This is insane. Well, let's just watch it. I know it's stupid wrestling shit happening. Let's just watch it until he comes back. I just want to see.
Talk about it. So we've got me, Aubrey. We've got Leva Bates.
Hi.
We've got Amanda Huber. And we've got Vicky Guerrero, all veterans. Yeah, I told her she's the quiet one, so she gets to sit on the end.
I'm in timeout.
She's yelled one too many times. She's finally put in her place. No, never. We can never put you in your place, Vicky. So Leva, you were actually the one who's involved with Heels from the very beginning. So this was originally something created by Brandy Rhodes as sort of an idea for how we can make wrestling more accessible to women in the female demographic. So when did you first hear about Heels?
Pretty much almost the beginning. 'Cause did we not do our first party? What was that?
Like early 2020. It was like right in the pandemic.
Which one of the pay-per-views? Was it Double or Nothing?
Oh god.
Might have been.
So I know she was thinking about this idea for a while. Because I'm going to say beginning of the year, she was talking about starting up this club.
Okay, all right, I can't do it. We're gonna skip. Wow, he's out there for a while. Skip.
Why? What?
Skip.
Yeah.
Skip.
You know,
This is live, people. I
event that,
apologize, but what can you do? We're producing on the fly. I'm the only guy doing all this stuff by himself.
It did
Back. Sorry about
that.
We'll get into more a little bit about that. But
He's
then, Vicky,
H2BH.
you came on
Here we
roughly
go.
right around the same time. I think this is early last year. Actually, roughly a year from now.
All right,
This
we're
is like a
back.
1
Sorry
year
about
Quick, tell them about the 5-0 first.
technically.
Wow, I
From
can't
like
believe it's
Heels
already been a
2.0.
year.
I know. Why?
So, couple things.
Okay, couple things.
Sorry I left you alone with these bitches. The big takeaways right now. All right. This is Aubrey Edwards,
Oh, he's just talking about the. Okay.
the Dikey Neo fucking.
Listen, did I just hear the chirp again? I got everything I needed out of that one chirp, even if there's no chirp again ever.
From the Matrix broad, the referee. I forget who this woman is. I didn't hear the intros. I was fucking taking care of the kitty.
Taking care of the kiddies. Spinster Mersh, you never miss. Oh my god. All
This
right.
is Amanda Huber.
Not worth it. Not worth continuing to watch that. I don't know. Let me know how it goes. If you're somebody who sent something. Oh, wait. We might have images. Hang on a second. Let me just go back to Discord real quick. We might have some pictures here. Sometimes these guys get a photo. You know, that's what they were saying in a food mystery is people could be using this. Feds has it up in. Oh, okay. We've got it in Discord. When he left to get the slaw, he put a black square on camera. Okay, so we've got stuff. Hang on a second. Let's just take a look here. Let me head on over to the henchman here. And wait, what video has been removed for violating YouTube's policy on harassment? I don't know what that is. Okay, so we've got an order of Asian coleslaw being sent. We've got an order of 7-Eleven dill pickle bites being sent. Here's an image of Buckingham Palace. Now, obviously, I have no intention of actually showing you any of these things, but I just want to see for myself what's going on. We've got Van Holten's dill pickles, a 1 count of those headed to okay. So we do have a delivery. What is that sign next to his door? Oh my God. Guys, we do have a sign. There's a new sign, and there's also, oh my God, Jason delivered something to, you guys got to see this stuff. I have to show this to you. Okay. Again, wasn't going to do this, but got to do it. Let's bring you back over here, and let's minimize this for a second. And so the first thing I notice here is there's a very odd sign happening next to Mersh's door. You can see the delivery here at the right outside his door. Very filthy door, just like the old place. Extremely filthy, just covered in dirt and soot. I guess Royce must have been over a few times. And then right next to the door, what is this? So you can see he does have the Ring or the Wise camera now. Well, now we're wise to you. But what is this sign? Whoa, knock. What does that say? Does anybody know what this sign says? Have you seen one of these signs before? That is fascinating. I don't think that was there before. Now, here's where things get crazy. Let's go to our next one. So that delivery was brought in because when the next delivery showed up, the old one's not there anymore. Now you've got the bag alone here. So he did bring in the slaw. I guess he's putting it in a file for his private detective. And then finally, this is where things get kind of spooky. This is a little scary. Actually, you'll remember when the Slaw knock happened, when Mersh was at the Airbnb, it was Friday the 13th. We kept making Jason jokes. Well, look who fucking delivered this one to Mersh. It's Jason. Look at that. That fucking terrifying shadow on the wall. That is the poster to Friday the 13th. They're going to say Friday the 13th poster. That is crazy. Fucking Dear God works in mysterious ways, ladies and gentlemen. Tell me this isn't the Jason silhouette. Hang on. Let me open this up in a new tab here. And we'll just... There you go. Isn't that the same guy right there? Hang on. That and then that. That and then that. Wow. That is actually kind of freaky. Okay. Let's go back to Mersh. We've got too much to cover and not enough time.
I will, because your dad is old as fuck.
That's true. I do have an old dad.
I'll have a civil judgment against you. Which means that guy you hate so...
All right. So, again, where we left off, Mersh gave some real mixed signals, but I disavow those orders. I don't think that's funny anymore. What is even the joke? That's from like 1995. Imagine an entire town getting free deliveries like that and it showing up on the news. That doesn't even make any sense. That's a food mystery and nothing else. So I disavow it. And the last thing he said is, don't do it. Well, actually, the last thing he said was he doesn't care if we do it. The point is, last I understood it, I don't think he wants us doing this, so I'm against it. And obviously, he won't go back and say something else again.
So much. The guy in the green screen suit with no dick or... That guy you hate so much. The guy in the green screen suit with no dick or whatever the fuck. All that.
All right. All right. All right. All right. Okay. 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 Guys. All right. Seriously? We have to stop. We have to, this episode has to end right now. We have to leave this man alone permanently. I mean, you heard what he just said. He shouldn't have to say that. He did, though.
Much. The guy in the green screen suit with no dick or whatever the fuck. All that shit you...
I can't. It's too much. We've done too much to the man. He's right. He's right. He's right. It doesn't matter how much he tells us to keep sending him stuff so that he can make money off of a grifting LOLSUIT again. He's right. We have to stop. We've gone too far. Listen, I think people went too far with Ethan Ralph. They drove him to Mexico, for crying out loud. We're not going to have a Mersh to kick around anymore. If he's sitting here having to contemplate his no-dick green screen suit. It's just no good.
Guy in the green screen suit with no dick or whatever the fuck.
Or whatever the fuck. Yeah, it could be something else, I guess.
All that shit you like to say, it's fine.
Oh, never mind, it's fine.
But daddy in the green screen suit gets his money first.
This is a terrible way to go about a lawsuit. Usually they tell you don't even discuss a lawsuit. In fact, I'm pretty sure his own loyal fans are in his chat begging him to stop talking about the lawsuit.
From your dead parents.
Projection much? What?
And then I can desecrate your dead parents' money the way you bragged about how you were going to desecrate Ethan Ralph's mom's ashes.
Okay, hang on a second. Now, I have to defend this one. I never said that. Everyone else said I should. I never did anything to his mom's ashes. The only thing I was going to do to her ashes was take them to dialysis. And Mersh, I'm happy to do that with you too if you need a ride, buddy.
You're in bed with people like Gabe Hoffman and Andy Worski. Like that whole, you're all.
Are those the same guy? What does that even mean? You're in bed with Gabe Hoffman.
Let's go, Felted, etc.
And Andy Worski. Mersh is losing. Listen. I'm willing to forgive Mersh on this one. He's clearly drunk out of his mind. He doesn't know what he's saying.
All cesspool garbage, people. I fucking dare you to keep this shit up, Jesse. Go ahead. You think I give a fuck?
A little bit.
My next door neighbor, the only person that's ever going to complain. You think she gives a fuck?
Yeah, she's your landlord.
She's fucking 90 years old.
That's older than my old dad.
Dead asleep before Nightwave starts. All that shit with the Uber drivers the other night never even got mentioned to me.
Okay. So is your point that nothing bad happened to you? That you received no damages? Mersh, you have to stop. Somebody come get your guy. He's chirping too much. Please stop him. I want this lawsuit to happen. He's killing himself. Mersh, you're saying you had no damages. You're saying no one was bothered. You're not bothered. She's not bothered. Nobody's bothered.
Because she's old and asleep. Who's going to complain? Nobody. Except me, to law enforcement. Because I'm a law-abiding citizen and a...
He was about to say he is law enforcement, I think he was about to become Judge Dredd right there. He is the law.
Taxpayer and a job creator and a taxpayer and a business owner. You're just some faggot who's living off your parents. Downsized because you got kicked out of UCB school.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to me downsizing because I got kicked out of UCB school. What the fuck is UCB school? Also, I didn't get kicked out. I quit because it was gay. Mersh, listen, stand-up is something that you, technically speaking, can't get kicked out of. There's no, you can be kicked out of a certain club, but there's no group, there's no school where you can be kicked out. Mersh was kicked out of stand-up. He was kicked out. That's what happened. He was kicked out of radio. He was kicked out of stand-up. That's why he stopped doing it. I quit doing UCB school, and then I downsized. Welcome to my downsize, Mersh. My downsize, listen, I'll never be as fat as you, but my downsize will always be bigger than your upsize. We just saw the front door to Buckingham Palace, not looking great.
And your parents didn't want to fund you pretending to be a Brooklyn hipster anymore.
Pretend? What does that even mean? Pretending to be a Brooklyn hipster. So you're saying I'm not a hipster? Ouch! Ow! Oh no! Yow! Leaving New York City is always an upsize. It's always an upgrade. There is no downgrading from leaving New York. You know what you get in New York? Less room for more money. It is a bad move to live in New York, period. Doesn't even matter how rich you are. You could have like the nicest place in New York and it's the shittiest place for nice people that exists. There's only but so much room in a skyscraper, you know? Mersh can't understand this because he's permanently poor. But I'm faking being a hipster. Agreed? I get, what is the insult there?
Jesse.
Mersh. Okay, we get it with the end towers in chat, man. You're not going to hurt anybody here by saying that. That's for a stream that cares, you know?
The criminal's coming first. Because I'm not like these other retards. It won't be a LOLSUIT. It'll be your standard.
I'm not like these other retards. So you're admitting you're also a fat guy. You're just not like the other fat guys.
You were convicted of a misdemeanor of constant harassment.
I'm convicted? Wait, what? I was already convicted? I didn't even know about it. Listen, I've been convicted of stuff before and never stuck. I've been to jail a few times. Somehow, a Scooby-Doo scraped my way out.
Of a misdemeanor of...
Well, I have to hear him say that I've been convicted of a misdemeanor again.
It won't be a LOLSUIT.
All right, man. The guy in the chat. Listen, I have no issue with you doing in towers, obviously, but I just don't like the spam in the chat. You know, I mean, other people want to type, so I gave you a chance. We're gonna have to put you. We're gonna go in, and I hate taking the time out of the show to do this, but the mods are joining in on your end tower to try to illustrate to you that this isn't the place for it, that we don't care. But because you're too...
I have autism. I can't help it.
We'll put you in a timeout. You come back. You talk like a normal guy. You get to stay. Otherwise, obviously, please just stop him from spamming.
It'll be your standard. You were convicted of a misdemeanor of constant harassment, and the follow-up will be civil.
If you haven't gotten the game plan down yet, are you writing this down? This is Mersh's diary. He's written it down about 400 times. The equivalent here is The Shining, all work and no play, make Jack a dull boy.
And I'm going to take more than $376 out of your fucking pocket this.
And say $375. Listen, all I'm going to say is the reference wasn't $375. He's still thinking about that $376. Mersh, you never took it from me. I got it back. And best of all, you gave me $5. I made $5 by giving Mersh that money. Nobody's got it as good.
Time. You've also pissed off a lot of other powerful people. Other people that, you know, noticeably you've backed off recently because they threatened you with legal issues.
Wait, what? Wait, am I missing something? What? Who did I back off of? If I backed off, do we even have an issue? What are we talking about? I did what to who now?
You've also pissed off a lot of other powerful people.
Other powerful people. Mersh thinks he's powerful. Mersh thinks he's got some sort of power. Where do you get this idea? When you walk out into your cat-infested living room, what makes you think this? Other powerful people.
Other people that, you know, noticeably you've backed off recently because they threatened.
Who are we talking about? Chat, let me know. Who do you think he means when he says, I backed off of making fun of powerful people? Is it Hillary Clinton? Is it Jeffrey Epstein? Is it Joe Biden? Who could he possibly mean? Xi Jinping? Is that a guy or a place? I actually don't know.
Threatened you with legal issues. And
definitely the bounty hunter, they say. Lol cow power, maybe.
The problem is those people.
Powerful JRE, Power 99 FM, Alex Stein, I think. He probably, it's probably the frickin' Jesuits. Cat Karma, Alex Stein, name names. Yeah, I don't know who he means here. They're saying no spine in chat. Maybe he does. I backed off of Alex Stein. Look at the Pod Awful YouTube channel right now. It is more Stein than Mersh. I don't know if that's ever been able to be said before. We did a lot of Stein coverage. I backed off. Do you just mean that I thought I had fucking testicle cancer and didn't do a show for a while? What do you mean backed off? Alex Stein still has me blocked. Alex Stein, by the way, you know what you and Alex have in common? You both threatened me with a lawsuit for making fun of you. Losers. Dorks. Powerful people. I think Alex Stein is powerful. By the way, we have a big Alex Stein episode coming up. Alex Stein's powerful because he's on the Blaze. I can't wait to show you guys his new Blaze show. It's awful.
People are my friends. And those people are willing to also Peter Thiel my fucking legal issues with you.
You've got to be kidding me. So he He's saying Alex Stein's going to fund his lawsuit. Alex Stein wouldn't even fund his own lawsuit against me. Alex Stein threatened to send bounty hunters after my parents. You know what happened to that? He backed off. You want to talk about backed off? We sent a guy to record Alex bombing his stand-up set, exposed that he has a wife, made fun of his wife nonstop on an episode, and her dead grandpa Taco. We didn't invent it. Alex invented it. We have taken a page from Alex's book and began sexually trolling his kid sister wife. That's backed off to you? Are you insane? No, I didn't back off from anything. Alex Stein backed off. You think he's going to fund your lawsuit? I dare you. Please. Now, maybe he's not talking about Alex Stein. I would kill for that to happen, because Alex Stein is bankrolling a lawsuit right now. This is something we have to talk about on the Alex Stein episode. Alex Stein is currently suing AOC, the woman he sexually harassed in public. He's suing her for the same suit she did against Trump, because Trump blocked her on Twitter. You know, people brought this against Trump for blocking them while being the president. Well, AOC blocked Alex Stein. Now, this is actually a funny move. I'm not against this. He's suing AOC for blocking him on Twitter, despite the fact that she's a public figure and a politician. And you shouldn't be able to do that. It's a freedom of speech, a First Amendment, being able to redress your grievances and stuff. So I get it. There's a little problem, though. If Alex Stein's lawsuit has any legs, any merit to it whatsoever, and maybe it's already been thrown out, I don't know, I haven't been keeping up. There's a little problem. Alex has me blocked, and Alex is running for school board in Texas. And Alex doesn't just have me blocked. He has a lot of pod-awful cult members blocked. And a lot of cult members, it just so happens, live in Texas. Now, I'm not saying class action lawsuit, but I'm not saying class action lawsuit, but first criminal, then we go to discovery.
Yeah, I'll get bankrolled.
Yeah, this has never happened. Not in your wildest dreams. Alex Stein's not that stupid. You want to know how I know? Because he's not permanently poor. Because he had a trust fund. He knows how money works. Alex Stein had a credit card at 10 years old that his dad gave him to buy food with. You think Alex Stein is going to pay for you to have a lawsuit against me? Are you out of this world?
Like Hulk Hogan in the Gawker lawsuit. Fucking play with me, dude.
Oh, okay. So again, he's telling me to play with him. He's telling me to do it.
Just saying. Already got new fucking shit set up outside. Ain't gonna be no more knocks. Ain't gonna be no more doorbell rings.
What was that I just showed on the big board?
No more ways to penetrate my shit.
Whoa! Stop getting sexual with me. Yuck. All right, add that to the board. The sexual harassment tally just gets longer and longer.
Things. No more ways to penetrate my shit.
No one was thinking of doing that.
But I did wait. I did sit back. I did go, man, just leave it alone. And everybody went, I had to sit back for 2.5 years while people went, Jesus, has Mersh gone soft?
No, he started off soft.
Is Mersh some kind of faggot?
Yes. Is Mersh trying to get his shit penetrated?
How's Mersh just going to sit back, keep letting Jesse fuck with him like this?
Easily?
Now you're figuring it out. If I'd gone after you, if I'd freaked out the first time you doxed like fucking my apartment, I would have just looked like a lunatic.
You doxed your apartment and you did look like a lunatic. You were screaming out your dox on air.
Just did the usual thing. I kept the file open. Hey, it happened again. This is what's going on.
Hey, you think I look crazy? Come to my address, 3215 Baird Avenue, apartment J66. I'm no lunatic. Seasoned lunatic fringe. Wait a second.
If I'd freaked out the first time you doxed like fucking my apartment, I would have just looked like a lunatic.
Yeah, can somebody clip that actually? We're going to need that for the intro.
Just did the usual thing. I kept the file open. Hey, it happened again.
And yeah, thank you for pointing this out, Doom Pill. I've been waiting to bring this up. Ladies and gentlemen, the spirit of Ray Charles is with us, of course. For some reason, Mersh has been possessed by Stevie Wonder.
My apartment? I would have just looked like a lunatic.
Now, these sunglasses, they're not... listen, he's got to wear them or else you're going to see he's blind in these eyes. Look at his head.
I did the usual thing. I kept the file
She take my money.
open. Hey, it happened again. This is what's going on. This is what I suspected it is.
Ebony and ivory.
Just keep that jacket open. Keep it open. Keep it open. Do we take action? Not at all.
Wait,
I just want it on record. Okay, you got it. Yeah, that's great.
Wait, who is he? And now he's making up that he's been telling some lawyer this whole time. Like, I just went on record. Just write that down. Write that down. He's got him on retainer just to write down every time we give him an order.
It's been 3.5, 4 years now. There's no court in the world that's going to watch.
It's been like a year of the deliveries. The deliveries are still fairly new in all of this. I don't know what you're talking about. This is all the result of you trying to lose weight.
Any of your shows in the last...
How about this? How about you focus on losing weight by August and maybe forget about these fantasy lawsuits?
Last few years and go, oh, that's completely... Yeah, that's even tempered. He's absolutely fucking completely like on an even keel. I waited and waited and waited. And I knew he was going to dox this third address. I knew it was coming. I just...
Stevie Dunder over here.
Went on about my life, knowing it was coming and knowing that when it came...
It wasn't doxed, by the way. Do you know his address? Does anybody know his address? It wasn't doxed. The address is just out there, man.
This is what they call in the legal world establishing a pattern.
And toxoplasmosis is running his brain like in rodents. 100%. Again, it's spinster Mersh. He's a cat lady. Mersh, he's more toxoplasmosis than man now.
Now you can't even run back and delete all your fucking archive videos. It doesn't matter because Kiwi Farms, Twitter, it's everywhere. Everyone knows what a fucking psycho you've been and how much you've been on my dick.
Do you just hear a toilet flushing and you're just watching a man go...
And now it's a criminal matter. And it'll be criminal first and civil next. Good luck to you. Throw, and I'm saying this right now with no irony, throw everything you got at me now, faggot.
With no irony. Okay.
Because it's on.
Does he not realize what he's saying? Somebody needs to pull Mersh aside. You know, I had to have a talk with Royce a couple of years ago and tell him, reel your monkey in. Should I call Royce and say, like, maybe you should just have a sit down? Listen, I know you can't control him, but you might just want to say something to Mersh. You're the organ grinder. You're in charge. Pull that leash.
Kofi. Let's do the Kofis.
Okay, it's Kofi time. I didn't realize it was Kofi time. Okay, so now let's go to the next one. There is another and another, actually. Here we go. Part 3. I guess we're just going for it. I don't know. Oh, he's making mouth noise.
Huntsman said Sun Tzu would be proud.
So now this dude thinks Rufio says this same shit. You are on the level of Rufio. Sun Tzu. Ah, yes, the art of war. What does Sun Tzu say? Allow 1 delivery, allow 2 delivery, but on 3 delivery, a pattern has been established.
That's like, if you think that's
yeah, I remember that part of the art of war. The famous Chinese saying. I think Confucius actually said that one first. It's one of those famous Buddhist koans. You know, it goes, when you see a man walking down the path. Mersh is sort of the Tasmanian devil. He's he's like an airbrushed Tasmanian devil on a black guy's t-shirt where he's dressed like crisscross. You know, he's Wigger Tasmanian devil.
be proud. That's like, if you Proper Winsman said Sun Tzu would be proud. That's like,
yeah, Sun Tzu would be so. Sun Tzu is looking down from heaven right now, going, "Ah, perfect. He established the pattern and first criminal charges, but always contact the police."
If you think that's a reference that I didn't like, trust me. Where do you think I figured this out?
Oh yeah. Where do you think he's been reading Sun Tzu? Where do you think he got this idea? Sun Tzu.
Let me take the high road. Let me be the good guy.
Okay, when is that going to start? I'm sorry, Your Honor. I present Exhibit B, Cam Girl Burka. Take the high road and be the good guy. Are you insane?
Do this for several years. Now you're backed into a corner, and I know you're gonna run and scrub. Start scrubbing shit, dude.
Oh my god, my entire skin suit just crawled off of me and ran away, and now some guy from Chud Buds is trying to wear it.
It's too late.
That was humiliating. It's humiliating. I need you to understand, when Mersh does his little Bam Margera impression of me, it is humiliating for me. I hate it. Look at this.
And scrub. Start scrubbing shit.
Please, Mersh, I might sue you for this. Stop. You look ridiculous. You have to stop.
Backed into a corner, and I know you're gonna run and scrub. Start scrubbing shit, dude. It's too late.
Who sounds like that?
Years,
well, who do you think sounds like that?
Keep letting it go on. Keep letting it go on, so that when I eventually bring criminal charges, I don't seem like a lunatic. And guess what, Jesse?
Man,
I've already been.
Some people probably heard the new season name and thought, Jesse, I don't know. It's no Dark Future. I don't know. It's no Season Infinity. I'm not sure about this one. Did I pick the best name for this season or what?
Like a lunatic.
Like a lunatic.
And guess what, Jesse?
It's perfect.
I've already been speaking with people.
I don't have to guess. We've watched 2 entire videos of you telling me you've been talking to some Asian guy on Discord, you know. You've asked Royce if he thinks this is stupid or not. And Royce went, I don't know, man. And you took that as no.
And they very much don't think I'm a lunatic now.
Add it to the soundboard one more time.
With people. And they very much don't think I'm a lunatic now.
Hey.
Let's have fun. Here's how it's going to work.
Stop swallowing. Stop it. What are you swallowing? What is filling your mouth so heavily that you have to swallow that hard that I can hear it after every one of your dramatic little sentences?
work, Jesse. This is going to end with me garnishing your father's lifetime hard-earned wages that he leaves you.
He's on Social Security. What are you doing? So now the guy who's going to be the good guy, the guy who's just going to sit back and be the good guy, is threatening to end an old man's retirement by stealing his money through a vexatious lawsuit. Oy vey, I'm in bed with Gabe Hoffman. I don't know, man. A move like that might get you back on Gabe's good side.
Out of your pocket.
Yeah, garnished with slaw.
We've reached a point where you're absolute being consumed by being the tough guy on the internet and the string puller and the puppet master, and I hate Mersh and I hate...
No, actually, I'm the string... His point here is no, actually, I'm the string puller. I'm the puppet master. What an insane thing to claim. Your days of being the puppet master are over, because in fact, it is I who is the puppet master.
Ralph, and I hate all these people. I'm going to take...
Did the stream just drop for a second? I feel like the stream might have just dropped for a second. I don't know why. There's nothing on my end.
Your parents' retirement money. Money they worked for in 1978.
What?
It's going to go into my account. It's going to be my money now.
This is so... Okay. I won't even... Here's the thing. Mersh, sue me. Here's what I promise you. I won't even get a lawyer. I am going to come to court and I'm going to bring one thing, and it's these videos. That's it. I don't even need to see. We don't need to go to Discover or on your part. You don't have to give me anything. I'm just going to play them these videos. There you go. I rest my case, Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you. The defense rests.
So you're not just disrespecting Ralph or disrespecting me. You're disrespecting your parents. You're going to take like probably 6 months of like your dad's 1989 salary out of it. Like you're going to erase 6 months of your father's life from 1986 because the money's just going to have to go to me. And I'll probably blow it in 2 hours in Biloxi or Vegas.
I like that he starts with the poor guy one. You might as well have said Reno. Or Vegas. Because I'm a wheeler and dealer. I mean Vegas. Did I say Biloxi? You're going to blow it, by the way, down the street. It's not like there's not a fucking place you can gamble literally right down the street from you. And you do. You fucking degenerate poor person. This is, it's insane to me that for a guy who is this extremely online like Mersh, that he is somehow no different than his dad. You would think that a guy who is spending all his time on the internet, his dad never even saw the internet. I don't think he lived long enough for there to be an internet. Dad never saw it, and yet they're the exact same guy. It's kind of crazy to see. The bone doesn't fall far from the triangle.
Way to honor your father.
This level of assuredness is so fucking crazy. Yeah.
Way to honor the father that like enabled you.
Who does he sound like right there? That reminded me of something. Who does he sound like? Way to honor the father.
Way to honor your father.
Yeah, I'm not doing any. What are you talking about? According to you, my dad thinks this is funny. He actually probably does think. Sometimes, every once in a while, my parents will be like, "So, what's good with you?" in a phone call or whatever, and I'll be like, and I don't have anything to talk about because all I'm doing is this stupid bullshit. And so I'll tell them, I'll bring it up. I'll be like, well, you know that guy Mersh I make fun of? Yeah, Mersh. Yeah, definitely Mersh. Yeah, he's, here's the stupid thing Mersh did this week. And they will laugh. I'll give you that. They do laugh at you, Mersh. My dumb old parents who you're thinking of bilking for money because you can't make money on your own, because you are permanently a beggar, because you moved to Florida because you heard there's a panhandle. My parents laugh at you. They think you're garbage. You're right about that. You definitely should want to steal an old person's money when it's my parents. They do. When I tell them the stories of the stupidity you get up to, they do get a chuckle out of it. But they also chuckle at the Santa Cruz Joker or Kay's cooking. My dad, in fact, particularly enjoyed Kay's cooking. I remember one Thanksgiving, I went back home for Thanksgiving, and we played Kay's cooking on the TV while we're at the Thanksgiving table. They were, my whole family, dying laughing. My brother, my sister, they loved it. They love laughing at the goons, as a matter of fact. So maybe you actually have a point. It's just a fantasy. The problem is they're going to laugh at this one too. They're going to laugh. My dad, I'm going to tell him about this actually. I would do it right now. I'm pretty sure he's probably asleep. I would call him up right now and tell him about it, get him on the show and tell him all about this. And he'd laugh and laugh and laugh at how stupid and gay you are. And then I tell him, hey, Dad, you love Tucker Carlson, right? And he'll be like, yeah. And I'd be like, yeah, these guys, remember, Mersh? He's like dying to get noticed by Tucker. He like wants to be on Tucker. He'd be like, ha ha, what a loser. What a cross-eyed fat loser. That is something my dad would say about you. Now is Mersh the Mexican one? He might say something like that as well.
Way to honor the father that like enabled you.
He's like a girl. I don't know. I feel like he sounds like a particular person there, but the honor the father, it's like girly. This is a girl insult. This is a drunk girl at a bar who just got called out for saying the N-word, and she's like, way to honor the father. You think you can hurt? You know who my dad is?
To just be an internet faggot while he went and fucking, I don't know, screwed the fucking bottom rocket parts onto nuclear weapons or whatever the fuck your dad did. But your dad worked like a man, like most of our fathers did, like men.
No. Now, my father did work like a man. Back-breaking labor. Awful stuff. Awful stuff. I thank him for it every day. I think in my head, gee, I can't believe he really, broke himself down. This is, again, that's the guy you're trying to steal money from, is a dude who worked to the bone his whole life and has managed to make a meager, eke out a little retirement for himself off of Social Security. In fact, actually, you want to know the truth? My dad, my parents have a house in Florida. Spends most of his time in Florida, where you live, Mersh. And that hurricane that ripped through there, I don't remember the name of it now, but whatever that big hurricane was, it actually ripped the roof off of his house. He had to spend a ton of money to repair it. That wasn't paid for by like disaster relief or anything. He had to, out of his own pocket, pay that. That came out of, you don't really have much to go after at this point. Actually, I told him I would pay it because it's not that much to me. I could afford it. It's devastating to my dad, but I told him, thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars we're talking about. And I told him, this was around Christmas, I guess. I said, let that be my present to you. But he had already paid it all. He's just stubborn that way. He's stubborn that way. I should still really give it to him, actually, now that I'm glad you jogged my memory about this. I do actually need to send that to him. You see, any money you would be stealing from my elderly father is my money at that point. My dad gets his little Social Security stipend, and then that's it. He didn't save up anything. Didn't really know how to do that. He had been working since he was like 13 years old. His dad started a company, like a tile company. He's a tile guy. His dad started a tile company, working on your hands and knees every day, and not the way your mom was, Mersh. And like you said, backbreaking labor, real man's work. since he was 13 years old until he was elderly. Elderly. That's who you want to steal from. Your dad never did man work, never did any work. Your dad was the town lol cow. Your dad was a drunk. Your dad was you. So all day long, I'll agree with you. What I do isn't man work. What you do is certainly not man work with your little elegant fingers. I have actually done real work before. I actually worked with my dad doing tile stuff. I very briefly worked a construction job. I've worked with my hands. I worked in basically a sweatshop of a place for 3 years. That's actually how I afforded to move to New York to pretend to be a hipster. You pretend to be from New York, having never worked a real job in your life, having been a beggar your whole life, and having come from beggars. Your mom, any dime she had to her name, it was given to her by me, the taxpayer, by everyone else, your whole family. I'm sure your sister, the ghost hunter, lives off of benefits. And you probably have too. And you might do it now. That might actually be the real reason you got audited. You might want to, I don't know, we might do a FOIA request into that. But no, your dad never did man work. I refuse to believe that. I refuse to believe your dad did anything other than sleep in a ditch every once in a while. If the tables were turned, if the shoe was on the other foot, and you had a dad and I didn't, and I'm coming after you for a lawsuit, I don't think I'd be sniffing up the dad tree for that one. Where would I get money from in that case? There's nothing. My dad's poor. Your dad, what would I do? Get the lawn clippings he sleeps on, the pillow he made out of the leaves someone left in the ditch? How many hours would your dad have to stand in the median near the highway begging for change, squirting people's windshields with Windex against their will, that he's watered down heavily, by the way? He's been using that same Windex bottle for a while. How many hours would he have to go for me to get anything worthwhile off of your dad?
The fucking bottom rocket parts onto nuclear weapons or whatever the
What? What?
Faggot.
What?
While he went and fucking, I don't know, screwed the fucking bottom rocket parts onto nuclear weapons or whatever the fuck.
Bottom rocket parts. Well, there's your proof right there. You don't know man stuff. Bottom rocket parts. He thinks my dad's a nuclear engineer. My dad, who laid ceramic tile for fucking 50 years. Yeah. He's down there working at NASA. Oh, why is my dad in Florida? Because he's over there at Cape Kennedy or whatever, Cape Canaveral.
Fuck, your dad did. But your dad worked.
Mersh is sitting around daydreaming about Jesse Podawful's life. He's thinking, what could it be? Again, money is magic to him. He doesn't know where it comes from. He has a wrestling fan child's cartoon understanding of the way adults work. My dad's either an architect or a nuclear engineer or an accountant, at the bank. He works at the bank. Oh, he gets the money from the bank that he works at.
Like a man, like most of our fathers did, like men.
If my dad was a nuclear engineer, I would force him to use his knowledge of these things to carbon date your mom's bones so that we could find out if exactly when she passed away. I have a feeling that your mom was a corpse for years, and psycho style, you didn't tell anybody, you just kept her there, and you were stealing her benefits. If my dad knew anything about radioactivity, we would be finding out the half-life on your mom's mandible.
I can admit I'm just an internet faggot and no.
All right. Well, case closed. We're going to wrap this episode up here. Thank you, everybody, for
None of this is serious. You're going to harm their legacy.
your legacy.
The old man says, why would he care? Sociopaths don't give a shit about silly things like fathers. No, I understand. None of this is actually directed at him. I'm talking to him, but it's the same way when we laugh at lol cows. I don't.
No. You don't. Mersh, you are a lol cow. You don't get to say that when we laugh at lol cow. You know, when we're doing. You are the lol cow. Everybody in your chat is laughing at you.
Understand.
Oh my God. Stop swallowing into the mic as hard as humanly possible. Stop it.
It's the same way when we laugh at lol cows. I don't.
That's your parents' legacy. Here's your fucking parents' legacy. And again, we're having fun. We're happy to be here, everybody. Just to be clear, we're 100% happy to be here. H2BH. I have to make myself perfectly clear on some of these things. Mersh, here's your parents' legacy. Your dad is known on the internet as being an original lol cow, and that's thanks to your words. And their biggest point of pride, if your parents were alive today, the only thing they could even kind of take pride in, it couldn't be you. You're a spinster at 40. You're a male spinster. Now, I don't know too much about one. I think you've got two sisters, and I'm not sure it's all the same dads. I'm pretty sure, though, one of your sisters is the same dad as you. And here's what they would have to look forward to. Here's their legacy. Their legacy is a ghost hunting whale of a woman who pretends that she's a gothic vampire on Instagram, who has married a guy who looks like her cross-eyed brother because he himself has an eye so lazy, I have to assume it learned how to work from Mersh's dad. And the legacy that she's left behind is a son, I believe his name's Dominic, a son who drunk drove and killed himself, his friend, and an innocent passenger in another vehicle. He was a race car driver. They've got tattoos. She's got a tattoo of this kid, Race in Heaven, R.I.P., Race in Paradise, Dominic, after he drunk drove and crashed a car and killed 3 people, including himself. That's your parents' legacy. Honor thy father. Anyway, just want to keep score. That's all.
Understand this. When I'm telling James Robert Clark he's a faggot, I don't expect James Robert Clark to be upset.
Also, listen, it's unfair of me to say they don't have a legacy through you. They do. Your father's legacy through you is that you fucked it up with the easiest layup of a woman of all time. A cam whore who was a fan of yours came out with the intent to sleep with you, and you still didn't nail it, and you squished your pants. You humiliated yourself in front of every female you've ever spoken to online, and you're an internet laughing stock. So I guess your parents get to choose between those two things. Which one? I don't know which one I would pick, to be honest. I don't know which one my parents would pick. I don't think it's the second one, though. I feel like my parents would pick the ghost hunter, because at the very least, maybe she could contact them now that they're dead.
I expect.
Has your sister ever brought home an EVP and said, look, mom and dad are what does it say? Hello. Fuck Mersh.
Normal people to observe it and go, wow, he is a faggot.
Does your sister ever talk to her dead son being a ghost hunter? Has she ever gone to the crash site to see if his spirit is still haunting it, forcing other cars off the road? Ugh. Do you wonder at all if your friend Megan died in that drunk driving accident on Christmas because your nephew Dominic actually ran her off the road, ran Gussie into her, the old woman named Gussie who killed her. Do you think maybe he did that? She let Jesus take the wheel, but unfortunately it was actually Dominic in the passenger seat. Honor thy father, though.
We're just here to help others. Just Maddie in the chat says Red Bar at least used what money his parents gave him, built up his own website, and now is doing really well. That's a good point.
That's a great point. If I hadn't built up a website and I'm doing really well, that would be a terrific point. Let's see. The only difference there is the parents giving you money part. Well, it's actually Red Bar. Fucking. Are we really pretending Red Bar doesn't make money? Is that what we're doing? I mean, he absolutely did have a trust, Hava Nagila and all. He had some bar mitzvah money lying around. Let's not kid ourselves here, but the dude makes money. What is happening to your money, Mersh? And why is your eyeball, the wandering eye, always in everyone else's wallet? Shouldn't you be doing great? You got 1 million views on Rumble. Shouldn't you be? If I had 1 million views on Rumble, even if half of them were fake, I would be unbelievably rich. Unbelievably rich. Mersh is struggling to survive.
Which is why I think Jesse sees him as such a daddy figure.
Oh, God. You're the only one who sees these people as daddies, Mersh, who thinks of himself as a daddy. This shit is disgusting. Grow up. You're not 6. Throw away the wrestling shit. Stop talking about it. Stop thinking about it. Dad's never coming back, and you're never going to find him in Nick Mullen or Red Bar or, by the way, Nick Rochfort, who you're stealing from constantly now. I got to hear this shit about Sam Hyde, who is now saying he's going to add this sound to a soundboard. Meanwhile, everyone's just letting Mersh get away with stealing he's actually done it several times in this video. Every time Mersh talks like this, you're gonna get in trouble. That's straight out of an MDE sketch. That fucking whatever the one is where he trips up the wife. You owe me $5,000. Ever since Nick Rochfort has shown up on YouTube more and more again, Mersh has been liberally stealing from him. Now, let me be clear. Nick is the funniest member of MDE by far. Absolute, naturally the funniest one. Mersh isn't copying him because he's the funniest one. He's copying him because he thinks it's the one he can get away with. And he's right. Nobody seems to know. I've only seen 4 other people say this. There's 4 other people who have said, I saw it on, somebody said this on Reddit, and then a couple people said this to me in DMs, have you noticed Mersh is sort of, yeah, I've noticed. We've all, well, not Mersh's audience, but the rest of us have noticed. He's not going to be your daddy. Nick's not going to be your daddy, okay? Actually, speaking of Nick, speaking of MDE, speaking of Mersh talked some heavy shit on my boy, Ryan Katsu Rivera. Mersh, who is desperate to get in the good graces of MDE, to get noticed by Sam Hyde or Nick or Charles. The intro to Nightwave has included this fake thing where they tricked Charles into saying, "What's up, Nightwave? How you doing?" It's just obviously just somebody in chat saying, "Hi, I'm Nightwave. Hey, Charles," and get it. Or they paid him to say it in a super chat or whatever. He's included that in the intro to his show forever now. Remember when he tried to pay Frank Hassel to hang out with him? I was going to buy you steaks. I was nice to you. You blew me up. Frank Hassel doesn't know who you are. He would kill to do anything with MDE. Anything. Mersh, not so nice to my boy, Ryan Katsu Rivera, called Ryan Katsu Rivera a nobody. A dude who has a way bigger following than Mersh will ever have. A dude who's well known on a huge show by the guy who made Vice magazine. I don't know if you know this. Gavin McInnes is super famous and has a big audience. It's a really big audience. And all of those people know who Ryan is. Well, I'll tell you who else knows who Ryan is. MDE. Ryan just shot a sketch for World Peace 2. He's in World Peace 2. There's photos of it. Mersh would kill for that. But Ryan's a nobody. Mersh will never have the daddies he wants. This is what he doesn't get. I have zero desire for this. Ryan tries to get me involved in this shit all the time. You know how they know who Ryan is? You know how MDE knows him? Ryan went to Creator Clash 1. Remember Sam Hyde was supposed to show up and all of Sam Hyde's guys were there, and Ryan met up with like Jet Neptune, all the new guys, all the new MDE guys. He met all those dudes. He said they're really nice guys. He met Wecking Ball. I've talked to Wecking Ball actually as a result of this. And Ryan was like, dude, you got to come to Creator Clash. He's trying to get me involved in this shit all the time. And I said to him, you really think I'm coming to that? You think I'm going to go? Like, that is so not me. I could not care less about this shit because I'm not looking for a father figure. I don't need a comedy daddy. I don't need a daddy at all. My daddy is alive. And even when he passes, which I hope is never, I'm hoping he lives forever. My dad's at that age. I've talked about this a million times. You know, you get to a certain age, you get to 70. And if you die at 70, people are like, hey, you had a good run. Or you could live 30 more years, and that's also normal. You could live an entire adult lifetime longer. And everybody's like, yep, seems right. So my dad's right there in that sweet spot, you know? I might not have that long with him. And it terrifies me. I hate that. And it's not because I don't get money anymore afterward. It's because I've experienced something called love from my family. This is a foreign concept to Mersh. So where does he go looking for it? Nick Rochefort. Nick Rochefort's got a kid, man. He doesn't need Mersh. He's not going to help you out. You're never going to be friends with Nick or Sam or even Jet Neptune. Frank Hassel's never going to acknowledge you ever again. Me, I don't care. I'm not trying to be. There's like 5 things I like on the internet. And I know all those people. That's it. I'm good. You know? It's like 5, 6 guys, maybe. That's it. I don't need them to be friends with me to enjoy their stuff, by the way. I don't need them to like me. They could hate me and I'd still enjoy their things. I didn't join the internet hoping for clout, hoping for money even. Mersh joined the internet looking for a dad, and he projects that onto everyone around him.
Which is why I think Jesse sees him as such a daddy figure. Like,
they say in the chat room, Jet Neptune is a dork. This might be a wild hot take. I disagree with that. Sorry, I think Jet Neptune is actually maybe one of the coolest guys in that whole crew. If you think Jet Neptune sucks, you don't know enough about Jet Neptune. He does not know me, by the way. I get nothing by saying this. He has no clue who I am, I assume. And would probably dislike me. But I don't know if I want to say. Jet Neptune is behind like a fucking classic, awesome internet thing. I'm not going to say what it is. If you know, you know. He's like one of the people who made this certain thing online exist. And most people don't know that. But that is a permanent pass in my book. But also, from what Ryan tells me, he's a great guy. He's a cool guy. Seems like a good guy. Ryan and I do an impression of Jet. Ryan Ryan and I were working on our Nick Roachford. Unlike Mersh, we're actually attempting to do an impression of these people rather than just ripping them off. We openly acknowledge this. Ryan and I were doing a Nick Roachford stream impression where it's Nick and Jet. And Jet starts all of his sentences by going, all right, all right, babyface bear with 100. Thank you so much, Severe Beast. Thank you. Dude, okay, first of all, terrazzo tile. All right. I take one look at this place. I want to fucking blow my brains out. I want to go to my aunt's house, my old aunt, by the way, the oldest aunt I've got. I want to go to her house. I want to lick her toenails, and I want to put myself in a noose and hang myself. All right, the terrazzo tile in this, anyway, it's a whole thing. We're doing impressions of them. Jet Neptune, funny guy. I'm just going to say that. I'm against you on that one. Just have to say that. Jet Neptune gets too much shit. Maybe some of those other guys suck too. I don't know. But
I can be like you. No, you can't, because he's good and you're not.
He says into his bottle.
Jim Edward says, so you're obviously not going to actually do this or you wouldn't talk about it.
Oh, painful. So Jim Edward is one of Mersh's top guys. Jim N-word is a loyal foot soldier to the cause. Jim N-word's been there since like day one. He's in every chat, every episode. You know, he's there for the AA meeting. He never misses a beat. He's Mersh's sponsor, basically, at this point. Jim N-word is calling him out. So this is fake. So you're not going to do it because you're talking about it.
And you're not.
All right, now. All right. Jim N-word, thank you for becoming a severe beast. Thank you.
Jim N-word says, so you're obviously not going to actually do this or you wouldn't talk about it on air for half an hour, right? No, Jim N-word, let me put it this way. I wouldn't talk about it on the air if it was in any way endangered. Jim N-word.
Guys, this is locked and loaded. This is solid. There's nothing I could say on air during this stream that could possibly damage my case.
I wouldn't talk about it on the air the same way a cop that was interrogating you wouldn't bring up a piece of evidence that he thought you could run to an attorney with and go, I could get that thrown out. So you are right and wrong. No, I would never bring this up if I thought it was in question, but this is one of those where when a cop once in a while goes, no, your bloody fucking thumbprints on the gun. So, you know, have fun. You know, like you want to go sit in the cell and think about it, that's fine. But what I'm saying is, Jim, is I wouldn't have brought this up when you said you wouldn't actually do this. You'd bring it up. No, I'm bringing it up because I'm doing it, but it's already done.
Done and dusted. I'm sitting here covered in cobwebs, waiting for something to happen here. It's done, he says. Oh, okay. Whew, well, that was easy. Shit, I better call my dad and see if he's destitute.
Where to get
Art of War stuff. Well, yeah. I mean, Mersh studies Sun Tzu.
Everything we need. So,
if Jim N-word is questioning Mersh is in a bad place. Jim N-word is one of the few people in chat who ever tries to be a voice of reason to Mersh, because Jim N-word used to watch Pod Awful. He used to enjoy Pod Awful, but then Pod Awful made fun of Red Bar, which he's a big fan of, and Pod Awful made fun of Mersh, which he's a big fan of. And so Jim N-word, like Mersh, needs an internet daddy. He needs two of them, apparently. Got two dads, Ian Ellis style. So all of a sudden, Jim N-word didn't like Pod Awful anymore. But that doesn't mean Jim N-word doesn't watch it. That doesn't mean Jim N-word doesn't understand Pod Awful. So whenever Mersh is teetering over the precipice of stupidity like this, whenever Mersh is dipping his toe into lolcaldom, Jim N-word will send out a little flag. He'll throw one up and go, Mersh, are you sure about this? And every time, that should be Mersh's barometer for, am I doing the right thing here? And every time Mersh blows right through the stop sign. Because much like Mersh's nephew Dominic, Mersh is drunk driving.
Doesn't bother me that much. I'll show my hand. Jim, you've played enough poker to know in your life, sometimes you show your hand when you have 3 aces in the pocket. I've done nothing to him. He has continued to do shit to me, and I've spoken to a couple of people, law enforcement and an attorney, and also fucking, yeah, no, it can.
And he never has a third one. How do you never have a third one? For the guy establishing a pattern, he somehow has never once established a pattern. List. Item number 1. Item number 2, no item number 3. That's a Mersh list. He's talked to law enforcement, he's talked to a lawyer, and he's talked. Let's hear that one again.
I've done nothing to him. He has continued to do shit to me. And
You've done nothing to me. I've been sexually harassed by you nonstop, number 1. Number 2, you've done shows about me. We started this episode with you doing your tit for tat. You playing my video. You think you're sitting on a treasure trove of videos. Here's the thing. Those videos he's talking about, like I've got all these videos I haven't even played yet. They're all exactly the same as that one. In 2008 and 9, I recorded a ton of videos to test out how to use YouTube, to try my hand at making videos. I taught myself Final Cut and video editing off of those videos. Just shit I was making in my spare time for just me. And I uploaded it to YouTube. And that shit remained on YouTube until last year. It's been public. I've never hidden it. If you know my email address, you could find it easily. And the only reason it ever came down is I turned the last YouTube channel, like when I had to make a new YouTube channel for Pod Awful, I turned that channel into the Pod Awful channel. So rather than leave a bunch of 2009 videos, and like it goes from 2009 to 2022, rather than leave all of that up, I just privated them. And now the channel's been terminated, so all that stuff is gone. I have never once hidden or shied away from any of these videos. These are the things he's sitting on. And it might also include, like, he might also have the one where my friend and I made there was like this competition thing. This is like, you know, this is early YouTube days. This is like experimental internet days where there was this thing where they were like challenging people to all make their own short films of zombie movies. You know, this is during the zombie craze. And we made a funny little, like, half funny, half serious zombie short film that he might have that. It was publicly available until the channel was taken from me. I don't give a shit if he shows it.
I've done nothing to him. He has continued to do shit to me.
But he's threatening to show my stuff. How is that not doing something to me? He's done episodes about me. He's talked shit back to me. He said he'd fuck me over Blair White.
I've spoken to a couple of people, law enforcement and an attorney, and also fucking, yeah, no, it can very easily become a criminal thing first. And
yeah, law enforcement and criminal attorney. And that's all, folks. That's the end of the list. Speaking to an attorney is not retaining an attorney. The lawyer would need 5 figures to get started on this lawsuit. Yeah, obviously none of this happened. None of it. If he talked to anybody at all about this that is even like a paralegal or something vaguely related to the law, it's just some guy who was like, yeah, you could. Listen, and here's what any lawyer will tell you. Ask a lawyer, could I sue someone over this? And their answer is yes. Period. You know why? They want you to retain their services. Ask a doctor, do I need a checkup? The answer is yes. And by the way, they're right. You can sue. You can sue anyone for anything, for any reason, at any time, ever, you can just sue. That's the way it works. You might not win. You probably won't win, but you can. Go ahead. Spend the money. Again, if I am sued, I promise you, I will not retain a lawyer. I will work, I will do my own lawyering, and my lawyering is showing them this video. That's it. What's that called when you, other than a fool, what is it called when you represent yourself in court? There's some sort of Latin term for that. It's like on the tip of my tongue, and I'm not thinking of it. Pro se, is that it? Pro se?
And then a civil thing second. I got no problem talking about that publicly because faggots had 4 years to knock it off or get it out of his system. Right. It's on now. We're doing it.
Oh, it's on. We're doing it. Oh, okay. The wheels are in motion.
We're doing it big. Someone bought a coffee and
bought a coffee.
Said this Joe Rogan Star Trek. I don't know if you've ever seen it before. I don't know what it's a fucking reference to.
I don't know. Okay, hang on. We're just trailing off here. There's a pretty good amount of video left here. I'll just let it play.
Kofi. Let's do these and get out of here. I gotta get out of here.
Food mystery.
I do it up. This doesn't hamper your kids. No, it's not gonna hamper my kids. It's again, Jim. If it weren't 3 fucking years of him doing that.
Oh, Jim Enward is still telling him, "Hey, man, this is stupid. Knock it off."
Hamper my kids. It's again, Jim. If it weren't 3 fucking years of him doing this.
That was 4.
You know.
In court, he says he's been harassing me for 3 years. 4, Your Honor. Actually. It's actually been 4. Actually, it's when is it? 2019. Yeah.
Oh, buy me a coffee. We did it. We got over 200 tonight, though, so we could do a white boy summer before we go.
Just begging for those donuts. Okay, I'm gonna cut that one off there. Let's just do it. Let's go through the whole thing. We're gonna hit them all, guys. An amazing first episode back here, episode 1, Lunatic Fringe. We're doing it. I'm not gonna make you wait. I'm not gonna make you even join the pizza fund to see it. We're just gonna go through this whole thing. Let's have some fun. Here we go. We got 8 solid minutes of Mersh losing his mind. What a jaunty tune to come back to.
Stephen, if it's white boy summer, gonna sue Jesse. I don't want to sue Jesse. I'm gonna do the.
Oh, okay. Well, our work here is done. Goodbye.
The criminal thing first. Maybe that'll make him stop. I don't know.
Maybe that will make him stop. Oh my God, I'm so embarrassed. Maybe that'll make him stop. Stop it. Ow, stop it. That is so embarrassing. Mersh just tattled on himself. He gave up the ghost. Cat's out of the bag now. We know the real motive here. He just wants to scare me off so I stop making fun of him. Just say that, Mersh. Literally, if you just say that outright, I kind of have to stop. Kind of. I mean, you're a public figure and you make a show. I can still make fun of your show. But the whole direct, like actually trolling, bullying, heckling thing, I'd have to at least reel it back a little if you just directly said it. Just say it. Just admit it. You just want it to stop. That's fine. I never am shocked when I get blocked on Twitter. I'm annoying. I'm trying to annoy people. Of course they should be blocking me. First, just say it.
Do the criminal thing first.
He laid his aces on the table and showed his whole hand. Let's go. Felt it, etc.
Maybe that'll make him stop. I don't know. There are other people, certain pimps on a blimp, that threatened to sue him, and then he backed off, and that was...
Whoa!
I got excited, very excited to see all of this.
I think now is a perfect time to come out and say that I am a gay man.
Okay, what did I cross swords with this guy?
Did I cross swords with this guy at some point?
So there it is. Certain pimps on a, as if that could mean somebody. Like, why even pussyfoot around it? Well, because Mersh has pussy feet, I guess. But obviously, there you go. So he did mean Alex Stein before. Mersh thinks in his he has not talked to Alex about this. This is bad. You should not do this to your friend Alex Stein. This looks really, really bad on your part, Mersh. Because here's what happened. Mersh didn't check in on this. Mersh has like half of the info of what's happening, and then he's just fan fictioned the rest of it. You really need to do a huddle with Alex before saying shit like this. He's claiming Alex threatened to sue me and I backed off. I did an entire episode about Alex threatening to sue me. What are you talking about? Backed off? I could not have backed on anymore. I fronted on. I have done nothing but tell everybody I possibly could. Alex Stein threatened to sue me over jokes on the internet as much as humanly possible. As a matter of fact, I've made a campaign to make sure people know that his grandma was a school shooter. You call that backing off? We were there on episode 1 of his Blaze TV show. Pickles in chat, Betty Minyard Stein in chat, everything we could throw at him. I made an entire thread on Twitter proving that Alex Stein is a pedophile who's into baby Latinas. That's your backing off? Check in with Alex. Just check in with Alex. I mean, you got to check in with him. Alex must be sitting there. If he ever even tuned into Nightwave even one time, he hasn't. Even the episode he was on, he wasn't tuned into. If he ever did, though, and he saw this episode, he'd be sitting there going, Mersh, my dad's credit card is only meant for Taco Bell. I mean, Mersh, come on, man. I mean, you're being ridiculous. Come on. I mean, really, Mersh.
Pimps on a
certain
pimps
on a
blimp and backed off, and certain pimps on a blimp might want to be, involved in funding my lawsuit. All I'm saying is tread lightly with me.
I am the one who knocks. See, it's fine. Everything's fine. Tread lightly? Are you fucking kidding me? You mean like the way you daintily pranced away from Baked Alaska when he challenged you to a fight? You really want to do this right now? Tread lightly, tread lightly, tread lightly. Holly, tread lightly over here. So, an order of slaw comes to the door, and you think that of me, Skylar? Skylar, you think that of me, Skylar? No, I am the one who slaw knocks. Tread lightly.
You've gotten your content. And
that's true, and thank you. Hats off to you. Well, not your hat. Keep that on. I don't want to see that weird Tintin haircut you've got going on.
Fucking move on. If you want to keep this shit up, it's fine. But just know.
Say my name. Mike Stephen Sheely? You're goddamn right.
That you've been doing this for a lot. Like, it's again, I was like, for so long.
Whoa. Mersh, hang on a second. We're just gonna back that up a little bit. Actually, let me just go all the way.
You've been doing this for a lot. Like,
Ooh, boy, Mersh. I don't know. I'm sorry, man. Listen, I apologize. Listen, obviously, is this where Dominic is buried, by the way? Is inside that graveyard right there? I don't know. I shouldn't have said that. You know what? That one, I will admit that is a bridge too far, and I actually take that comment back. I apologize.
It's, again, I was like...
Unless, of course, you suddenly tell me it's okay to say.
For so long, like at the new place, I'm like, let me wait. People are like, oh, you know, let me...
Heisensberg. Oh, my God. Fucking comment of the night. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up to Dog996. Heisensberg. That was the joke. I should have said that. You're goddamn right. You're goddamn right, dog.
Let me wait. I've been just sitting back, living my life, minding my own business, and living my life as I always did. And I knew that eventually...
living my life as I always did. You should have done something else. I would have tried something new, actually. I would have gone with something different. Me personally.
My docs would get out, and it would be Jesse, and he proved as much already. And now it's that's what they call a pattern of behavior in criminal court.
It's actually anti-Semitic to notice patterns, so I will be bringing that up to the judge and your lawyer.
So, yeah, I've been sitting back for a long time going, what am I going to do? What's he going to do? Especially in my old place, I lived in the hood. I lived in the ghetto. What is he going to do? Send a pot awful fan into the hood?
You're claiming I did that. Yeah. And by the way, we did do that one. That one's true. How else do you think we had the footage of your car and your whole parking lot and all of that stuff? Remember the Slawpranos opening of the show we did?
They wouldn't even know how to they wouldn't even know where to get gas, these fucking faggots.
Probably the 7-Eleven where we get your coleslaw and pickles from.
So it was like, yeah, go ahead. Nobody ever came to the fucking apartment complex. They're terrified. It's all fucking hood rats. Now they want to fuck around. Well, that's cool. Now I'm on private property. So you sent it like that person you sent.
You think it wasn't private property before?
By the way, the other night, whose face I have on camera.
Oh my God. I've got whiplash from the lies he's told on this. So he has this person on camera, then he doesn't, and he only just bought the camera. Now he's got her face on camera again. Which is it? Mersh? I can't keep up. It's like the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. I need to ask my nuclear physicist dad about this one.
That wasn't an Uber driver. That was one of your fans. So you said...
Oh, okay.
And somebody on my
okay
property that had no business being there.
I sent them. What am I, a dispatcher? I mean, sort of, in a way, sort of. But I can't force them to do anything. What do you think is happening? What do you think the world is around you, Mersh?
You're getting into some weird fucking legal areas.
I now understand. It's weird. Oh, it's weird. Well, why didn't you just say that from the beginning? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. It's weird. What does weird mean? Something Mersh doesn't like. Sort of like gay ops is trolling he doesn't like. Weird is just a feeling he has sometimes. When Mersh gets this, it's sort of like a spider sense, okay? When Mersh is getting made fun of, he has this like sixth sense where he goes, that feels bad. And then he knows something weird is afoot. Is a pussy foot. Sock feet.
But I can tell you this, if you think I've backed off or you think I'm going to stop doing what I do or I'm going to stop being who I am, I'm going to be here. And I'm going to tell you this right now. You've now established a
pattern, a criminal pattern. It's a pattern of... Somehow Mersh has said this thing so many times and still hasn't established a pattern inside my head where I remember the exact phrase. Let's hear it.
Pattern.
Oh, it was just pattern. Oh, okay. I guess I got it.
And that pattern is legally recognized.
Actually, it's Argyle, but thank you for noticing.
as criminal harassment.
Except in Florida, where you said the laws are lax, where you live. Just to be clear, also where my dad lives, who is the one you're actually suing, apparently.
Is it a misdemeanor? Yes. But once I get the misdemeanor charge and once you plea out.
A lot of people call me Missy Misdemeanor PS. Please don't start calling me Missy Misdemeanor PS. Please. I've got enough nicknames. They don't all need to stick, okay? Finger guns, bullets. These are all, we've got plenty. Pod.
To it. Then I
pattern wave, yeah.
Can sue
you. Is he frozen? Am I playing this? I literally can't tell. Is he thinking? Is he buff? Oh, I'm not playing it. Okay. It's hard to know, man.
I know. What do you care? It's not your money, right? It's your dad's hard-earned money. But
right.
That should bother you more.
Oh, but that should bother me more. Okay. This sounds like a guy detailing his evil plan against me, not his good guy plan to win over the bad guys. This sounds a lot like you stealing from an old man and making me upset.
If I thought that at any point, by the way, my mom, if my
Mersh loves dead air. Well, yeah, of course he loves dead air. It's the type his parents breathe.
Mom's life insurance
the type his nephew breathes.
Money hadn't been stolen by me. Stolen by my aunt from me.
Wait, what? Hang on a second. Deep Mersh lore.
That should bother you more.
Deep Mersh lore alert. Deep Mersh lore alert.
If I thought that at any point, by the way, my mom, if my mom's life insurance money hadn't been stolen by me, stolen by my aunt from me, I could understand.
So Mersh has been sitting there. His mom died and he went, finally, a payout. And he's been salty ever since because he didn't get the money from his dead mom. His aunt stole it, which I know she didn't want it to go to her sister. That makes sense to me. She might want it to go to her sister. You're a self-sufficient guy, right? You can do some man work and earn it. This is why he's hungry for a payout. He's been hungry for a payout ever since his mom croaked.
Somebody suing me for my mother's life insurance money in my bank and her hard-earned money going into the pocket of some guy that I'm fighting with on the internet. That would bug me. You're a sociopath. It won't bug you. I don't care. But I can promise you this. I am going to find out everything that your father hated in life.
I apologize about the sound. This is just the way he talks. This is the actual sound of his show. I can only crank this, but so high.
I'm going to find out everything that your father didn't stand for in life. I'm going to find out everything that your father...
My dad's alive. You don't have to say in life.
...father hated in this world.
What if it turns out it's you, Mersh? Actually, I got to be honest with you. My dad hated... My dad can't stand alcoholic, junkie, know-it-alls who run their mouths. He hated... If there's three big things he hated, it was... busted graveyard dead teeth, okay? Lol cows. I thought that was crazy too, but he said he hates them. And finally, junkie addicts. Those are his top things.
And I'm gonna take not every penny. I want to spend a little bit for as much as you've busted my chops.
Is that in the video? I don't know what that sound was just then. What's happening? Was that inside my head? Is Mersh's detective hacking my brain?
I don't want to say all the money.
He's just sitting here telling a court. He's telling an imaginary court one day when he sues me and I take this in. He's just telling them, here's my plan at making money. Right.
But post-tax.
He's dreaming about it. He's like, I mean, this is like... People make jokes about Jewish people having dreams about pennies. Mersh is doing it in reality right now, out loud, in front of people. This is a choice you made. Usually a person keeps these thoughts to themselves. This is the kind of thing you wouldn't want your best friend knowing you ever thought about. You wouldn't tell your, I don't know, parents you ever had a thought like this.
I don't want to say all the money.
He's on a 45-degree angle. Yeah, listen, when you're triangulated as Mersh is, you kind of got to get isosceles every once in a while.
But post-taxes,
Jesus Christ. So we need a chiropractor to come in and fix Mersh.
I'm going to put a good solid 50% of that money and just donate it to causes that would have made your father roll in his grave.
He's alive. Please stop killing my dad. Please.
And I know
you're not going to drunk drive into him, are you?
As a sociopath, you don't understand. Like, it doesn't bother you. You're like, I don't get how that's bothering me. But now maybe because you're a psychopath, you understand.
Oh, I'm a psychopath and a sociopath. Both. I'm a criminal sociopath.
How much that gets me off.
Arrest him! Arrest him!
Am I being detained?
Sad! Pathetic!
It's not true.
That's not true! I need this man put behind bars. I am tired of being sexually harassed. This guy has got to stop.
Because you're a psychopath, you understand how much that gets me off. So you get off on, subverting expectations. I feel like Jesse's just a guy.
This dude is squirshing. I knew it. We shouldn't have gone this deep. I should have cut it off after the first video. Mersh is squirshing. He's sitting there going... Those sounds we heard, they weren't mouth sounds, unfortunately. He's sticking to the chair. The reason every time he gets up his butt crack is hanging out is because his pants stay behind a little bit as he tries to get up. They have to pull themselves off the chair like an old patch of bubble gum from under the bleachers. Mersh is scrumming his pants over me. He's getting off. He's thinking about me sexually. He just had a thought in his head. He went, Blair White or Jesse? I'm going Blair White. No, wait, Jesse, actually. Listen, I don't know what Blair White's op status is. Post-op, pre-op, gay op. I'm not exactly sure what's going on there, but certainly Blair White's got to be closer to having a pussy than me. I mean, literally, I've got 3 testicles at this point. I'm double masculine. Hee-hee.
That like went to UCB college, like, oh,
UCB college. What does he think UCB? Does he think he... Does Mersh think I went to the University of California, Berkeley? Is that what he thinks UCB is? Also, by the way, your friend Dick Masterson went to UCB. Your friend Dick Masterson cried that he got kicked out of UCB. The thing you claimed about me, the guy who you think is behind our whole thing here. You're, once again, a dude with a trust fund whose parents paid for everything, who got kicked out of UCB. By the way, there's a list for you. I just established a pattern. You're talking about Dick Masterson. How do you do this, dude? How are you this stupid?
I'm going to give you $3,000 of my parents' money to learn how to be funny. And their first lesson was like, subvert expectations. And he's like, so I should murder a bitch. I'm going to subvert expectations.
Is that why you spit on that anti-abortion protester that one time? Was that you subverting expectations? I'm going to do you think I've murdered someone? What have I done that is equivalent to murder? What Mersh just said is that I've murdered him. Let's roll that back. You got to hear that beautiful bean footage one more time.
Get me off.
Oh, not the get me off part. I didn't mean to go that far back.
So you get off on subverting expectations. I feel like Jesse's just a guy that like went to UCB college, like, oh, I'm going to give you $3,000 of my parents' money to learn how to be funny. And their first lesson was like, subvert expectations. And he's like, so I should murder a bitch.
This is an analogy. And that means that Mersh thinks what I've done to him is the equivalent of murder. This man got coleslaw sent to his door and went, "Help, police, I've been killed. I am dead. I am the victim of murder."
I'm going to subvert expectations. I'm going to take it.
You subvert expectations literally every time I see you, Mersh. Truly, I always expect you to learn from your past mistakes, and you subvert my expectations every time. Actually, you subverted a lot of your parents' expectations when you became a gay manslave. I would say there is no greater way of subverting someone's expectations than sucking guys off while being a drug dealer.
Dad's money, and I'm going to find out everything in my
He's going to find everything in my life. Did you hear that?
I'm going to take your dad's money, and I'm going to find out everything in my find out about.
Oops. He doesn't even know what he's saying anymore. This is pathetic. This is sad and pathetic. This is worse than Ethan Ralph in his 3-month-long bender we caused because of Ralphomania. By the way, Ralph, I don't know if people realize this. The Ethan Ralph never-ending bender, the never bender. That was a Pod Awful original right there. I mean, Pod Awful caused that. I don't know if people understand that. I am taking credit for that. This is worse than that, though.
What he didn't believe in, everything he hated in life, and I'm gonna pledge his money to those things.
They're just gonna give it to yourself then.
Because you're his legacy, and that's what you gave him. And I know that doesn't bother you. No, it doesn't bother him. But I want everyone that's normal. That's the theme of this show.
How are you going to get normal people to see this, Mersh? Oh, I guess because I played it on my show. There's no way. I mean, people on Rumble aren't normal. Let me be very clear. I did a poll earlier today. I said, have you ever used Rumble? 4 options. Yes, I have an account. I lurk occasionally and never. Over half of the people said never. And then the next biggest one was occasionally. Normal people don't watch Rumble. The people who said yes, by the way, many of them left comments, and it's exactly the type of people you think. No offense, sorry, but it's like you're basically a groiper. Okay? You have a Pepe, PP? What is that guy called? You got a PP the frog picture, and every post is about being vaxxed or not. Every post is about the clot shot. That's everything you do. You're not a normal guy. Nobody watching your show is normal, Mersh. Not one of them. Again, you're in the empty gymnasium with the swinging light bulb right now.
Everyone that's normal. That's the theme of this show. Why are you yelling at a lol cow and telling him how to live his life? No, I know he's never going to listen.
Oh, I'm the lol cow. Okay.
Oh, you guys can see what a faggot he is. Yeah, that's right. I'm going to spend your...
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's the ticket. Yeah. And another thing, I'm going to sue you I'm going to sue your dad and I'm going to marry your mom. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, your dad will have to give me your mom. Yeah, that's the ticket. And a back rub. Yeah.
Daddy's money if you keep this shit up, faggot. Don't come by my house again.
I didn't.
Actually,
that's the one thing I have never gone by Mersh's. I could have easily, but I've never gone to Mersh's house ever.
Just go ahead at this point because it's already been started. It's already started, Jesse. So, you know,
you're a gay pterodactyl. I don't know how else to put that. I don't know if that means anything to anybody out there. Mersh is a gay pterodactyl. That's what I see.
Get some sleep on that, I guess.
Get some sleep on that, I guess. I got to be honest, I did. While you were saying this, I slept like a baby. I got some sleep on it.
Oh, and by the way, while you're running around I should let you know.
Scrubbing. He's saying I was deleting. He's once again fantasizing that I'm deleting stuff.
Oh, Jesse, while you're running around and scrubbing like Discord messages or like little weird things, right? Like all of that. I know they tell you we don't save that shit on the back end. They save all of that shit on the back end.
Ow! Ow! Owie! Ow! 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 You're blowing my mind here, Mersh.
And when subpoenas and
Did he say subpenis? Did he say sub penis? Hang on a second. I might have just been sexually harassed again.
And when subpoenas,
yeah, he's talking about his own penis, a sub penis.
Court orders get they're gonna find out everything.
Sub penis and corduroys. This is a message to gay guys out there. He's sending out. This is you see that triangle there? This is MK Ultra Freemason stuff. He's sending gay signals out to
when subpoenas and court orders get
subpoenas and corduroys. Yeah,
they're gonna find out everything you're doing in that gay server. So Godspeed.
And then he lights up a fag.
The buy me a coffees we did. I think I got a coffee at Ko-Fi or two.
Oh, there's still more. Okay, there's more. Not done yet. Sub penis.
Samaria for $20. Thank you so much. Oh, but that's not. Says stay strong, dude. Fuck all the haters. Sending all the best vibes. Happy Irish American History Month. Thank you, Samaria. You and the husband are well.
Do you know how pathetic it looks to go from saying you're going to steal an innocent old man's money to begging online? Do you know how bad it looks to then start reading your little donations? If you live off of donations, what does that make you? You're either an internet homeless person or an e-waitress. Now, I've called Mersh an e-waitress before, but I've been watching him be so mentally homeless during this entire stream that I have to assume at this point he's basically a bum. We should be picturing Mersh in an old ratty beanie wearing 5 coats for some reason. It's the middle of white boy summer, but he's sweating to death because he just needs to keep every article of clothing he owns on him, or else the skis will come over with a knife and steal it from him in the middle of the night. This is an internet homeless man begging. He needs these coffees. When he lost that buy me a coffee for like a week or whatever it was, and then he blamed every known enemy he has, saying they all reported him, rather than it just being the obvious thing that you do shit online that companies don't like. He was about to kill himself. He was on the brink of suicidal ideation at that point. He needs this money. He needs my dad's money. I've given Mersh plenty of money and plenty of free food over the years, and I would hate to see him go without. Maybe I can't send him coleslaw anymore, but it's clear he wants money. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to call up my dad. I can't do it now. He's probably asleep. He's an old guy after all, but I'm going to call up my dad and I'm going to say, Dad, I need a favor. All right. I know I never ask you for anything. I know you never set up a trust fund for me, but I need you to do me something. It was just one solid. Okay. And I know you don't have much and I'm going to contribute to it too, but I want to do this. I want to do it in your name. I want to open up a trust fund for Mersh in my dad's name. Now, what Mersh doesn't know is a trust fund, the way it works, you get a lawyer, which obviously he doesn't know how that works, can't do. He's lying about having a lawyer. You get a lawyer and you get somebody, it's a trust. This is what you do. You start a trust. it's got to be somebody that you trust will take care of this under the circumstances stipulated. And the way a trust fund works is you can stipulate any sort of factor, and that's how the person gets the money. This is why it's so stupid to say somebody online has a trust fund, because even if they do, they might not have done the things that qualify them to receive the money. Oftentimes, trust funds are given out, they're doled out over a period of time. It's basically an allowance that happens, after someone's dead or something. Or you're an adult and you're no longer living with your parents, so they don't have to monitor it. It's just given to you on like a monthly basis or whatever. I can stipulate anything I want to be the way Mersh gets this money. Anything. Now, the thing that I haven't addressed in this whole episode, as long as it's gone on for, is I own the trademark to Nightwave Radio. And if Mersh really wants to take me to court, I may just have to countersue him. I may have to countersue him for infringement of my trademark. So here's what I'm willing to do, Mersh. Obviously, so far, your attempt to sue me has not been too successful. But I'm still a little nervous. I'll be honest. I'm a little bit worried that you're going to try to do this lawsuit anyway. So here's what I'm saying. If you sue me, I will countersue you for the use of the name Nightwave Radio. I legally, obviously own the trademark, and it's time to enforce it. If I don't enforce it, I don't really own it anymore. So you will force my hand. I will have to do that. I will have to countersue you for just as vexatious a lawsuit. And here I am talking about it out loud, just as you did. I'm saying I'm doing it punitively against you because you're doing it to me. Now we're even, right? So you can sue me and you'll lose because obviously you lost your last lawsuit. And I will countersue you and I will win because I literally legally own the name of your show. And I will keep the name. I will actually own Nightwave Radio. I will sue to own your backlog of content, your channel, your Rumble channel, all of that. Because that's all you have to give me. You clearly don't have any money. You live off of donations and you want to steal from my elderly father. So instead, I will seek the damages in this. I will seek the way I will be remunerated over this is by you giving me your assets that are tied to Nightwave Radio. That will be my intention. Now, I'm no lawyer, okay? I'm no cop Mersh, but I may know a two-thing a tree about the law, and I know you can do this. I might have looked into it at some point. So we could go that route. Or you could be the brand new owner of a beautiful, brand new trust fund. Now, here's the way it works. Here's the stipulation. The trust fund can only be dipped into if over the next 5 years, I am allowed to make fun of you and do whatever I want, carte blanche, with zero responses from you. Now, I know this is difficult for you. What makes you a great lol cow is that you always respond. Here we have 4 videos proving that. No matter what I do, no matter how stupid it is, no matter how completely inconsequential and retarded it is, fat it is, every time you respond. If you can go 5 years with no response, and I'm not kidding about this, I'm really going to set this up. I'm going to have my dad contribute to it, so you're going to get my dad's money. And again, he's got nothing. He's going to contribute very little to this. There's $50,000 riding on this, okay? Plus interest. 5 years, it's going to sit in an account. It's going to gain interest. So plus interest, whatever that is. And obviously, listen, I understand inflation is bad. Maybe it's not going to be the same. It's still more money than you're going to make in the next 2 years. Okay? 2 years worth of your wages, you get it at the end of 5 years. It's pretty good for nothing. For nothing. All you got to do is never respond. So those are your choices. You can either be sued into oblivion for the name of your show and I take everything of yours. Fuck you. Or $50,000. Now, again, if you sue me, you will get nothing. I need to be clear about this. There is no court in the world that will ever be on your side. As long as this video exists, and it will, always, we've got backups. You want to talk about scrubbing things from the internet? I know you keep hiding old Nightwave videos, but we've got them all. Nothing's ever really gone. If I may quote Star Wars to the wrestling man. We've got everything. And this video will never go away. And as long as I have this video, you'll never, ever win any lawsuit against me at all, ever, period. It doesn't even have to be this one. Any lawsuit. If they saw this, they would say, oh, that's fucking retarded. They dismiss it outright. You would waste so much time and money suing me. It's unreal. And then I would take everything from you because I own Nightwave Radio. You should have gone to lunch with DeFango. If you guys don't know the story, a guy named DeFango owned the trademark to Nightwave Radio, offered to give it to Mersh if Mersh just went to dinner or to lunch at Olive Garden with him. Because when you're here, you're family. Well, I don't play by Olive Garden rules. I'm Australian. I go Outback Steakhouse. No rules, just right. And I went to DeFango and I said, Mersh wouldn't take you up on the offer to buy Nightwave Radio. You own the trademark. I'll buy it. And he sold it to me. He sold it to me live on air. On the air. Going live. He sold it to me, and I own it. Okay? A lot of people, they might not realize that, but I do own the trademark. I would hate to take everything from you. I really would. I want there to be a Nightwave Radio to make fun of. So those are now your choices. Ask your buddy Nick Roachford. Let's finish this video. Then we'll call it quits.
Dr. Honkler. Hey, Mersh, Amy emoji, Mersh Parker. I hope it helps with your cat project. Have a good night, man. Oh, I will check that out. Thank you, man. I don't know. We did our thing. We're gonna go. Have fun. We're your shit. I know AP's going. I'm looking. Wait, was this? Oh, oh shit. Gravy Show. Did you get it? Let me see. Did we get a Louis meow on that?
Please tell me that the rest of this clip isn't him just playing cat sounds and there's actually something relevant happening in it. Alan Powell, I swear to God, I will troon out real bad right now if the rest of this is just Mersh playing kitty cat sounds.
That's Louis.
It's your cat. And by the way, they all sound the same. Who cares?
He was so annoyed. That's what he is. He's a little whiner.
And that was it. It ended on the fucking cat sounds. God damn it, Alan!
I got excited, very excited to see all of this.
All right, there you go. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the Slawsuit. Unbelievably, Mersh thinks this is actually going to go by without a hitch. He doesn't realize he's dealing with an internet supervillain. I've got a lair, for crying out loud. I have henchmen. You think you can come after me? You think that's the way this works? There's no lawsuit that can stop me. There's no bars that could keep me. You're going to go after me criminal first and then civil. I'm establishing a pattern. I've got a pattern for you, a test pattern, because your show is over. I own it now. Nightwave radio, every time you tune in, it's just colored bars. Boop! You want to play this game? Let's play it. Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to work very well for you having a video where you tell me over and over again to keep it going, to keep doing it, to make it happen. The henchmen are hard at work. Mersh, I promise you, don't go on the internet tomorrow. Until next time, have an awful day.